Good evening, everybody. How are you? Welcome on in. Let me get this chat pulled up so I can see who's in here and who comes in. All right. If y'all can hear me in the chat, let me know. Welcome in to my mod team, Butterfly and Rachel. Good to see you here. The Royal We, welcome in. Carrie, welcome in. My cat's trying to distract me as usual. Go away. Decided that my headset cord was going to be fun to chew at. Not today. All right. So welcome in on this Saturday night. Is it? It is a Saturday night, guys. I was going to do this last night, but I was so tired. It wasn't going to happen. I couldn't even form a thought in my head. So, like literally, when I laid down on the bed, I don't remember anything else. So, it was a good thing we didn't go live last night because I would have probably sounded like a blooming idiot. And I would have a document to read, and I don't need to do it on no sleep. Okay. Let me get my co-host and guest up here for the night. Get myself all situated, and well, there we go. Hello, how are you, sir?
Good evening, miss. I'm great. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Curious Luke popped into the chat as well.
Hey, wonderful.
Yeah. All right. Before we do get started, we normally have a very cool, chilled chat over here. We don't get into ruckus and rambles and all that. But there's a couple of cases you cover, things happen, and it won't happen here. I said that with Idaho 4, and I'm going to say it with Delphi. I'm here to read an appeal brief and discuss a true crime case. I discuss many, 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 many cases on this channel. So if you come into the chat and you want to be a part of the conversation and you have a grown-up conversation you want to have, you are more than welcome. But if you come in with attitudes, you know who you are. If you come in just to cause the trouble, won't even be warnings. There won't be any conversations. You're just gone. And that is a direct thing from me to my mods. And so it's got nothing to do with the mods either. I hate that we have to go over that kind of stuff. I think it's stupid and it's childish and it bothers me. But sometimes you have to say it. With that said, I think we'll have a nice show.
Yeah, very appropriate disclaimer for anything Delphi, Indiana related.
Let me just take a moment. Missing child, Danielle Bell, welcome to the chat, hun. Thank you for being here. Everybody, throw some love out, send good vibes, and for all the missing who to this day have not been found, we have hope that they will one day be found. Danielle Bell is a case that's very near and dear to my heart, and glad to see you in chat, hun. Thanks for coming in. Man, these cases, the ones that go unsolved and the ones that do get solved, and then the ones that you think are solved and that aren't solved, and then people get convicted and then appeals happen, and sometimes the appeals are warranted, sometimes they're like, what are they even doing, and I try to be open and fair about even Letitia Stalks, that's not even the reason she got granted a new trial are not, these are reasons, not like she's got new evidence that she's not guilty, but error caused in the trial itself. Sometimes there's problems in an investigation that come back to bite them in the butt later. Those are the kind of things we don't want happening. So when these cases do go to trial, we get the right person and the convictions stick. So it's hard to decide, people would say, oh, it's just an appeal, it means nothing. But how many times have we seen appeals overturned or convictions overturned on appeal? A lot of times. Could this be one of them? I don't know. What do you think? Have you read through a lot of the brief? I haven't sat through anybody's streams or anything about it at all. So I'm going in blind.
Yeah, I've read through it. I think, I posted a little bit about it. I think one of the things that I really enjoy the benefit of while looking through this kind of stuff is I'm not a lawyer, and so it's fun to see new things that I don't necessarily understand. And then also, I have a really great respect for um, the lawyers in the crime tube community out there who will explain how things work. I think it's a very important element to understand, and I think a lot of people forget that, especially when we're talking about appeals, because to your point with Letitia, it's procedural issues. It has nothing necessarily to do with whether or not someone's guilty or innocent. And since getting into the criminology field and studying that, I've developed a lot more of a respect for defense attorneys. They're not necessarily trying to just get people off. I think they're just trying to make sure that everything this great country was built on and amended for, these people enjoy those same rights, whether they're innocent or guilty. But as as it relates to Richard Allen and Delphi, I was one of those that, my pendulum was a little bit on the guilty side when the probable cause affidavit dropped. I have a lot of family in law enforcement. I'm inclined to trust the law enforcement. I still support law enforcement. I think it's an important thing to have. But then just going through and I slowly went to, okay, these guys were really sloppy, and then almost ultimately to, there seems to be some really, really ill intent behind, the arrest of Richard Allen. And that's just my opinion. Everyone, I talk to people who think he's guilty, and I respect their opinion. I talk to people who think he's guilty, but they go, he absolutely needs a second trial because the first one was just not what you would expect to get in this country. And I agree with them too, in the sense of his unfair trial. And that's the grounds of this appellate initial brief, the state's response, and the reply brief, which this will be the last on paper brief we see before the Indiana Court of Appeals decides whether or not they go to oral arguments or if there's just a straight up ruling coming down the line. So
now, from what I've gathered,
yeah,
in Indiana, it's not a guarantee that you will even get the oral argument heard. They could render an opinion without ever hearing the oral argument.
correct. From my understanding, that's the case. Yep.
Yeah, so even though if they just because they don't grant them the oral argument doesn't mean they won't render a good decision. You know what I mean? Or I don't know what would be a good. I guess it would depend on what you want the outcome to be personally. And I'm like all of us, not just me, but for everybody. And now what June or July we may hear an opinion come out at that point, as from what I saw.
Yeah, it's looking like so one of our trusted Twitter on Twitter attorneys, Carroll County, she's just an incredible person to learn things from, especially about as it relates to procedural issues like this. And I think she said I think July or August at the latest is what we've heard from Michael Osbrook. So I think I don't know, I think they will at least get to oral arguments. I think it's the problem with the problem with being a crank or believing that Richard Allen's innocent is that when you're wearing rose-colored glasses, every red flag just looks like a flag, right?
With people that follow this case, and if you want to use the term crank, you're very guarded, you're jaded, because nothing ever goes your way, or nothing ever seems to go the right way for Richard Allen's case. And when I say his case, I mean because the man was convicted, this whole thing was done in the dark. I'm right there with you. Read the probable cause, and you're like, okay, you want to believe in law enforcement, you want to believe what they're saying in the probable cause affidavit is true. We know that sometimes it's not exactly true, but you want to believe it. But then the more you read, the more I read, the more I went into live streams where documents were being read, and it wasn't me listening to another's opinion and going, oh my God, they're right. I like to read the documents too. And there's some really good law channels out there that do just that. Like you said, they break it down for us and they give us their opinion. And they also give us the answers of the law, what this means in legal terms. And the more we saw, the more it made us scratch our head. And when I was literally watching this case and Idaho unfold at the same time, and everybody around me was screaming for Brian Koberger's rights, and this is all in secret, and I'm like, what? No, 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 no. It's literally not. Delphi's the case y'all should be talking about. And I don't know, I felt like it was a fake world I was living in. People pretended to care, and they used these constitutional things to bolster their fight for Brian Koberger. If y'all were really here for the Constitution and for all the rights of all the people, you would not be turning a blind eye to what's happening in Delphi, Indiana at the moment. You just couldn't see all that unfold and not walk away feeling ick all over you. That was my opinion. And I could never get there that guy was guilty. I could never get there he was bridge guy. Come on, 5 years and nobody noticed him being the bridge guy. That's a problem. I don't
Yeah,
care what anybody says. That's a
not to
problem.
mention they failed to show us how Bridge Guy was even the killer, right? And sorry, going back to you mentioned the probable cause affidavit.
Yeah.
Looking at the affidavit for Brian Koberger and comparing that to Delphi, I mean, the Koberger PCA made the Richard Allen PCA look like someone jotted chicken scratch down on an index card, you know?
It did. And I remember being in a live stream one night and somebody asked Mata about that. And he made that comparison. He's like, wait a minute, if you read the PCA on Koberger and then you read the one on Rick Allen, you're going to be, and guess what? Turns out Brian Koberger's probable cause affidavit is one big lie.
Right.
Well,
And
no, let me take that back. It's not one big lie. There is a lie in there. People are always right. There's a lie in there, but it was still a stronger probable cause affidavit than the one for Richard Allen. Like, it was so weak.
yeah, and I think you'll find out that the argument that Stacey Liana and Mark Lehman are making in this specific reply, their whole appellate argument was that the police, Carroll County Sheriff Office and ISP lied by omission in the PCA. So were there technically like blatant lies in it? You know, I guess you could argue that, but the big argument being made in this is that there were very, very specific things about witnesses changing their story, what they witnessed, to form fit effectively what the state needed to reach the burden of probable cause, and that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
And the state's main argument is if it was the case that happened, it's harmless because there were enough things there and other elements of this to warrant probable cause. So we'll obviously get into that, but I just one of the things that, whether Koberger's probable cause was 100% accurate or 0% accurate, the fact that there was that much more information out there it was one of the things that stood out to me in that kind of 2022, 2023. When I first started, I went back and pulled a bunch of different PCAs, and I'm like, okay, none of these compare very well to this Richard Allen PCA. And the whole point I'm getting to is we heard a bunch of people in the crime tube sphere, in the Delphi sphere, tell us, well, there's a lot more information that they're saving for trial that they're not going to put into a PCA.
We always do that.
We eventually found out that was pretty much a crock of shit.
For this
that
case,
wasn't the case.
Yeah. And the only thing about the Koberger PCA that I say is it's a lie. Everything in it is absolutely 1,000% correct, except WSU never called and said, hey, we found your white car, blah, 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 blah. That part was the lie, because they couldn't come into the PCA and say we used IgG, right? That's the only thing.
Right.
Everything else is there. They had, and when you interview Rick Allen like they did, and he's like, yes, I was there, da, 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 da. And then 5 years goes by and Kathy finds a tip in a box in a drawer somewhere on dusting day, moving day or some shit. Then how do you get to probable cause all of a sudden to go search this man's house? Like, how do you get there all of a sudden because you found the tip that said I was there? What about all the other ones that said they were there? Is that, how do you get to probable cause from just her finding this tip? I don't get it.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, the tip, they refer to it as a tip, but it was a
Right.
report that was generated because the individual that tipped in Richard Allen was Richard Allen. he
Right.
had he had called up at the behest of his wife Kathy to actually say, "Hey, by the way, I was there that day. If you guys need any help with anything that I may have seen, if I can help in any way, please let me know." They actually took that report and Orion and cleared it. They cleared it, and from what we're hearing, it was Dan Doolin who cleared it, saying that Richard Allen didn't fit the description of Bridge Guy.
And
So,
well, he should know. He's the top cop in Indiana.
right, right, Dan Doolin.
He
I mean,
can't.
this
He
this
stands
guy.
on stage for 5 years next to Bridge Guy's drawing and video behind him being played, and never thought about, hey, I interviewed that guy one day in the parking lot. Not one time. And
Right, right. And then Luke is kind of Luke is such a great like mentor to me. So I'm just gonna
yeah.
whenever his name pops up in chat, I like hone in on it, and he makes a really good point with what he just said here, which was also the media buildup the Indiana establishment created before unsealing the PCA was not commensurate with what the PCA contained at all, which is true. They
Hmm.
spent they spent the entire GDP of Indiana to search a river on a from an interview that they had done with Kegan Kline.
What,
And
$1 million, right, to search the Wabash River?
yeah, I'm exaggerating with the Indiana GDP, but they spent a lot of money, right? And it effectively turned up no results. And they worked with Murder Sheet to do a 3-part hit piece on Tony Klein and get a lot of the information out of there. And a lot of the people who think Richard Allen's guilty, and they're really upset that he's appealing at the Ragers, as we call them. They'll say, if this was Brad Holder that was the one that was being sent to Westville, you guys would be fighting for his innocence too. And it's like, well, no, that's not necessarily the case, because I think there's more probable cause for Brad Holder than there is for Richard Allen.
Hmm.
But at the same time, like I'm an American. I want my country to run the right way. I don't think that Brad Holder should have been sent to Westville as a pre-trial detainee and involuntarily medicated and held in a 3x3 cell and all these other things. Even if he was the one who did it, I just don't think that that's necessarily humane, at least until he has his day in court, right? So but yeah, I just the lead up to the PCA, every single person was shocked, pretty much in this entire world, that it was Richard Allen. Even Doug Carter was. He didn't even know, this man who is so well versed. He's practically reading Shakespeare to you at press conferences. When they ask him about the arrest of Richard Allen, he goes, "Well, the judge signed the probable cause warrant. What do you want me to say?" It's like, whoa, this is not who you normally are. So at that moment, I think that, combined with the people telling us, don't worry, there's way more to come, that they dug up his dead cat in his fire pit, and they compared the hairs to the cat to the DNA hairs on the girls, and all these other rampant rumors that we were going to find out during trial, we just ended up not seeing.
Well, we didn't get to see anything at the damn trial, unfortunately.
Right.
And it was such a hot mess when you are really trying to get, you want to see the trial, you want to see all the evidence presented, and then you have to go online at night and go to the 3 top law tubers that were there, Mata and Andrea and Lee, and tune into their shows at night and get their updates. And thankfully, we had really good people in the courtroom taking good notes and reporting back as best they could. We don't know. And then they didn't have a lot of, we kept waiting for evidence and waiting for more and what's going to be presented this day, and then that feeling when that verdict came down, I was like, man, I felt kind of sick, because I didn't get to see, I mean, I believe everything I was being told at the end of the day, but we didn't get to see any of it. And I don't even think the people who were actually at the trial, they didn't believe half of what was being presented. It seemed like a shit show almost. The evidence that wasn't even allowed to come in, evidence that wasn't allowed to be talked about. It just seemed like a very cut and dry, this man's guilty, get it all done and we're done. And they got what they wanted.
Yeah, and even during the trial, Salty, we had we had a few WTHR folks who were allowed to see exhibits as they were coming in, and it was very controlled and it was very odd. And they hyped up the confession thing, and then they showed us the card that Rick wrote on. It wasn't even a confession. It was saying that he was ready to confess, and
Ready. Hmm.
and we're all sitting here going, "You guys are not doing yourselves favors selling us that this guy is guilty," And don't get me wrong, at that point in time, I'm like, if he's the guy, then I want him under the prison. All of us agree on that. Like,
Yeah.
if whoever did this, it's just a heinous thing. I think the reason why we got so we dove into this case is because, at least for me, I could not understand how someone could bring themselves to do that. In the manner, and then of course, like the snippet of bridge guy and everything, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna follow this closely because they're gonna find this guy.
You're going to find him in no time. I had two little girls when that story broke, and I remember walking across my living room that day. I was cleaning my house, and as usual, I had the CNN on in the background. I'm like a news junkie, true crime, wherever it's on, I'm going to put it on. And I remember hearing it, and I stopped. I always stop when kids go missing, and I pay attention in case I see those kids somewhere. And I remember turning around, and Susan Hendricks broke the story. Like, well, man, and then I'm realizing these two little girls were in the woods, and I live in a rural area. I'm surrounded by a state forest, but you got to know where we're at. You're not going to jump off the interstate and just be here unless you're looking for this place. So that was, weird to me that I'm like, okay, it's got to be a local, right? It's got to be somebody who knows the area. When I really dove in and realized where they were. So then I see later on, finally it comes out, hey, we got this video. And I remember when they came on with the video, I remember thinking, where did that come from? Is there a trail cam in one of those trees we didn't know about that they didn't tell? And they've had this all along. It never occurred to me it was on the girl's phone is where they would have gotten that from. I literally was thinking trail cam. What else did it see? What else could it hear? Anything?
Right.
I felt like it was hopeful, and I'm with you that they're going to catch this guy. And then 5 years later, no guy.
Yeah, and I just from the rip, they just did not do themselves any favors as far as, well, they told the public that they don't suspect any more of a threat to the community, and it's like, how do you know that if you don't know who the person is or persons involved with this, then later on we Richard Allen's arrested, and they try to seal the PCA by arguing that they feel that there may be other actors involved. And that was the end of that. We didn't hear anything more ever since that initial attempt to seal the PCA. There was no other argument that there were other actors involved. And whenever people like us asked about it, the response was, well, we would love for Richard Allen to tell us who. And it's like, that's the only thing you had, was that there were other people that may have been involved, and you're hoping he would tell you. That does make zero sense to me. And then the other thing is, I think it was like one of the very first press conferences after they found the girls, it was Kim Riley, and he had said, I was watching this with a family member of mine who he has a tough go. He, for like a decade, he worked child abuse cases as a detective in Michigan, and we were watching the presser together, and Kim Riley says, we suspect foul play to be involved. And I'll never forget, my family member said, I have never heard that particular phrasing in my life, because you either know or you don't.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true. You either know or you don't.
You either know or you don't. And
that's always bothered me when people say foul play is suspected. Well,
right.
That's kind of a no-brainer. It's kind of like when they come out and say, we haven't apprehended a suspect yet, but there's no threat to the community.
Right.
That's some word salad that we're sick of hearing. We're about to pour some dressing all over that shit and send it back.
It's very nanos coded, right?
Very. Oh my God.
Everything's fine. Don't panic. Just, I'm the only one that's allowed to panic. Okay, people.
Something bad happens in your town. Don't worry, everybody. We got the nanos type motherfucker. We
got
nanos, and his Delphi detectives are coming in hot. Don't worry.
Yeah. Oh God, what a ragtag team that would be. So
Lord,
yeah, and I think that's what got us here is to this appeal reply brief.
yeah,
I think
we'll
it's
pull it
yeah.
up. Um, I think I just hope that they do grant a new trial. I don't know that we'll get to see a new trial if they do grant one. I really felt like that the case had went the way it did, that maybe the judge goal would have been like, you know what, I'm going to show everybody and prove that we aren't dancing in the dark over here in Indiana. Let's televise this. But she did the opposite. She's like, oh, she's a big fu is what she did. And I don't understand that. If you want people to get behind you, then give us reason to get behind you. You know, they kept making me feel like a conspiracy theorist, right? Because it's like, come on, Delphi, give me you. I can't say anything good about you ever. It's always got to be bad, so bad.
And the theme of this case has always been, coming soon, more to come.
Oh,
For 5 years straight, people were promised more information, and it was just
and yeah, and
drip by drip.
you'll see where it all. And you're like, yeah, but 5 years have went by. What are we going to see that? What did y'all see finally you didn't see for 5 years? That's what I'm like. And don't come in here with Kathy's crazy tip out of the box, because that's an embarrassment that y'all allowed that to happen. They wanted to skirt around, like, hey, let's take that for granted. Okay, Kathy found your tip in a box one day, and y'all don't think that's making y'all look foolish? That you allowed your killer to walk around for 5 years in your town around all the other little girls and nothing. Y'all are like, don't even throw shade at us for that. Like, no. Whose big fault was that, It's
Yeah,
it's weird.
not to mention in her testimony, she talks about how tight of a ship she runs, how
Uh-huh.
organized all of her filing cabinets are. Nothing gets past her at all. Yet, lo and behold, some random desk drawer, there's this tip, and it's found. And Spugs has actually done a lot of research with some help with some folks on the ties that Kathy Shank has to the people who were in unified command, other potential suspects who were identified, and
Mhm.
it is just a tangled mess. That's the problem with Delphi in kind of Carroll County, and I've been there myself specifically. It is very small. Everybody knows everybody. That that's what kind of leads me to believe that there's a lot of people in that town that know, and because they know exactly who, they know not to say anything.
Well, and I'm in a small town, and people
Hmm.
do know everybody,
Yeah.
and if they don't know you, they know your cousin, your brother, your uncle, your aunt, whatever. They know your grandpa. They know
Yep.
you. They know of you, and that's how small town corruption is very different than big time city corruption.
Correct.
Very different reasons, methods, everything about it. It's all to me. It's more dangerous in small towns because it's going to be that much more quiet, right? So, but if they, so the theory was that there was, Odonism in the town, and that was what happened in the woods that day. If you have people in the town who are a part of that secret society, and you don't want that secret out, everybody better get on board and let's cover this up, hide the real. I mean, that's what it feels like happened. You
Yeah.
know, I
And
mean,
yep.
nobody made up the Odinism stuff. It's real in the
Yeah.
town.
Nick McClellan said that best. It was an investigation that we did. It was the police who investigated that. And I don't know if you had seen, and we obviously don't have to watch it tonight because this is more about the brief. But All Eyes just released the Rod Abrams
Oh, we have
car
it.
car interview, and also the Sarah Carbaugh
Hmm.
mess, if you will. But yeah, I mean, listen, I think
I watched those right when they were dropping. I got the notification. I was like, "Oh, what is that? Oh, what is that?" And
yeah,
I, so yeah, I do
I have
have
my
those.
feelings about Rod Abrams. I'm a Rod Abrams slappy, so I won't. I'm very tempted to jump into it, but I'm not going to. But just to your point, yeah, I mean, 5 years goes by of someone getting away with the unaliving of two teenage girls, and just months prior to that, maybe 15 miles down the road, a house full of four sweet girls erupts in flames, and that doesn't get solved. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to come forward with information. It's just so it's especially difficult for them to, I'm sure, in that town, get anyone to pipe up to anything.
Well, yeah, and when you take into consideration the Flora fire, everything that went on over there, it's just down the street basically from Delphi, and the with what could have went on there, and the ties to what happened here could have happened here. You cannot say these things don't happen.
Yeah.
And there was somebody there who was down there at the Monon High Bridge doing a story, and he told me that I'm just riding down the freeway right there, and a motorcycle passed by, and as they passed by, Vinlanders on the back of the leather jacket, and then in one of the videos, interviews with Abby's mom.
Anna.
Yeah, it's not strange what she said. It's how it caught my attention, because she said, I forget, it's been a long time since I listened to the interview, but she was saying, it was the spring had come, it was getting warm outside, everybody was getting the motorcycles out.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, not the boats, not the jet skis, not the it was, we're all getting
not
the motorcycles.
Golf carts.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my family, we're like camping, get the boat, we got to get all this shit ready. It's the motorcycles are coming out, and me and my mod, I was like, did you notice that? She's like, it's the first thing I noticed, and we don't know why it struck us, but I felt like that it kind of implies there's some sort of gangs. You know what I mean? Not like. Y'all know what I mean, but because this, when you go look into the Odinism and the Vinlanders, all the things, and you see all the deep ties in Indiana, not just in the communities, but within the prison system as well. It's deep, and when I realized, they've put this man in prison from the get-go, and you learn more about that, and then I'm learning about these Odinists in the prison. This was before it ever came out that all this stuff that was going on in the prison to Rick Allen, and I remember when we were first learning of it, I was like, my head exploded. I was like, for real. And I know Sleuthy looked at that guy a lot, Jackson, Randy, what was his name, the one guard, and they never brought that stuff up in trial about that guard, and it bothered me, because if you go on his TikTok, all you saw was just story after story of his Vinlander stuff, and his Odinism stuff, and he was just like, it was all out there for the world to see, and he, big buff guy doing his weightlifting, and this guy was the guard in the prison. And I'm like, wait a minute, now this report, this Odinism thing I read about maybe happening in the woods, now there's a guard in the prison, and wait, this shit could be really happening. How can anybody say Rick Allen wasn't being harmed in prison when it's a proven fact these guys worked in the prison? Don't tell me they don't have friends on the, they're not prisoners, they're fucking guards.
Yeah, Sleuthy just said his name is Randy Jones.
Jones, I said Jackson, didn't I? I'm like, oops, sorry, sorry, Mr. Jackson.
Just as bad, if not worse. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's all the same.
My mom was like a huge Michael Jackson fan. She used to.
God bless her heart.
I know, she used to tell me, it'd be something. My mom was just being firm with me. She's being a good parent, and I'm like, you're so mean. I'm like a teenager, and she's like, oh yeah, you want me to show you how mean Randy Jackson was? I'm like, okay, whoa, easy.
I'll show you mean.
Oh yeah, she was. She didn't take no shit. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean,
my mom didn't either.
Hey, guess what? We're two decent people, I like to think. But
hey, my mama made a good person. That's all I can say. I try.
Right there with you. I was looking at all the stuff. Sorry, I know we're segueing a lot. I was looking at all the stuff coming out about Kohberger's mom defending him, and I'm like, well, I couldn't imagine why, he's in the position he is in if his mom's still in disbelief that he's capable of doing something like this, let alone, seeing the evidence that he did. So it's just kind of funny to me that kind of stuff comes full circle.
Oh
And
yeah.
back to the Odinism thing, just real quick, with Randy Jones, just the fact that the defense team walks in. Rick hadn't even heard about this theory yet. He hadn't even received any of the discovery, and he's talking about the Odinists to his attorneys. They're seeing the guards with the patches on their arms, and they bring that up. The next thing you know, Gallipo has the patches taken off, and they're starting to get tattoos of it on their face. So they're not just religious; they're Odinist evangelicals.
And worse than that, I mean,
Yeah,
straight up, you got court ordered to take that patch off of your uniform. You're like, okay, hold my beer. I'll just go get a tattoo instead on
right.
my
Yeah,
face where I can't hide it. They're like, oh, that's cool. You can still keep your job, sir. Like,
crazy.
no, no. How can
Yeah,
the one thing that might have happened in the woods, you also got guards? That is just too much. That tells me, ma'am, lady at the bench, you could be the high priestess. I, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
absolutely.
And I
And I
got
think,
I got a role for Carter. I think I know what role he played.
oh yeah, Odinist spokesman, right?
Well, he's that dark entity in the woods in the dark, the blackest of he's got the darkest of all their clothing.
I just,
He's the head. He's the head. He's the leader of the pack.
yeah.
Ooh,
I mean, you could tell now in those interviews, like him, Holman, Holman at Crime Com, you could see that something was just weighing on him.
Jesus Christ, that dude. You
Yeah.
think that? You think it was guilt, or do you think it's God? I hope no
No.
one finds out my secrets.
I thought at first it was guilt, and then I think it's just, I mean, I don't know how you feel about this. I feel evil weighs on people, and I think the more you jump into evil, the more you speak evil, see evil, and do evil, the more you look evil, almost. you
And I
know?
think, and I think they also trick themselves into thinking they are not evil. They're
Yeah,
right. That
yeah,
they're right. They
absolutely.
don't in the rest of the world, we have to hide some of the things like racism, wanting to keep our town a certain kind of way, making sure that you don't date outside your race, all these things that you can't
Yep.
just march around and do openly. We do it quietly. We like it that way. You
Yeah,
know, and I I wasn't raised to be racist, but man, I have grown up in a town where there were a lot of racists, right? And it's just old school people like my old grandparents, all their old friends. It was just that's how they were. But my parents didn't act that way, right? And my dad worked with a lot of black men over the years, and we were just never taught to be that way. But in a lot of towns, it is that way, and they want to keep it that way,
yeah,
you know. And so I look at I've always looked at Holman and thought, man, he's one of those guys. He likes it the way it is. We don't. I wonder what the population of black people in Delphi really is. I've never thought about it until just now.
I know Flora, it's like 3%, and I specifically looked that up because I had a Twitter back and forth with Robert Ives, the former Carroll County
You
prosecutor,
did? I know who he
and
is. Yeah.
I asked him why he suspected that the only black family in Flora was the ones, especially with when you look at where that house was, Salty,
Mhm.
just on a major street corner,
Yep.
within spitting distance of the fire department. And
Yep.
I know that it happened in the middle of the night and all this other stuff, but I asked him, I said, why do you think it was specifically the only black family in Flora? And he replied to me, and the one argument that he had against me was they weren't the only black family in Flora. And I looked it up, and yeah, it's about 96% white, 3% black, and 1% other. And if you drive through Flora, it's hilarious. There's like one gas station when you kind of enter the town. Then after that, it's just this like grid of houses, and you just see these droopy white people faces.
Yeah.
There's no other
Yeah.
way to
And
explain
because
it.
when they were interviewing a lot of the neighbors around the home, I noticed there were just a lot of older. There were some black families. There was a couple of black families and children that they did interview, but there were more white people of the neighbors of Flora, and they were older, and had very good things to say about the girls.
Yeah.
They were good girls, polite girls. They were always friendly and saying hi
Yep.
to neighbors, and nobody had one bad thing to say about those girls or their mother.
Yeah, even
You
Gayla,
know,
like, was well known for minding her own business, and she had, I
yeah,
mean,
she didn't cause trouble and do
right.
anything. She was just raising her babies and living life like most of us do,
Yeah, but
until that horrible night, so there's a lot that, if people who don't know the story of the Flora and all the things that go along with Delphi, they don't they only hear what mainstream media has told them, and that's not always an accurate account. We know that, and we saw a lot of that, even during the trial. Those of us who were more informed, we would see how mainstream media was covering it and how they weren't covering it, in the way they, and it's just like, damn, if you could just get one of them to cover the what's real about this, maybe, I don't know if it would change anything, but maybe the public would have demanded better, even of Indiana.
I think a lot about what things would look like if Bridge Guy was a black man, and I think a
Mm,
lot about how just the chaos that would have unfolded behind that, and different people's motivations to investigate different things. I just,
no, dude, if
yeah,
you
I know we're
if
here for the brief, but that's
no,
just,
if you're
think
you're
about that for
right.
a second.
No, you're right. If Bridge Guy had been a black man walking the Monon High Bridge that day, that tip would never have gotten lost in a drawer. The second he said, "I was there on the bridge," boom, that's it. You're the guy. And,
Right.
and I hate to say that too. And you don't want to think that's the way it still is in 2026, but in a lot of towns, that's how it's going to be, especially in mostly white towns, right?
Yep.
It's just the way it is, unfortunately. And in Richard Allen's case, it's just with so many weird things that never added up, like the fact that we have this video, and even the Nancy Guthrie case. Watch the bridge, watch Porch Guy. Someone's going to recognize that gate. I'm like, no, they're not. Nobody recognized Bridge Guy
No.
for 5 damn years, and we had that video shoved down our throats. And they did all kind of stuff to that video apparently to get it ready for trial, and still nobody could say, "Hey, that's the guy for sure." Um, the fact that they had the video and nobody recognized him, and the fact that we found out that they had the sketch in the damn CVS and nobody recognized him. They had the voice, "Guys, down the hill. Here's your medication. Do you have any questions?" Nobody recognized the voice. And then out of nowhere, you pull the name out of a box.
Yep. I Yeah, and you know what else? Just because you mentioned Nancy Guthrie, I two thoughts. The first is, my the Tepe murders. Michael, they had the video of him, and they said, no, someone's going to recognize that walk. Didn't happen. Tyler Robinson, they had him on the Ring doorbell camera footage. Someone's going to recognize that walk. They didn't, right?
Yep.
The other thing I'm very grateful for, and I think we should all be thanking God, is that AI didn't exist
Oh,
in 2017,
Lord
because
help us.
I just, the people plugging Porch Guy into AI, I'm like, you're
Oh,
gonna
you
get.
wouldn't believe. Let me give you a little taste of what people are willing to do. If I was to show y'all a picture, I was sent a picture mid trial from somebody who had it for a couple of years. A couple of years, I thought. How did you have that? A couple of years. If you consider when they arrested the guy. Anyway, it's not a real picture, but it is a picture that appears. Somebody is standing, okay, say you're down at Deer Creek, across the creek where they would have been. Somebody is standing down there with a camera looking at the Monon High Bridge.
Mm.
And it's Richard Allen with Abby and Libby. And so it would appear that a second person's in the woods with Richard Allen, photographing him talking to Abby and Libby, standing at the foot of the Monon High Bridge. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
thinking to myself, hmm, Why was this sent to me? And the timing. First of all, I'm not your girl. I don't run. Let me run live with what I got. My name ain't Jennifer Coffinduffer.
Oh God, yeah.
I take a moment.
They got to go
But
back and look at all her cases, man.
oh, Jesus Christ. When she went live with DB's fake Delphi Google shit, that's what did me in. Okay, it was bad enough that she's going to sneak around and take pictures in the yard over there in Karen Reed's case. But when she went live with breaking, I have Richard Allen's Google searches
Yep.
on. She was shaking, man, pointing at her phone. She couldn't even talk.
Yep.
I
If there's
was
anyone who knows how to strike when the iron's hot, it's DB. I admire that guy, whoever and
that was
wherever he is.
that was epic.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was
even know
great.
we don't know where DB Cooper went. He disappeared one time and we've
Yep.
never seen him again. But he
Yeah.
claims to live large on the internet. I don't know for sure if it's him. Hey, is there a reward for that DB guy?
For actual DB Cooper, I
need some
think so.
money. Is for real? Because I think this
Yeah.
might be the real one. I think this is the real DB Cooper. Honestly, that's my thought.
There was, I think it was like one of the
It's a
suspects, like their
voice
kids
changer
found a
he uses.
parachute.
Yeah, parachute.
Yeah.
He
I don't know,
knows
maybe
he's
it's
got all
him.
that money. That's
Maybe
not
it's him.
DB's real voice y'all hear. He's an old man right now. He's just faking y'all out. I'm telling y'all, it's the real DB.
If he's an old man, he is the best old man I've ever seen. Like use Photoshop and AI and all this other stuff. He's masterful at what he does. Yeah,
He is.
I am not DB. I wish I was as good as him. I don't think I could ever trick Coffinduffer.
No, his mind just works in a way that I'm like, this dude, this mind of his. All right.
Yeah,
But you know what? That's the beauty of this place. It's like with All Eyes, the way her mind works, and Sleuthy and you meet, we all have different ways, and it's like when it all comes together, and you take a little bit from everybody, so anyway.
It's so funny hearing all of them, like Sleuthy, All Eyes. I mean, the list goes on and on. Oksana. I mean, Andrea Burkhart. Like, I listen to Andrea Burkhart. I've listened to her for like 8 hours straight, and I've gone, I don't think I ever have or ever will meet a woman like that in my life. You know what I mean? Like, and I hate to say that way, but it's like, I don't know if I just grew up around women who were held back from their true potential, probably. But then, like, I see Sleuthy, I see All Eyes, I see like Criminality, and I'm like, oh my God, these are amazing
There's
people.
some strong, badass women out there, isn't there? Come to find out, yeah.
Like, like your insights on
the less we care.
Yeah, your insights on Bugs too. Yeah, she's here. All of them. It's just like, I cannot believe. Like, there's a list of people. I pretty much just said all their names that I think if they were on the case with the defense the first time around, that Rick would be free right now. I firmly believe that, and shame on, we love Andy, but shame on Andy and shame on Brad for not taking these people as consult,
And especially when they have stated publicly that they did lean on the true crime community, armchair sleuths, whatever you want to call them, the public, for helping. The public was able to find a lot of information.
Yeah.
I just don't think the information went into the right hands, and I don't think they listened enough. And I have my own thoughts about the defense, but I don't know if I'm right. I'm far from being informed enough to make a real good decision on my decision, but
yep, we can do 6 other.
I mean, I look. There were things happening pre-trial and during trial that I literally was scratching my head about. If I'm defense attorney today, I'm like, what are you doing? I'm reading the note, or I'm reading the tweet that just came out of the courtroom, and I'm like, no, go back in there and do this, I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't even go to law school, girl, shut up. But I fight with myself all the time. There's two of me in here. I'm a Gemini, and we just go at it constantly.
yeah, and it's just one of those. I don't know. It's one of those things where hindsight's 2020. I'm not going to pretend like I know more, or anything like that. But I will also. I think it's worth looking. No one's above critique in life, right? I think that's
No.
been my biggest motto. Is like a lot of people put their little like crime tube together and get their free Canva thumbprint up, and then get on and they have this crazy opinion, and then you go, well, hold on a second. Here's why that might not work, and they take it so personally, and it's like, hold on, well, I'm not no, you could go back through my Twitter history, and I'm like, I'll put something out there, and I have at least 3 or 4 people genuinely smarter than me go, yeah, no, that's not really the case, and here's why. And you know how I handle it? I go, okay, thank you, because the wise value knowledge, right?
Yeah.
But they're we could have a whole another 6 live streams talking about
Well,
the
when people are trying
yeah.
to have legitimate conversations, and with the Delphi case, it's crazy because you had that one place that
Mhm,
decided to give them a label. People who
mhm,
supported, like the pro burgers, were labeled pro burgers. Drunk Turkey takes all the credit for that one. Just like the people I can't stand to say their name, they take all the credit for saying cranks. I remember like, what the fuck's a crank? What the hell? Am I old? What's a crank? I remember the first time I heard them say it is I was reviewing something they did for uh, it was during something to do with Delphi, and I knew it was going to be BS. So I wanted to go review it real quick, and they talking about crank, and I'm like, "What the hell's a
mhm.
crank, lady?" And anyway, it turns out she was talking about my friends, and I was like, "Oh, that wow, okay, that if that's what that means, okay, but it it feels like they do that kind of stuff to throw shade at people so they're not taken seriously, right? When you try to now get somebody into the Delphi case and hey, come talk about this case and come review this and let take a listen to what we're about to do. Oh, y'all are a bunch of cranks. It's all y'all are just won't listen. I don't try to approach it that way, and I don't approach the pro burgers that way because there's a
Right.
couple of those people that I respect, not
Mhm.
because I respect them because they believe in what they're doing and they put a bunch of research into it and they're not always wrong, right? And the minute they can bring me something I can get my teeth into, I'll be right there with them. So I'm not totally closed off to stuff, but come with the conversation, and people need to be willing to have the conversation. I just feel like when I bring up Delphi, sometimes it's like, oh, y'all don't know what you're talking about. Y'all just don't, that trial's over. That guy, you baby killer protector thing comes up, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and the crank label is there's a particular irony to it where um I think I I didn't put 2 and 2 together because I was listening to R&M at the time. I don't know if they were still the Unraveled back then, but I was listening to a lot of people, and I had came across the Murder Sheet episode, I guess you could call it, where they were doing the whole leaked text readout and whatever, and they referred to them as like internet cranks. And
Hmm.
then they ended up owning that, and it was kind of like a Barbara Streisand effect, where
Yes,
more
it
and more people
backfired in my
eventually,
face.
and I say this about the quote unquote private investigators that we are asking questions for right now.
Is
We're
that what you?
asking them what they did, and then they're posting our tweets and our whatever we say, and they're like, look at these people attacking us, and then I gain
That's so
followers. I get
weird.
DMs from people going, holy shit, I was listening to this person, and then I came and I looked at your feed, and that led me to other people, again, people
Yeah,
smarter than me's feed, and they say, well, now I'm getting a lot more information than what I did before, and now I have a lot more questions, and it's like,
right.
listen, I don't I don't really call myself a crank. I know I am, but I don't call myself that. Like when I was in high school, I made the mistake of wearing I was in a metal band, and I wore our T-shirt to school one day,
Yes.
and someone was like, "That's so lame. Why would you ever do that?" So I don't really label myself things. I'm like a vampire. I don't go anywhere I'm not invited, but I support the hell out of them. I guess I would consider myself one, but I think in the essence of like supporting
Yeah.
and defending them too. That's an important thing. A lot of these people that do good work need to be defended. They really do.
They really, really do. And the whole thing about what the Murder Sheet was trying to do when they gave them that label was to make them look lesser than, because they think they're the shit and they wanted to be the go-to in the Delphi case or
Right.
whatever.
Right.
And I don't nobody's heard of you and your, I don't even know what, some kind of restaurant murders or some shit y'all were doing, and I don't know what they've done since then. I couldn't tell you. And I just remember laughing when they said the term, and I thought, and then the next thing I know, that's what everybody online was, their cranks. But um, say somebody comes into new to the case, if they just come in with open minds, right, and listen to the documents and read what it is there, and be open to saying, you know what, maybe he does deserve a new trial, and then maybe I can get some answers. Because I can honestly say, I'm one of those people, I do not believe Rick Allen committed these murders because of what I've seen, but I have no clue. Either way, it doesn't look like he did. He
Hmm.
doesn't fit. If I take into account what I know of the crime scene, what I know of the people that were all around, things that were going on, the alternate suspects, even all the things that I do know that the jury had no indication of, he just doesn't fit the guy who would have done that day.
Hmm.
Just all of a sudden, today's the day that I'm doing this and don't have any priors for anything, and I just gotta scratch this itch, and then nothing after that.
Right.
No, honey, let's move. Our girl's grown up now. Let's leave. Let's go. Nothing.
Yep.
Nothing. I'm tired of you, lady. I'm divorcing you and I'm running away. No other murders were committed in the town. I mean, like, it was just, it doesn't make sense that he would do it even.
Yeah. So one of the arguments that I think, when the state released their replies, so the brief that's in the middle of, it's sandwiched in between these two from Rick's appellate team, where they pretty much said that Rick, he didn't go into a state of psychosis from the horrible environments that he was in. He actually went into a state of psychosis because he was confronted with the discovery that implicated his guilt.
Mm-hmm.
I've been raising high hell about this because my argument to that is, when he initially sat down with Tony Liggett and Steve Mullen, and they pretty much told him that he was bridge guy. In that initial thing, Rick was very calm and said, "Okay, cool, arrest me. You're gonna make my wife fucking rich." He actually said that to Holman, but he had the same kind of energy in that first interview. Why didn't he pull a Scott Peterson then, Salty? Why didn't he dye his hair and try to drive as fast in his little Ford fucking Focus to Mexico? And why didn't he freak out and go, do something just completely brash? He was cool as Coltrane. He showed back up to interview Jerry Holman nearly 2 weeks later in like a pair of sweatpants. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm not the guy. Like, what do you guys, what's up? Can I get my shit back?" And they're like, "Well, hold on, let's talk for a second." Jerry Holman shows him a picture of Libby's dead foot with the bullet next to it, and he says, "That's your bullet." And then he tells Rick Allen, there are experts, he lies to him, uses the Reed technique and lies to him and says, there are experts saying that was your voice and that was you on the bridge. How come Rick didn't immediately start eating his own shit, freaking
Getting
out,
his
banging his head up
discovery.
against the wall immediately? No one to this day is able to tell me that.
And so after being questioned, or talking in the very beginning, self-reporting, and like everything you just described, at no point during those 5 years did he ever approach his wife about them moving. Like, you know what, just to be safe, like if he did it, right? Phew, that was
Mm-hmm.
close. They interviewed me, and they don't appear to be getting nowhere. Phew, I think I'm gonna live right here and be fine. Or, no, you would think maybe he would be like nervous Nelly, freaking out, like the experts say, notice the person who's changed behavior. Did Rick ever come home acting any kind of way? Kathy
Mm-hmm.
never, it never appeared to be like that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think she probably would have said, even in the interviews with he was with excuse me, doing the interviews and the cameras were on, she could have said, "But Rick, you were acting so crazy after all that. Now it makes sense." But she never even said anything like that.
Yeah, he was able to go. If you've been to Delphi, you could walk from the CVS to the High Bridge Trail, to the High Bridge actually, and back probably about 7 or 8 times in a day. It's very close. He walked into work every day with his, again, the picture of Bridge Guy every day and saw that. Not a single person walked in that CVS, walked up and said, excuse me, Indiana State Police, Carroll County, Delphi, that's the man right there. That's him. Not a single person did that. And then he
Yeah.
also completely went back to full normalcy. And yeah, we know that people do that, right? We've seen that with like Dennis Rader, and Dahmer was always weird, but he still went to work. Like as
But the thing about those guys is they didn't stop at one kill.
right. Well, and that's, you have people now that are trying to tie Rick to like Evansdale and stuff, and it's like
Good
whatever.
luck.
They could be tied, but I don't think it's Rick at all in
That,
either of them.
man, that'd be show me proof.
Right.
Can we get his cell phone from back in the day? Did he ever travel that? I mean, come on, man. So,
Well,
they'll stick it. If they can pin it on him, they will.
that's another great question. The second Dan Doolin popped Rick's phone battery out of his phone to take down his IMEI, if Rick had done it, he, again, according to the state's argument, he would have absolutely been losing his mind. Right? He would have
Yes.
absolutely been having, outside of his normal like depression and anxiety that he actually had. But he still would have absolutely lost his mind. That's why I hate that argument, and they're trying to mitigate the conditions he was actually in Westville, which are terrible. There's videos out there of Westville, and it's hell on earth. And sorry, we're already like an hour in and we haven't even touched the brief yet. But you'll see down in when they're talking about that the state, the trial court erred in allowing the state to admit confessions that they drew out of a broken man. It's very true. And for those of you, if you don't believe me, research the Stanford prison experiment of 1971, and you will see exactly how even someone knowingly walking into an experiment that's being simulated still exhibit behaviors, not just the inmates, but the guards too. I think there's like a huge application of that to what happened to Rick, except for Rick was in that kind of situation on steroids, and it was real, and it was actually hell on earth. It's crazy.
Yeah. Can you just and then when we talk about things, I did a show the other day. We watched the Supreme Court oral arguments on geofencing, right? Geofence warrants.
Yeah.
And it brought me, over here in Delphi, they're like, "Oh, no, we don't need no geofence warrants over here," But you, them getting like this tunnel vision, right? And like 5 years in, we have no arrests. We got to get it on somebody. All these things are happening. It just seems like they rushed with this, and we don't need that in this day and age. We just don't need that happening. It shouldn't be happening. There are too many checks and balances, too many eyes on law enforcement these days. Body cameras should be, we expect them now to be on all of the officers. So, and people are like, "Oh, well, officers are human, mistakes will be made." I'm like, well, so is the criminal, if you're going to go down that road.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
So if we're going to excuse away law enforcement today because they're human and they had a bad day, well, and now I'm going to be a defense attorney and tell you my client had a bad day too. Like, stop that,
Yeah.
They got to be held accountable so things are done right from the beginning, and we can't put innocent people in jail, or possibly innocent. What good does that do victims and people who want to say, "Oh, well, you don't care about the victims"? Bullshit. If the wrong person is in prison, the victims have been walked all over numerous times at that point.
Yeah, that's what I say to the smooth brains that are like, oh well, you just support a child killer. It's like, no, 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 ma'am or
That's easy.
sir, telling
Yeah,
me that. As a matter of fact, I firmly believe that you believing that Richard Allen is guilty are actually supporting child killers that are still in the loose. So
true.
you're worse
Yeah.
than me.
Yeah, I mean, people shouldn't take it like that unless you're that kind of person that everybody's innocent, everybody's PCA's a garbage, and the cops are all liars. That means every bad guy ever arrested is innocent. Boy, we're in trouble.
Hmm.
You can't come out of the gate like that expecting every case to be like that. I don't want to live in a world like that. But look, over
No,
there, look, Kentucky, Letcher County is not.
right?
It is not much different than Delphi, Indiana. Come to find out, we
Uh,
I still got to get to that show to get our update there. Oh, holy hell, what's going down over there? So people can't say it don't happen, right? It's just I think corruption nowadays might be easier to uncover because things are different, and digital data is a gold mine sometimes. Somebody
look at
knows.
what's going on in the entire state of Massachusetts.
Oh lordy, do we have to?
No, well, yeah, we don't have to touch on it, but it's just like, if a police officer out there is, and again, there are good police considering the system that they have to work in. I'm just going to say that very carefully. um, but the likelihood that in the state of Massachusetts you're going to run into a racist, a pedophile, or a absolute like sexist womanizer with a badge on is highly likely, right?
Yeah,
And that's just the stuff that's been, you know, exposed. God only knows what's going on in all these other communities. I live in Ohio, and it's just like the Ohio State Police. It's like, oh my God, getting pulled over by one of those guys. It's like, listen, just whatever I need to do to not get killed coming out of this situation for going
oh
15
goodness,
over. Like, let's just work on it, right?
oh goodness.
But
Uh,
there's other places like local, like I there's some good Detroit cops that I've met that are just genuinely good people. At some of two went to social work. It's just like,
we have the
um,
Florida State Troopers, but down here in the southeast, everybody knows be super careful coming through Mississippi.
mhm,
The state troopers are racist. I
yeah,
saw it with my own eyes. I couldn't believe it. It was totally by accident that I saw this and witnessed it. I'm like, holy shit, I'll never do this again. Um, I was with somebody who ran out of gas on the interstate in Mississippi. It was wild, but it's in southern states it's still more prevalent than people want to believe, because of the racial aspect in it. Like
mhm,
I am from the deep south, born and raised.
yeah,
Don't come at the south, right? Don't do it. But I am also very honest.
yeah,
And there was a time, even in the 70s, it was not friendly in the south. And I think in a lot of places it's still that way.
right,
And deeper in the small towns and the well-connected communities where, look how old Kathy was by the time Rick Allen was at trial, standing up there with the rest of them. Look, we're going to get Kathy. Come here, and tell him how you found that box that one day. She's like,
well, that was
where's the stage? Point me in that direction. And then
and
her
that was like,
daughter wanted to come live large on the Twitter afterwards. What?
yeah,
What? What?
yeah, and that was
Dahlia?
even like, who was it? Was it All Eyes will probably know what, or someone? I think Classic might too. I don't know if it was Tobe or Liggett or Holman or one of them, but it was
To
like it was. She called them after having worked with one of them like years ago and was like, hey, if you need any help like just getting stuff organized, like let me know. And they're like, actually, yeah, like when can you start? Like no background check, no like no procedure. She probably didn't even have an I-9 on file, right?
No, she just got some
Just,
time on her hands. She worked in an office that one time. She,
just, and you take that and you pair that with the fact that like leading up to the trial there was an untested female hair wrapped around one of the girl's fingers.
and
There's
guess what? We have a place now that can test that hair for them.
Yeah,
Austria,
Ostrom, yeah,
Australia Labs,
yep,
Australia. Let me say it correctly. Australia Labs,
yep,
according to CC Moore, and to the attorneys. who fought in New York to allow that evidence to come into the Rex Heuermann trial, causing Rex Heuermann to go, uh-oh, they're about to hang me by my ball sack. Let me just go ahead and confess. You, okay, we can now test that hair wrapped around the victim's finger.
Yeah.
So why
Yeah.
not test it? Why not? If I was, if maybe one day, who knows? But the appellate team isn't here to find the real killer. They're here to get a new trial for Richard Allen.
Right.
So I
Correct.
don't know, if he gets a new trial and
Mhm.
he is found not guilty, what would happen then?
I think he would have a crank protective barricade around him coming out of the courtroom. And then I think here's the thing. He is already so messed up from what happened. Any normal person would be. No matter what happens, he's not going to be able to live the normal life, just even cognitively, like mentally, from what's happened to him, let alone the amount of people that, if he's lucky enough to even be able to walk down the street, the way people look at him, right?
Yeah.
I was in Kokomo in December, not willingly, I had to be. And I was at a bar, and the bartender there, I played dumb. I didn't know anything about Delphi. She was telling me the story, and she told me that he would develop pictures of the crime scene that he took of the girls at the CVS he worked at. So there are people out there that local people who don't have the true story. They don't know.
They don't have the facts. They
All
got
yeah.
that wrong. Because he developed because he did develop photos from the funeral, but they were from the family's camera.
Right.
It wasn't like people do that with Idaho 4. Even they get even that guy that just wrote that book. Oh my God, the freaking pro burgers are tearing him apart for getting his facts wrong. But somebody commented about CC Classic, says CC Moore offered help, but ISP was not interested. I saw Paul Holes speaking, and he was talking about IGG and all the things, and he brought up Delphi. And he was consulted in the Delphi case.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, let me rewind this and pay close attention. So I listened again, and he was consulted in the Delphi case, and he said they really never went through with genetic genealogy. He said, I will say this, they have their work cut out for them. And I thought, what does that mean?
Yeah.
So in 2017, why would they have their work cut out for them with DNA? Was it because the hair didn't have a follicle, and back in 2017 it needed a follicle? Or is it a mixture like we have with Nancy Guthrie that we can't separate or get a good profile from? Then I went back, and there's this interview, when these strange interviews with Barbara McDonald, and they're in the woods, and it's Tobe, and they're
I was just about to say that. Yep.
The sunlight is coming through the trees, and she's like, do you have DNA? He's like, we have DNA in the
We
cave.
do.
There you go. You know the
sounds
exact one I'm
You kind
talking
of sound
about.
like Mitch McConnell a little
Fucking
bit.
creepy shit. Like, what kind of creepy
I
low?
believe in a righteous God.
Like, what? Why are y'all in the woods with the freaking sunlight creeping through like that, talking the way y'all are? You're scaring me right now.
Right.
Yeah. So why you got all this DNA, but none of it belongs to Richard Allen?
Mm.
We need DNA to convict Brian. If they didn't have DNA on a sheath, I couldn't convict Brian Kohberger, okay? And I'm ready. I'm like, you sit right where you're right where you need to be, sir. But without that sheath, game over. Different story. The Nancy Guthrie case, if they got DNA and they can find a guy and it matches one day, yay. Where's the DNA in this case?
Well, and especially considering just how intimate the crime was, the fact that Libby had multiple gashes on her neck, and this was apparently done with a box cutter. And you mean to tell me that we had to really, as morbid as it is, you had to get in there, and then just the he was able to clean them that quickly, and like and I've been there, Salty. Like I've actually been there. Like I was on the first platform where like Rick said he was, or I'm sorry, where not where Rick said he was, where Betsy Blair said
That's
she
the first
saw young
platform.
bridge guy
Yeah,
on that first platform. You can hear so much. And you can see so much. You can't really see the crime scene because it bent the creek like bends around,
right.
but you know you could see you could certainly see if the girls were being sent down the hill. You can kind of see a little bit into the private drive because like there's not a lot of like vegetation there. It's just the bare trees there. But
Yeah.
I heard a lady spinning her tires in the cemetery. She got stuck in the cemetery.
Oh, really?
She got lost. She was trying to turn around. I'm like, what the hell is that noise? I go back. I get in my car. I do the Sarah Carbaugh drive. I obey the law. I didn't hit anybody with my car like she probably did. But I got to the cemetery and I saw this lady in like a silver Honda Civic. And it was funny. I was like, do you need help? I got out of my truck. I'm like, do you need help? And she's like, that would be great, but I'm going to stay on the phone with my girlfriend if that's okay, just because of things that have happened in the past.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, yeah, and I pushed her car out, but I heard spinning tires, and it's just
So
it's
you
very the trail's kind of long, but once you hit the bridge, it's all like right there.
And that's the thing with people going down there like you're describing, because we have had good
Yeah.
people go down there and take really good footage and describe the way it, because it's getting to know your surroundings in a case is everything. I always joke that I know Moscow, Idaho, and Delphi, Indiana far better than I should. For somebody who's
Hmm.
never stepped foot in their towns, I know a lot about their town, and now I know more about Tucson than I ever wanted to know. Um,
Yeah.
and so with that said, though, Joe, who used to come around, went down there and took some pretty good footage from around the foot of the bridge down to the creek and everything. But when I had Mr. Steve on the other night, um, before I watched what he did, people on the internet would say things like, "Oh, you can't get from the cemetery to the crime scene." Or you can't get to the crime scene from the cemetery, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, well, whatever. And so I'm like searching all over the internet, and it turns out you can. Mr. Steve did it. Him and his
Hmm.
wife went down there and they were able to park in the cemetery, and they went down and through the woods. They went to the crime scene. They also did
Hmm.
a phone test. And if I
Hmm.
don't want to get it wrong, but God, I should have pulled that video up and loaded it up. So anyway, they have a way. So she's in another location, and Steve went, and he would have been down there where the girls were found, but
Hmm.
his phone was showing him at a completely different location. It was
Yeah.
never accurate, and he pointed that out, that
Huh.
you cannot go by this, because his wife was looking at her phone in the map, and it would show
Right.
him here, but he was technically over here, right? It
Okay.
wasn't where he was.
Yeah.
Um, and they did, and he buried bullets in the yard as well on his property to see. We needed to know things like, I think
Yeah.
Criminality started that with a question she posed one night. So he buries bullets, and left them out there. He buried different ones and left them out certain different lengths of time. We wanted to look at corrosion of the sand, the dirt, different things, changing the to change the bullets and different
Yep.
things that would be happening. But he absolutely proved that you could get through there. And then I saw other videos of other people going from the cemetery to the crime scene. So with that, going back to what you said about there was a lot of time that seemed to be spent. Because if you go by the timeline, people always
Hmm.
want to say how that's not enough time to commit the murders and blah 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 blah. It depends on a lot of factors. This was daylight hours
Correct.
with a lot of people around,
A
apparently,
lot of people.
that could have heard things. Then, and y'all want us to believe that he was in and out. He goes down there, he sees them, guys get across the creek, boom, 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 it's done, he's gone. Walks down the opposite road, muddy and bloody, according to one witness, one day, and one day,
Hmm.
one day not, one day he did. We don't know. Um, it just doesn't make any sense because the crime scene itself, it feels like somebody was down there for a lot longer than they would have put him there.
Well, and you also have to consider that, Brad Weber was the one who scared him because the state's theory is that Rick was going to have his way with the girls and that Brad Weber ended up scaring him. So then the question begs, why is he hanging out for an hour and a half after completely reclothing one of the girls, including shoes?
Taking time to do that when he's afraid already.
Yeah. Question: the person who told you that it's impossible to get from the cemetery to the crime scene, do they believe that Rick is innocent or guilty?
Oh, that was just comments I was seeing
Oh,
online.
okay.
Different people. That
Yeah,
would
because
say
my
things
reply
like
to
that.
them would be, how would it be possible that Rick, who is 5'4" with a pre-existing heart condition, be able to get up through the cemetery and out to walk up 300 North for Sarah Carbaugh to see him? That would be, my
Yeah,
argument.
I mean, well, I mean, if you can do a lot of things when you really want to do them.
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not. So if I say if he's the killer, yeah, he could have probably done that. He probably would have been completely out of breath by the time he got down to the highway, and it would have been a little struggle to walk down the road. Whatever, who knows? He could have took fire by a tree. I don't know. A lot of things, but the witness description of what she saw coming down that road, walking down the road, doesn't make any sense because it changes from what she saw. Um, there's just a lot of weird things and you feel like there was enough. I felt like there was enough. I felt like as the case kept proceeding before trial, that there. And again, I'm no lawyer and I don't live in Indiana, but there was just seemed like a lot of things the judge was doing that didn't seem legally right or even fair. You know what I mean? And I was hoping that some of that could come back to bite her square in the ass on appeal. Like, I really want to see that happen because I don't know. Like, oh, well, she's just ruling within the letter of the law, or
Mm-hmm.
that's not fair. That's not, wow, Indiana, I could never live there if that's true. If that's just the way y'all roll, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Andrea Burkhart says this wonderful thing where she's talking about, there's so much that's left up to judicial discretion. It's
Yeah.
infuriating. So, Goal might never really see her day of any kind of accountability just because of the way the system works. And there's a fundamental difference between law and ethics. Just because we don't, personally agree with it doesn't mean that it's not the law. And they use it for evil matters. Just the fact alone that Goal was able to say that a third party argument can't be made because there's no nexus, such as DNA, and then be able to turn around and allow this case to be prosecuted when there's no DNA implicating Richard Allen. It's, now we're talking about home cooking there, right?
Yeah, well, it's dangerous to come and say that the nexus needs to be DNA.
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
Excuse me, ma'am. You're retiring now, but so any case would have been brought before you. Your question would have been, is there DNA? No, you don't got DNA. Well, then there's no nexus. Get out of my courtroom. Like, stop it. What other nexus did you need? And like you said, there was no DNA to show that Rick Allen did it either. So
Right.
what other nexus do you need other than there's odinist in your town? And yeah, there's odinist in your town. I mean, I couldn't go on, but we should
Yeah,
probably read the document at some point.
and one of them has a connection to Abby through his son, who they were secretly dating for a few months. And Brad Weber I'm sorry, not Brad Weber, Brad Holder had lied about not knowing Abby, and then eventually admitted to having met Abby in the past, and not only having met Abby in the past, but meeting her at Patrick Westfall's house.
That's the biggest problem. You know what? You know what? Really, reading take documents with a grain of salt, especially a defense attorney's with a grain of salt. I know that. So I read the Frank's motion, and I'm like, damn. But when you consider the things you were just talking about, right?
Right.
And all of this other stuff that comes into play, that's when you when you look at the alternate suspects, how could they even really be involved, right? And then you go, oh, well, this is then there's interviews on the internet with one of these alternate suspects. And he says during one of the interviews about knowing these girls, or
Yeah.
his children knowing the girls and going to school with the girls and knowing one of the girls' mother, um, and having a beer with her in the bar one day. And like, I'm like, oh, and there's no nexus. You don't know these victims. You're lying because now you're on the internet completely saying the opposite of that. So when I consider how close these actual alternate suspects could have been guilty
Hmm.
of something, yeah, they give me more pause than the alternate suspects in the Idaho 4 case. There's
Yeah, and
way more pause.
I think there's more circumstantially there for them than the circumstances of Richard Allen, which was that
Far more.
he said he was there earlier in the day on video footage, and then the report that Holman eventually got around to, and Kathy Shank eventually found. It didn't say that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. It said he was there between 1:30 to 3:30, and that's the same report where they didn't even get his fucking name right. He was listed as Richard Allen Whiteman.
Look, and I'm gonna be the first. I know. Don't even that whole thing. Kathy over there. Oh, Rick Allen Whiteman Allen. Oh, that's the road. Oh, that must be the last. Whatever
Mhm.
y'all doing with that weird Oh, wait. That was Doug Carter and his magic hands. He worked magic that day because they got
Mhm.
potions. They learned their potion in the woods that night before, and they Kathy's just under a trance. It is what it is. It, I almost got sidetracked. There was a comment that I saw I wanted to say something about, but I can't. Let me go
Okay.
find it.
While you look for that, I'm going to be right back.
Okay, you go right ahead. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for coming in. We're going to read the document, I promise. It's just sitting here chatting with my friend, and I'm glad all y'all could join us. It says RA's Pecos's rantings were direct evidence, but Elvis's voluntary confessions weren't. What kind of guy says if I spit on the crime scene or the victims and my DNA is found, am I going to get in trouble? Then I went back and thought, spit on the crime scene, spit on the victim. There was a stick on the victim that they tossed to the side. Did the spit land on the stick? Paul Hull said they got their work cut out for them with that DNA in Delphi. Wonder why. Did y'all find spit on the stick 2 weeks later? You're like, oh, shucks. That was a mistake.
The sticks that Dan Doolin had to tell them to go back out and collect.
You boys might want to go fetch some sticks after all. It turns out. I don't think that was for cover. Kind of like the guy with them vines, that porch guy with the vines. I don't think that's covering up no camera. Turns out.
No.
Turns out the what you think is the answer, your eyes is playing tricks on you. I don't know, if I walked up on the crime scene, I'm an investigator, and I got sticks, just two of them. I don't care how big they are. They better be bigger than the person before I conclude they're just to cover them up. Like, what if something weird's happening here?
Yeah, and
Like
let
Stevens case, something weird happened there.
let's say the sticks. I'll just play in the state's theory for a second. Let's say the sticks were placed there because they wanted the girls to be hidden, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason. Why would you say not big deal to that? The person who put those sticks there did not want the girls to be found. So why are you at least taking them and swabbing the living hell out of them? You walk up in a crime scene. There's two girls that are dead by a sharp object, an edged object, and you don't take the sticks off their body and secure them on the off chance that you kind of have like a Koberger situation where maybe one of the sticks they grabbed, they got a cut on their hand and didn't even know because their adrenaline's through the roof.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, if when we learned more about the scene and the way the girls were killed and the way the wounds were and different things, it was very intimate, very, they say it's a very personal crime, very
Yeah.
intimate when they come in with a knife like that. Um, it felt like, okay, people were like, it had to be more than one person in Idaho 4. He had two victims in each room that had been intoxicated. They were
Yeah.
away, the two upstairs were way away from the other two. These two girls were young. According to the video, they were not intoxicated. They were perfectly fine. They could yell, they could scream, they could run, they could do all the things, but did nothing. Okay, I could see that because if they have a gun, that's
Hmm.
enough to scare two little girls into being silent. But I don't know if fight or flight, might even kick into the, it's feels like Libby would have been the one to do that. Like fight or flight might have kicked in for her at some point. It
Yeah.
just, it feels like it would have went more willingly with someone they knew, right, versus someone they didn't. But I also am aware that they could have just been afraid because of a gun. But for them
Hmm.
to go out on a limb and to say the video says that be a gun, and people then saying you hear the gun rack, I don't hear that part. I don't, and I've listened a million times. I'm not going to stress myself to go do it again. Uh,
Yeah.
you
It's just
know,
not even the logical. It's not even the logical pathway. You know, like so. This is the path is a dependent clause, right?
yeah,
That we go down is a supporting dependent clause that makes that entire phrase an independent clause. So this is the path dependent clause. That be a gun independent clause is not a logical pathway of just normal English speaking people, especially someone who was as intelligent for her age as Libby was, which is, what the family and everyone is saying about her. She was very sharp. Like those aren't words that aren't going to come out of her mouth that way. It's much more logical for her to complete one dependent clause with another dependent clause to complete the sentence that follows the actual and supports the original dependent clause. This is the
well,
path that we go
yeah,
down. And then after that, she literally says, like, we need to go down here. Or like, we can't go that way. I
we
forgot
can't go
exactly what she
down
said.
here. We can't
Yeah,
go.
yeah, right.
There's no path here. We can't go down here.
Yes.
Like they're going to have to turn around and go back, kind of
Right.
thing. Um, in but in saying that, um, people telling you what you hear on there, and what they, I just don't. It didn't even feel like they were afraid, like from the guy they saw. Even if that was because I was in a gosh, it's been a long time. It was a Twitter space with Sleuthy. And I'm like,
Hmm.
you know what? Well, what if that was Rick Allen, right? So what?
Hmm.
He walks out on the bridge. I get he says he didn't go all the way out the bridge. But what if he was? That doesn't prove he did anything. Doesn't
Right.
prove he ever approached them, ever talked to them or anything
Right.
other than he did because the bridge guy video shows that. But what if he too just turned around, or what if he kept walking and they went back? I don't know what to make of all of that part, but for people to
Hmm.
say, "Oh, that'd be a gun," in that statement, "that be a gun," that's kind of like Dylan Mortensen saying "clad in black." Well, a few minutes ago she said "fireman with a vacuum." Now she's saying "clad in black." No, everybody's like, "No, that's not even a term. That was never her words. That was the cops' words." That's all we ever heard from that PCA was the "clad
Hmm.
in black" part. That bothered people. But
Yeah.
yeah, that be a gun. I don't know. Got to learn how folks from Indiana normally speak. It's kind of like when people want to judge the Gonzalez family in Idaho. First of
Hmm.
all, you got to know how Steve and Christy talk. You got to know that part. You got to
Right.
learn their baseline. So I don't know the baseline, but I didn't hear what people say they heard. That's my point. I just, so as far as a jury, I don't know if they were told this is what you would hear, but I would have never got there. And that video being altered in any kind of way going into trial was not a cool thing to do.
I think it's like one of those videos that you watch where they say whatever word you're reading on the screen. They put like two words up, and then there's like looping audio, and they say whatever word you read, that's the word you hear. I think that
Yes.
was the case with this, but it was just Jerry Holman was able to get up there and kind of implant it into people's brains. Or I think it was in the search warrant PCA, if I remember correctly, that
Yeah.
that was
Well,
there. But I got coffee from a really nice coffee shop at Delphi when I was there. I think it was the sandwich shop, and the barista didn't say "That be your coffee," you know. She just said, "Hey, here's your coffee. Have a good
yeah.
day."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just I think it's such a stupid thing to manipulate, but it's
And it,
effective because if these jurors are real who we're hearing from, they're stupid enough to believe it.
it makes you wonder too, with the way that Libby says there's no path here. Did they intend to go down there for something
I think that was the case. I think,
on their own, right? Outside of Bridge
yeah.
Guy. He's not even there at the moment. Pretend. Yeah. What if they were? They were going to meet somebody because when I realized when I was watching a video on YouTube and
Hmm.
I realized that private drive went under that bridge. I didn't know it
Yeah.
was a private drive. I didn't know what it was. All I saw was a little road going under the bridge, and my first thought was, "Oh well, I got to know more stuff. I got to go consume everything I can find at the moment. Got to
Right.
figure out what this road is. Where does it go? Where does it come from? All the things about it I had to know because the minute I saw that, it bothered me that there was a road right there.
Yeah.
I don't
Not
know
to mention,
why.
not
It
to
just
mention Teresa Liebert, who lives on that private drive. I think it was like around the 9 a.m. hour. Saw
yes.
a weird man that, for the first time in her godforsaken life that she's ever seen, walking around that day. So I think that the private drive is the key. I think the
I think
girls
so
were not
too.
the girls were not there. They just were not until they
You could have
and
easily went down that private. You could have easily took those girls down the hill, got into a vehicle, and drove away.
absolutely,
It
absolutely.
that fast, that quick, it was happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't the first time the girls went out there and met somebody and got in a car and drove away. I'm not, you know what I mean, just being
Hmm.
teenage girls hanging out with with the friends. I don't know. So, because if you take into consideration the alternate suspects, they knew
Right.
the victims in maybe indirectly, if not directly. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Through their children, kind of thing.
Yeah, not to mention, I think All I says this every chat I'm in to remind me, but there were multiple searchers who claimed that they searched that other side of the creek where Abby and Libby were found that next day. So it's like they were taken somewhere. Someone was watching the news and they heard that the search was being called off, and then late night, early morning, they were brought back there. Everything was done with Libby that needed to be done, and then they were done with it. And they got him in their post to send the message, got the sticks on him to send the message, and got the hell out of there. That's just, yeah.
It's weird to me that the search was called off when it was called off. And then by the time they go back out and start searching, then they find them. Now, everybody's like, oh, it's super dark. That's what the police have wanted us to believe. So it was dark, it was cold, people were tired.
Hmm.
I don't care. I'm a
Yeah.
mama at the moment.
Yep.
I'm in the
Yeah.
woods. Every man in my family, I promise you, has a really good spotlight, and they're on the way.
Hmm.
And if they're, we just got it. We don't roll without good spotlights. We live in the woods. Um,
Right.
and we all got big trucks and big lights, all the things. And I get that it was like, is it really remote if they all know the area, and just,
Hmm.
I don't know. The So I can
It.
see maybe missing them that night,
Hmm.
but the fact that there was that gap, that the search was called off at a certain time, that gave opportunity to take them back out there.
Yep.
And if that's what happened, if they'd got taken away in a vehicle, things were done, brought them back through the cemetery. It's
Hmm.
going to take more than one person to get these girls out to that location.
Million percent.
I don't know
Million percent.
if they were unalived before they got to the location or not, though. It doesn't. feel like they were. I feel like they
Yeah,
were still alive
I think
the
my
whole
theory is
time.
that Abby was before they got there, and I think Libby was at the creek, and then they drug her to the scene where Abby already was. I don't know. I've got a lot of theories on it, and
Well, that
people give me
yeah.
a hard time. But going back, yeah, I'm the same way. The whole I think they called the search off. Uh, it was like, what was it, like too cold or something? It's
They
just
said it was cold and dark,
yeah, cold and
and their
dark. I don't
guys
know.
needed their rest. The guys needed their rest.
Right,
Yeah,
reminds me of Star Wars, where they're like, they told Han Solo he can't go out and look for Luke because it's too cold and he'll die, and he's like, "Yeah, you're right. That my friend's out there. I'm
yeah.
going."
You just don't. As a mom or
Yeah,
as a woman, I mean, Jesus, anybody's kid out there, I'm not leaving her. I'm going with her. That's her baby. We're finding it. It could be mine.
yeah. If
That would
if
be
that's my
hard.
daughter, guess what? I'm freezing to death with her
Exactly.
by the grace of God. I will.
I'm not going to be like, you're right. It
Sorry.
is cold. It is cold, Sheriff. We'll get back at it in the morning. And nanos. Nancy walked away. They're over here like all these girls went and they're hanging out with their friends. They'll show up at the house later,
Yep.
and that's not wasn't the case. They don't. People aren't listened to.
And they've yet to tell us that the family. I think from everything I've reviewed of what the family said, I've never heard them ever say that like either Libby or Abby have ever done that before. That have like ran off, stayed the night somewhere, and not
And not
been in
shown up
contact.
and
Yeah,
or been in contact and not been unreachable when they reach out to them. Like they're calling their phones and no answer and all the things. Exactly.
yeah,
It's unusual behavior. And I've talked about that, how many times law enforcement comes out and, oh, well, it's escalated now. It turns out she didn't wander off. Turns out she didn't leave her husband and kids because she was bored with her life. Turns out they are missing. They're not runaways. Turns out they weren't just hanging out with their friends. They're missing. You
yeah,
know, and
yep.
24, 48 hours is gone, and they could be in a whole other fucking state at that point.
Right, right.
It's time to
And
stop that shit.
it's like, all right, well, if they're not here, then where are they? Right now, all eyes. A
Exactly.
wonderful source in chat said, um, and by this, I'm almost thinking it's Riley who said they didn't want to put their guys at risk when they all agreed that the girls were not there.
Yeah. Well, I don't
Being
know
being
how they would have agreed. They do a complete grid search and rule it out? You know what I'm
Yeah.
Some of their
Well, and
word
also,
salad.
yeah, and I would almost go like if you agree they're all not there, why are we searching the morning of the 14th?
Right. Why'd you come back the next day and
Right.
finish the search if you thought they're not there?
And
Why aren't you
I'm not this. That's not contesting all eyes. I'm just asking why
No, right.
someone
Yeah.
from Carroll County or Delphi would say that. That's ridiculous to me.
That is ridiculous, right? They think we don't they're not nanos. We didn't realize you would hold our feet to the fire and you would take every word we said literally. We
We
take a big ass grain of salt because we know your word salad's coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lord.
Hey, over the span of a weekend, I turned the house back over to the family because we searched it and we found out that Nancy was in fact not there.
In fact, her keys, her car, her phone, it turns out her watch, hearing aids, all of that back door was really propped open, and that really was her blood on the front step. It was speaking of,
Mhm.
I gotta do another show.
Yeah.
Doctor Oh god, okay, never mind. Never mind. I stop myself. Stop it, girl. We got a
Oh, Sarah,
wild
not really. Okay.
we got a wild theory out there, and I can't believe he put it on full display for everybody to go, "What?"
On Nancy?
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I gotta get caught up on her.
We gotta get caught up on Dr. G's theories. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, man, I feel like okay, never mind. I've had too much coffee, and I love to go never mind. See, I'm gonna get all riled up. Hold on.
I'm notorious for this, just chatting, yapping.
Let
My
me
bad.
save my rage for this Liggett guy here. Um, okay, before I get started, I need to run to the restroom super quick. Can you handle it for a minute?
Of
Hang out with
course.
the chat for a second. I'll be right back, guys.
This is the best part about co-hosting. I get chat for a very small amount of time. I love seeing familiar faces in here. Thanks for coming and joining. Shameless self-plug. You guys are in for a treat tomorrow if you want to join me and Spugs. Should be pretty fun. I think we're going to open with a really fun opener. I don't give too much away. Candy, no one searches for missing teens in my area until a few days sharing missing flyers on social media. News does it after social media being sharing. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Classic, I would, if the law enforcement said male DNA was on my daughter's parts because of laundry, I'd get arrested. If I found out that investigators did not pick up and secure the sticks that were left on my daughter's corpse, I would have an assaulting a police officer charge. I'll tell you that much. I know I'm doing some never gonna happen shit talking, but we'd be having a lot of problems. I certainly would not be doing press conferences in support of them. I'll tell you that much. Let's see here. Who else? What you guys got? Skin, I know you would. I'd probably be in jail for you too. Like, call me. I'll come throw some elbows. I'll probably get shot, but whatever.
Okay. Shabugs, she says, I'm 5'3", I win. We tied then.
I know.
We are tied because I'm 5'3". Unless I've shrunk. Which, in my age, I think I'm at that age where you might start shrinking. I don't know. I hear we shrink.
I'm 5'10", and then when I was dating, like when I lived in Columbus, I was dating. That was like one of the first questions that ever came up when I was like, it would be like a coffee date, and a girl would be like, "Well, how tall are you?" And I would always, because like if you're not 6 foot, it's tough. That's like kind of a, it's tough. So I'd always go, "Well, it depends on what doctor's office I go to."
Right.
And I don't know why, but that always worked. That always we didn't really have to talk about my height anymore.
I've never asked a guy how tall he is. It's never mattered to me.
Yeah. Hey.
Look,
dying breed.
I am I'm a total, when I tell you there's two of me in here and I'm a Gemini twin, look, I have two exes because I got I have 3 children with my ex-husband. He is tall, 6 feet tall, over 6 feet. Big guy. I mean, dark hair, blue eyes. My
good for you.
4th child was with my second. We didn't get married, so my second relationship, he was not tall. He had blonde hair, not brown hair. And it was like the total opposite of my ex-husband. Like the total opposite. I flipped it. I was like, you know what? Enough of you.
Weird how that works.
Enough of you tall dudes with the dark hair and the blue eyes. Screw y'all. I've had enough of that shit.
Yeah. It's funny, like I have a type, and my girlfriend could not be any less of what my type normally is, but I love her to death. Like, she's
right. I think you trick yourself what you think you like, and then you're like, oh, you know what? And then you get out of nowhere. there it comes. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. And I would be that horrible witness. Do not ask me how tall the perp was. Because I'm gonna guess the wrong height. I'm gonna need to look around at everybody standing there and go, well, probably that guy's height.
Yeah.
Y'all figure it out. Don't ask me for the number.
Yep. Somewhere between 5'1" and 6'11", you know.
I'm gonna get it wrong each and every time. Phoenix said I'm going to the buffet. Yes, sir.
Yeah. All you can eat.
Now I know I am single by design. Let me just put it that way.
Hey, sometimes it's like you get old enough and you go, just be a good person. That's my fucking type, you know. Sorry, pardon my
You're a
French,
shitty
but
person.
yeah.
This is not the channel to worry about that, sir.
Oh yeah, well, I should have known.
Discuss and discuss.
That's
Jennifer
yeah.
Coffindaffer claimed that when she had her coffee and crime show with that chick from the court TV downtown, Julie Brown, that they were going to cuss and discuss. I don't know if I ever heard the cuss word yet, but anyway. We mean it, Jen. We mean it over here.
I think Jen's more of a Jay Hoover kind of gal than she is a
like, oops, I said shit.
A Chris Ray. Yeah.
Sorry, Chad. I said shit.
Yeah. I'm always, I'm a professional co-host, so I always try to be like mindful of the. I go off the host vibes.
Wait. I cannot have my co-host being more professional than I am.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, heard you loud and clear. Don't worry, I'll get you there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you keep me in line. Thank you.
Yeah. If I'm ever on a podcast with Jennifer Coffindaffer, you have my permission to walk up and shoot me right in the head because it's not me, it's an android. It drives me nuts.
I'll do one with her just for fun.
Just for the kick.
Yes. And I'll be like, Jennifer, could you bring up that show you did that one day with the Delphi Google searches? Could you bring that up?
Yeah.
Let's do it, Jen. Let's do it, Jen. Come on over here to Coffee and Crime Conversations, Jen. Yeah. We can be very professional when we choose to be.
Yeah.
All right. It cannot be fake. I could, but it would. I could be so fake. All right. I'm not a fake person, so it is what it is.
I had this moment where I'm like, no one's ever going to invite me on their show. And it was like right before you and I were kind of like talking a little bit more on Twitter, and I was in your chat a little bit more because I could, like more so than like in the past. But who was Lauren Matthias? Who's that girl that always who's her puppy, her little shadow slave? What's that girl's name?
Grayson.
Grayson, yeah. I was
fired by Grayson.
I was in Joe Schmo's chat after the whole fallout, and I said, what I say to him? I said, well, did you and Grayson end up doing it? Yes or no? he actually saw my comment. He's like, nah, I'm not even going there. Like, I got you, dude. I got you good.
No, because you implicated something. It was like that time Jay called him a perv and didn't know who he was. That broke his heart. He's like, I got to go address this. I'm like, are you serious? That's what you're going to go address? Is this perv comment? The fuck is the internet, dude? Welcome to the internet.
Yeah, there was one of my comments I know for a fact he read in his live chat, and I was so mad at him because he was doing a live, and it was right after everything had happened. And I said, I don't even care about the drama, Joe. What the fuck was that question you even asked at CrimeCon? What was that garbage?
Thank you. Because I knew he was going to be going, and I knew he was going to be at. And when he told me the question, I was like, that was your question?
Yeah.
Seriously? Of all the questions you could, the hell? Okay, Mr. Investigative Reporter.
Yeah, I don't even care that you're running around taking pictures of people. I mean, you might as well have just gone, excuse me, Mr. McClelland, why are you so awesome? Where do you get your suits pressed? You look amazing. And then ended it there.
and then
Drove me nuts.
and then he went over and asked the investigator from Lori Vallows about how their workout routine. Because their arms were so buff. I'm like, oh, fucking god dang, really?
Yeah.
Investigative reporter, you can get your media pass right off the internet like me. Okay. Enough
For
of that.
for the low price of $1,500, you too
Full-horn
can
betting
speak head to
special.
head with the victims' families.
Good
Jeez.
Lord. Lord. If you do speak to victims' families, you need to treat them with kindness and empathy and don't trash them later by shitting on them. Let me just
Mhm.
look at that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, summary of argument. Unconstitutional search.
Here we go.
So, this is the beginning of the reply brief. Um, only 2 hours into the show. No, I'm kidding. I knew I do not care. I'm good to go. It's Saturday night. We're all at home.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We've
Grab
all
your
got
coffee, your
coffee.
tea, whatever your vice might be. Exactly. If you need to throw some whiskey off in it, we do not judge. Just don't drink and drive. That's all we ask. There
And
we go.
don't try to score a $5 lady of the night in downtown
Oh
Indianapolis
God, no!
and get
Don't
your
look.
ass kicked.
Don't do it. Well, you could catch something too. Jesus,
I
$5.
was talking about Willebrado.
Oh yeah, right.
We can laugh about it now.
Joe got that body cam footage. Okay.
Sorry. Moving
Okay.
on.
Let's moving on. Okay. Everybody be good now. Hit the thumbs up. Leave us your DNA in case y'all go missing. We can find you. We'll help anyway. We won't give it out to the 23andMe people and let somebody build a tree on you. We don't do that shit. All right. Summary of argument. Unconstitutional search. The trial court committed reversible error by admitting evidence obtained through an affidavit built on deliberate falsehoods and material omissions. Detective Liggett falsely swore that witness Carbaugh gave an incriminating description in 2017 and that Allen admitted wearing matching clothing. Neither was true. He simultaneously concealed Blair's eyewitness descriptions, which excluded Allen and his vehicle, withholding from the issuing judge the very evidence ISP had validated in a 2019 press release. The pattern is unmistakable. Every fact undermining Liggett's theory was omitted. Every fact supporting it, however distorted, was included. Strip away the falsehoods and restore the omissions, and probable cause evaporates. Because Allen exhaustively litigated suppression below, his challenge is preserved. Unprecedented confinement. The trial court committed reversible error by admitting confessions the state extracted from a man it broke. Law enforcement interrogation is not required for couldn't get the word out, coercion. Prolonged solitary confinement is a severely mentally ill detainee plainly qualifies, especially where law enforcement, upon learning of the inmate's grave disability, doubles down and starts collecting confessions. The state's attempt to reframe Allen's 13 months of maximum security isolation as routine custody cannot be reconciled with the IDOC's own policies. The IPAS litigation, or unprecedented harshness of Allen's confinement. The state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Allen's confessions were a product of rational intellect rather than their deliberate indifference to his mental health. Unfair trial. A criminal defendant has a federal and state constitutional right to present a complete defense, and evidentiary rules that exclude critical defense evidence on grounds disconnected from the rule's purpose violated that right. Holmes versus South Carolina is where they cite. The trial court's rulings on 7 categories of defense evidence violated that right. The state's brief argues at length that the evidence against Allen was overwhelming. But the state's case was a paper tiger, and the trial court systematically barred Allen from lighting a match. The jury never saw the sketch that proved Blair did not see Allen. It never heard the ritual explanation the state itself once pursued. It never heard the scientific critique of the unreliable methodology that produced the firearms match. It never heard the evidence implicating two named alternative suspects and law enforcement failures to investigate them thoroughly. No, they just recorded over their interviews and lost them and all that.
Coached people during them.
It never heard the audio of Allen's psychotic episodes, the bookend calls, and clinical observations that would have impeached his confessions, or the unimpeached phone data that contradicted the state's timeline. Each ruling was reversible error standing alone. Together, they kept Allen from setting the state's case ablaze and denied him a fair trial. Setting the state's case ablaze. State wouldn't want that.
Nope.
Compounding these errors, the state knowingly presented false testimony from Brad Weber about when he arrived home on the day of the murders. Testimony the state's own FBI subject information sheet refuted, and then exploited it in closing as a act only the killer would know. That was one point in the trial I just did not feel the defense even appeared to try to attack. Was the Weber's bullshit.
I'm pretty sure that was a Andy cross-examine, and he brought up what Weber initially had told the FBI, which was, I think he didn't get home until the 3:00 hour. Yeah, it was. I mean, the whole case, the whole argument they made.
I just didn't think. I thought they could have come a little harder at that whole
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 years. You
Yep.
scared the guy off, and plus the whole gray hues of it all. I mean, come on. Who
Yeah.
decided he came? It feels like somebody decided, oh yeah, you know what? You came home that this was decided 5 years later that he came home at a certain time and scared the guy off.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And Brad Weber was a suspect at one time, which is problematic,
Yeah, when your house is right there at the end of that drive, excuse me, that's too close for comfort. If I lived at the end of that drive and these little girls were found in the woods, I think somebody would be beating down my door. I mean, I know they searched around. I know.
Well, they found random sticks the same size and style as the ones that were found on the girls in his garage.
Yeah, in the little wood shop thingy. When Allen attempted 6 times to correct the falsity, the state obstructed every attempt. Well, they did appear to do that. It's people were getting mad that Ann Taylor kept requesting more and more stuff in the Koberger case, like discovery, and was getting all these hearings, and people were like, oh, they're being so mean to Koberger, and this attorney's is so hard. I'm like, these dudes over in Delphi can't even get a freaking hearing, man. What are you talking about? We got hearing after hearing after hearing in Koberger, and we're never going to get to trial, turns out. But over there in Delphi, we cannot even get a hearing. What in the world?
Yep. Denied.
Oh, you got a Frank's motion? I don't want to read that nonsense. Could you imagine if the judge would have said that in Koberger's case? The internet the whole world would have burnt down. They're like, oh, he's not going to read it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody clutching their pearls. He's not going to read it.
Or OJ. I mean, I think OJ had litany of pretrial motions that were just, I mean, due process.
It is due process, I mean, I've heard Mata talk about how one time Allie got in trouble because she papered the court to death on this one case. Sometimes that's just the way it is. But In this case, everything they tried seemed to be deny, deny, deny. It was not even give a little bit, right?
Yep.
And it just never seemed to be even give a little bit. It was just like, nope, 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 nope. No one's gonna double check me, and no one's gonna say I did wrong. So just no, 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 no. And that's what it felt like happened over there in Indiana. I'm like, where's the checks and balances? Who checks the judge? Are you telling me the
Yeah.
judges get away with whatever they want and never held accountable?
And then you pair that with the flip side that he was, he was put through safekeeping before he even effectively had his own representation. I mean, there's email documentation of his lawyer trying to find him.
Yeah, and
Like, where's
I'm assuming because he was gonna be labeled a child killer was the only reason they felt like he wouldn't be safe in a county jail. Like, what is this, a two-man county jail to start with kinda thing? What do you mean not be safe? I don't know how many
yeah,
men you could have kept in the Carroll County jail at the time. I would like to actually know that now that I think about it. Was it 5, 6, 10? How many men could you keep in the county jail? And you can't keep one safe because you're gonna let the whole 5 other inmates go at that one. There was no way possible. In
yeah.
Mickey Stein's case, they shipped him to the next county for safekeeping, not to
Hmm.
prison, but
Hmm.
another county.
Yeah.
We're just like straight to prison. Why? We got Odinist guards down there.
And not just any prison. I mean, Westville's just
Oh, we got the
notorious,
Odinist guard prison.
Yeah, right, right.
Like that was that's what got me. Like seriously, the one place y'all send him to prison. Okay, that's not bad enough. But you send him to the prison where the Odinist guards are? Are you shitting me right now? No, that's not a good look. And it wasn't a good look for them to have to be court ordered to remove patches at y'all to a thing y'all claim doesn't exist. Or does that only exist in your prisons? What are you doing?
Hmm.
I would be like so mad if I was in I would have got thrown off the case for real, for real. Like,
Right.
not just pretend, oh, we're gonna let you back on now. Well, the Supreme Court might have said, hey, let her go. Get her back on the case right now. Hammer down.
Hmm.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
The trial court committed reversible error by admitting evidence seized from the unconstitutional search and denying a Frank's hearing. Allen's exhaustive pretrial litigation preserved the Fourth Amendment issue. The state contends Allen waived his Fourth Amendment challenge by stating no objection when individual exhibits were offered at trial. But the argument fails on 3 independent grounds. The first, the purpose of contemporaneous objection rule was fully satisfied. The overriding purpose of the requirement for a specific and timely objection is to alert the trial so that it may avoid error or promptly minimize harm. Huh. I have thoughts about that. I got to process that for a moment. Courts should not apply the rule with unyielding rigidity when the purpose has been met. Allen's attorneys exhaustively litigated the suppression, filing multiple motions supported by more than 130 exhibits. And then they go in and have all that listed there. After the court denied the motion to suppress without a hearing. So she couldn't even just go hold a hearing and move through some of this evidence, and take a look at it. She just like balls to the walls, think, oh, everything they got's going to be admissible. And maybe it wasn't. Like even in the Koberger case, they had to go to hearings to decide about what was coming into court and what wasn't coming into court, right? The IGG of a tip, quote unquote. No, we're not going to go in there and say IGG. We're going to go in there and say tip. They had
Right.
to agree on all the different things they were going to do at trial and what could and couldn't. That's what you do. Here, it was all denied. That's like the state just.
Yeah. Except for the one ruling by Goal, which was in support of the prosecution, which was, you cannot bring up anyone else's name in the world except for Richard Allen's. You can't talk about Kegan Klein. You can't talk about Ron Logan. You can't talk about Brad Holder. Down the list. Can't talk about Odinism. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and you know why that they really the push is where they didn't want all that brought up. And honestly, y'all were investigating all these people, the Keegan Klein, the Ron Logan, the alternate suspects, all of these people, and now all of a sudden this guy's the guy.
mhm.
No, that's a lot. And then the jury would have known why it took 5 years. You know, it,
Yeah,
you all these people you went through and looked at, none of that. It's so, and you make sure. Then we always wondered when this trial's over and the jury maybe watches some news, will they find out what we all know for a change? No, they're not. You know why? Because the mainstream media is still not going to report on what we already know to
right.
inform the jury now. I don't know what that jury was thinking. I haven't watched any juror interviews. I couldn't tell you.
They're awful. Assuming they're real
I,
people and they're
I
real
don't.
jurors, they're
Yeah,
awful.
I can't watch the fake news, so I don't watch it. I haven't
Right.
watched it. I'm like,
Fake
news
news.
breaks
Uh,
on. I tell my people at the end of every show to be careful on them YouTube streets. I gotta take my
yeah.
own advice. Don't go in there.
We did a live, me and Spooks, and I was like, well, since everyone is calling themselves a journalist, I'll say I'm a journalist, and this is what I found. I don't know. It's just the world we live in now is everyone's a snake oil salesman. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
the one of the major problems was that Rick wasn't allowed to go into court and say, hey, again, the ISP spent most of Indiana's GDP on searching a river right before they conveniently found a report about me. How come we're not able to talk about that? That's a problem, you know?
There's a lot about there's a lot about this case that was a problem, even
Yeah.
with the investigation itself. Uh, it- what are the odds that one of these victims dated a young boy of one of these alternate suspects? What is the chances that one of the other one would have this catfish account she's communicating with on her phone? You know what I mean? What are the odds Rick Allen was going to wake up that day and decide today's the day? I,
How did Rick know that having no communication with them at all whatsoever? How did he know that they were going to be on the south end of the bridge when he was there?
it feels
You
like
know?
somebody, he got lucky, right?
Right.
He got lucky that day on his walk when he was out looking at the stock ticker and the fish. He notices these two girls already at the other end. So here he goes towards them because, hey, today's the day.
Yeah. While there were already other girls on that other end of the bridge,
They would have already, but here's the thing, they would have
smoking
already,
cigarettes, taking pictures. Yeah.
but if they were already on the other end of the bridge, we wouldn't have a video of Abby
Right.
coming toward Libby, and where the hell is bridge guy behind her? He's not there.
Yeah.
So everybody's like, well, he's standing right there, or he could have been he hasn't got on the bridge yet. Okay, so did he sprint across the bridge? I mean, what the hell? All of a sudden, he's up on these girls. But in this photograph, there's no bridge guy behind Abby
Right.
at all.
Right.
So it was really weird to me that, and then all of a sudden, if that was taken as she was coming towards Libby, and then so was the video, I mean, and he's in the video, that's odd.
Yeah. Not to mention,
That's the oddest thing to me that I can't explain.
if Betsy Blair saw Bridge Guy on the first platform and then turned around and as she was walking away saw Abby and Libby walking towards the bridge, then Abby and Libby would have had to see Bridge Guy going and hiding behind the barrier or hiding somewhere in the trees. Like none of that makes sense.
There's nowhere for him to hide, too.
There's no
If you're already on the bridge, right?
right.
If you stepped onto the platform, one of them, I don't know where you're going to hide. They're going to see you.
Right.
You know, So it never made sense that this guy's all of a sudden there, if they want me to believe the timestamp of when the picture was taken, right?
Mhm,
Because
mhm.
there's nobody behind that girl on that bridge. I don't care how they spin it, there's nobody there.
Right.
So that I don't know when that picture was taken. You
Yeah.
know, in my because now all of a sudden the guy's there in the video.
Yeah. Spugs and I, we made fun of this theory. I think it was like Tom Webster had this thing where like he thought that Rick was hiding behind the barricade while the girls were, getting halfway across the bridge. I'm like, you mean that 5'4" man with his big beer gut and his heart condition just hauled ass across a bridge that's that high and caught up to them in time? Like,
Mhm.
if that was the case, they would have seen that he was clearly running after them. And Libby pulled out her phone and he magically got calm and put his hands in his pocket, just walked
Just started
casually over a
walking
bridge.
normal.
Stop. Like
Mhm.
it's
People
no
tried to
way.
tell me, well, he, sprinted or he ran. I'm like, but have you seen that bridge? First of all, you're just not going to be like
No,
running because you're
no.
going to make a mistake and you're going to fall through. But I agree with you in his condition and all the things. No, this guy wasn't running. He was walking and walking on a loop on top of that at an angle of the camera. So I can't tell the guy had a weird walk because the camera's at an angle. Come on, man.
Hmm.
Be normal. You know, quit it, cops. It's weird. It just never made any sense. And it just, I don't know. Let's keep reading because we could sit here all day long and
Hmm.
scream it doesn't make sense because it damn well doesn't.
Hmm.
Allen's attorneys exhaustively litigated the suppression and the multiple. Okay, motions to suppress without hearings. Okay. Da, 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 da. Allen renewed it twice more, which the court again denied. Throughout the extensive briefing, Allen repeatedly emphasized Liggett's omission of Blair's description of the falsehood. So for those of y'all who don't know, Betsy Blair was a witness who gave a description of a younger man that she saw out on the first platform, right? It's the first platform. And he was a younger man with poofy hair. And they did not release the sketch of the guy, of the description she gave. They did a sketch. 2 years went by, and she goes back to the cops and she says, hey, y'all aren't getting anywhere with that sketch you guys released, which is the bridge guy with the beard and the hat. And she says, what about the one I gave you? And they release it. And now we have two bridge guy pictures that look completely different. Unless you're Doug Carter, they're going to merge together one day and meet in the middle. I'm like, okay, well, then I learned about this father son thing happening.
Yep.
I'm like, well, what if who Betsy Blair saw was alternate suspect's son, who would have known the girls, who could have gotten them to go willingly down the hill? I don't know who that was Betsy saw, but Betsy didn't see Rick Allen. That's the whole
No.
point here.
She saw the opposite of Rick Allen. We talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
I don't think Rick will be upset, but she said she saw a beautiful man, or
Uh,
a handsome, good-looking
that,
fellow,
yeah.
with blondish like poofy hair. He was wearing like a black with a hood up. He was wearing all black, I think is what she said. Just not Rick at all.
It was a total different description than Rick Allen and
Yeah.
what the bridge guy would have looked like, and completely different from the sketch they originally released. And then they had to come out and say why, because when I first saw the two sketches, the second sketch come out, I was like, well, where the hell did this guy come from? That video, there's one guy, all da 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 da, and now the news is showing me there's this other sketch. Now I'm really damn well confused.
Yep.
That was before the arrest, of course, of Rick Allen. So, um, then you have a description and the falsehoods about Carbo. Now, Sarah Carbo was the other witness who allegedly stated she saw a guy walking down the highway, the road there. He would have been coming from the crime scene toward his car, according to Carbo, and he was muddy and bloody in one of her statements. And in other statements, he was not. He was just muddy. So,
Right.
and then her clothing, I don't think was ever accurate either. I really would have loved to have had a go at her at the witness stand too.
So, yeah. So first of all, our the chat right now is wonderful. They're saying that Betsy Blair saw a man in his 20s, effeminate eyes, and he was wearing a blue jean jacket.
That's right. The blue jean
So,
jacket
yeah.
versus the Carhartt jacket type jacket that the bridge guy would have been wearing. It wasn't even
Yes.
that type of jacket at all. It was, and thank you for that in chat. And it is a wonderful chat. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah.
I
Very
usually,
cool.
so I'm coffee and crime conversation. I usually sidetrack myself with chatting with chat constantly, but I'm chat. So thanks for helping me keep an eye on what they are saying in chat, because you guys are great, and thank you for
No,
being here.
no problem. No problem. Sarah Carbaugh is particularly irritating to,
She's a
and
problematic witness. That's what I
yes,
call them.
yes, he was muddy with a tan jacket, is originally what we were told. I think the second interview was muddy with a tan jacket. Towards the end of her third interview was muddy and bloody with a blue jacket, like he was slaughtered, like he had just slaughtered a pig. Was her words, and the state in um, the state's argument was that it was pretty much like, look at the totality of what she was saying. So for meatheads like me, how I interpret that is like the state just going, well, she eventually got to the right guy, so why are we worried about this? And it's like, okay, you're defeating the purpose of the argument, which was that she was talking out of both sides of her ass. Because
Or
I honestly think she was just there to, whatever you guys need, as long as I could be a part of this.
yeah, and how much
You
of
know,
it was she coached? Because after, like, All
yes,
Eyes here, we
yep,
can cheat. Now, if I bring up that video that All Eyes put out that's over there, we'll show it in a little bit. But yeah, that got me when he's standing up, the sketch artist or whoever that was interviewing her. We can cheat. I was like, whoa, whoa, wait, no, we cannot. We,
hmm
we can't cheat with witnesses. What are you doing?
yeah, and that's where the only time I would ever, if I had to give Sarah credit, was she was like, you know what, I already kind of saw it on the news, but I want to do it without looking at it. I don't want it to like kind of form fit my opinion.
Yeah, well, they helped form her opinion
Oh
somewhere.
yeah,
Somebody formed it. It was kind of like, we don't know who decided it goes from muddy and bloody, but it got there at some
yeah.
point. And I
Well,
really would have attacked if I was Rick Allen's defense attorney. I really would have went at that girl, just like I would have went after my problematic witness in Idaho, Dylan Mortensen. Sorry, not sorry.
yeah, and my argument would be, and I would probably be a terrible lawyer, but I would say, if we're going to look at the totality of Sarah Carbaugh's statements, why aren't we looking at the totality of Richard Allen's statements? Because the very last thing we ever heard him say about when he was there is that he left by maybe 1:45 at the latest, which completely defeats the state's timeline.
Yeah. It really does, and all this great cell phone data, well, what time does his data claim he left? You know?
Yeah,
And where's he pinging, and which way? You could probably tell which way he drove home, right? By the cell phone pings. I mean, come on.
yeah,
No. That cell phone data and geofencing, all that is garbage. Kathy got this tip out of the box. This is all we got, man. Okay.
yep.
Until we'll fake the rest. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. So, Allen did not idle sit by, only to cry foul when the court ultimately renders an adverse decision. There is absolutely no strategy for Allen's attorney's failure to object to evidence that they so aggressively litigated. For judicial efficiency, the issues should be resolved now rather than PCR. Second, the recent amendment to Evidence Rules 103B confirms that Allen's challenge is preserved. The Indiana Supreme Court amended Rule 103B to clarify that once the court rules definitively on the record, either before trial or at trial, a party need not renew an objection or offer of proof to preserve a claim. My cat distracted me, sorry.
You're
Claim
good.
or of error of for appeal. This includes a ruling on a motion in limine. And then they give the cause number here from a rule in March 6, 2026. The state urges this court to ignore the amendment because it was not in effect at the time of trial, but because the rule governs what is required on appeal, it should be applied to Allen's pending appeal. Yeah, why not? I mean, it hasn't been that long. Come on. At minimum, the amendment reinforces the DRC principle that the contemporaneous objection rule must not be applied with unyielding rigidity. Third, the Franks hearing denial is a pretrial constitutional rule requiring no trial objective to preserve. The trial court did not merely admit evidence, it refused to hold a Franks hearing. And they cite Franks versus Delaware. Now, it's hard to get a Franks hearing. And even in Idaho, they weren't granted one, but Anne fell short on the law. In fact, he gave her a second chance. The judge was like, you know what, you need to beef it up and then come again. And if you get there, I'll give you this hearing. And she never got there, right? But here it was like, I remember the judge saying, I'm not reading that mess. That book, I'm not reading that book.
Yeah.
Talks about my people. I mean, never mind.
So I interpreted that part that we just read through. Have you ever seen A Few Good Men?
Yes.
So when Kathy says you're going to spend the next 3 months going blind on paperwork because a second class brought and smoked a dime bag of oregano. You remember that part where he's like, I'll just file paperwork till you're blue in the face.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got a feeling this portion was written by Stacy, at least, because she's pretty much saying like, hey, the defense counsel for Richard Allen tried to, with multiple motions, try to get a hearing about the evidence and about the third party. And also in the form of a 127-page Franks memo, made a case to you to at least hear them argue why third-party suspects should be included. And Gold didn't even grant them a hearing. And that was where they said, so the state's argument originally was that they didn't object at trial, which I learned as a non-lawyer, normal forklift certified layman, that no matter what, the rule of thumb, a good rule of thumb, is to object just till people are blue in the face. But the state's argument was that they did not object to some of the evidence that was presented at trial, and they should have. Stacy's argument, or the appellate team's argument, reply to this was they did in pretrial motions, and they were denied without hearing. And so if you guys want to, we can take this to a post-conviction relief for ineffective assistance of counsel. So good luck with another umpteen months, years of going through more arguments, more paperwork, because like we will do that. So I kind of took that as like a, hey, my argument is that they did their best, and here's case law to support that they made an effort. And if you're going to deny this, then this is the route we're going to take, and you're just going to be haunted with this down the road.
Well, that's the route they would have to take, because it's one thing to do it, to file pretrial motions, and then if you're denied and it's at court, and then you don't object during court. I mean, because there was a couple of times at the trial we were like, I was like, what are they doing?
Right.
What are they? I really struggled with what are they doing? And so I feel like probably should have brought things up just for good measure. This is freaking, they knew what they were dealing with, and they knew who they were dealing with, and they knew it was the state of Indiana. I would have done doubled down on getting my points across or whatever. But I also see where they're coming from too with what you just said, right? Especially depending on the rules. Now, and if they didn't do their job, then they're ineffective counsel if they didn't
Right.
do it properly.
Well, and I, maybe it wasn't intentional ineffective, but maybe it was, this is a very rare situation where even a normal
Yeah, I mean,
court-appointed attorney wouldn't have known any better, and we'll argue this to the grave. I also think that, like, I've been really critical of Andy, despite not, putting any kind of law work myself at all, let alone to the degree he has. But I think we were so accustomed at that time to seeing, like, Robert Alessi straight up tell Bev she has no jurisdiction in certain things, which, like, God bless the soul that would try to do that with Goal. But again, just sorry, Salty, real quick, all helpful eyes on Delphi. 4 separate requests, and also a recipe for determination from Scohen because she kept not ruling on them for months. So yeah, they took her higher because she dragged her feet. Supreme Court of Indiana.
They did that. No, you're right. I remember when they did all of that. I remember the hearings. I remember when she was told, make sure you get these documents into the docket, all that, and reinstate these attorneys,
Mm-hmm.
But it just felt like at trial, I was wondering a few times, what were these attorneys doing? It felt like they weren't giving, I just felt like their heart and soul wasn't there enough. And I don't know that it was, I'm not saying it was intentional, they did something like that nefariously.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe.
Yeah. As a regular. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, some of it didn't make sense. Like, I just don't know that they were, I don't know if it was all of them, because I don't feel that way. I don't feel like it was all 3 of the attorneys. You know what I mean? I don't know how to say it without getting into trouble, but I don't know.
Right.
I feel like more could have been done. That's where I guess I can leave that.
If you fight that hard to be back on the case, it's too late to be scared. It's time to ankle bite. Don't assume these people to be good people and that they're gonna work with you. Like, I tell that to people all the time. I'm like, for trial number 2, as much as I love what Andy's doing for Rick right now, I think he needs the Alan Jackson, Yannetti, Alessi type that are ready to just, take the gloves off.
You have to. You're gonna have to. You're just gonna have to. You can't go in there and expect this is gonna be a cakewalk and justice will prevail, because obviously you can't rely on that.
Yeah.
So
this. It's funny when every single lawyer on YouTube or even on Substack or wherever you can find a lawyer to look at this case goes, yeah, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Exactly. And so when someone's like, oh, they're just cranks talking smack, you're like, well, wait, no. Legally speaking, here's the thing. And you're right. There's a lot of them that they were also scratching their heads, these attorneys, and you could see a lot of, they were not trying to throw shade at what attorneys were doing, but you could tell there were a couple times, they're like, I might have done this differently. I was like, I love watching Andrea and Allie, especially when Allie gets fired up about something.
Yeah, she's great.
Allie is so down to earth. You know what I mean? She's
Absolutely.
Like one of us. She doesn't feel all pretentious and shit. I can't stand that. So that's why I love Allie. She's
a good counter to Bob. She's good. She's a good checks and balances to Bob.
She'd be ignoring his ass like I do. She's like, that's just a dude. He's like, she just put. I think everyone thinks that he's like he's gonna get to her, but she's like, oh, I'm used to ignoring that dude. I'm just gonna keep talking.
Yeah, they're really good at. I've taken some lessons from them on like. I've taken some lessons from them on how to diffuse situations with my girlfriend. Like, well, they kind of like let everything just.
Look, I'm the kind of girl, if I chose to have a man in my life, you better be sarcastic.
Yeah.
because I'm coming in with it. I can't help it. And please do it back. I mean, don't be like a wimp. I don't want to make you cry. Come on,
Hmm.
you know. So it's good fun.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
you'll love this. That just quick story was I was
Yeah.
at a sports game with my girlfriend, and I had we were very close to the sideline, and I had said something to an opposing team's player, and she like hit me in the arm. She's like, "Stop, that's really mean. Like, you shouldn't say that. That's really mean." And so as a joke, I bought her that opposing team's jersey. I was like, "Hey, since you want to support them, just to give her a hard time, nothing like
Yeah.
nothing too crazy." But I thought it was funny.
See, I probably would have laughed at whatever you said. I'd be like, "Don't do, dude, you fucking really said that out loud. That shit was funny." I don't
Yep.
But hey, all right. So Detective Liggett included multiple deliberate falsehoods in the affidavit. The state argues that Liggett's representation of Carbo's account that she reported seeing a muddy and bloody man wearing a blue colored jacket was not a false statement, and that any inaccuracy may have been a mistake. This argument fails. The state argues that Liggett's representation of Carbo's account wasn't a falsehood but a mistake. Sir, that's a huge mistake. It's like that's cool. It's just a mistake. What?
Yeah, and there's just the fact that in the PCA it was like it was almost made to seem like Sarah had been saying muddy and bloody blue jacket from the beginning.
From the big, yeah. Like the man I saw was muddy and bloody with a blue jacket, and that's the guy that was on the bridge.
Yeah,
That was just a mistake. What? Not a false statement. Not a
right.
false statement. It was just inaccurate mistake. Well, that's a pretty big one. Okay. Especially if you had a witness come and testify on the stand, that's what she saw.
Yeah, I Sarah Carbo's testimony was hilarious because it was like the entire time
She was combative, wasn't she?
she was combative with Andy, but during on direct, she was like, "Yeah, I saw him walking down the road. Would you like me to demonstrate how he walked?" And like Stacy Diener like 3 times was like, "Hey, chill out, we'll get there." And it
I'd
was
have
like,
been like,
"Why are you?"
sure, get up,
What's
do
that?
it. I told her to get up and do it.
Yeah, I would have too. But I think Dina was telling her like, "Hey, we prepared you for this. We're not there yet, Sarah. Like, I still have some other questions."
She was
And
ready
Sarah
for
was
her
still
15
adamant on like,
minutes.
"I want to show the jury how he walked." And it's like, this is not.
She was going to get up and mimic the way that
Yeah,
Bridge Guy walked. Do you know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
she
Little
was. She
Miss,
was.
Little Miss, I don't want to be influenced by your weak and cheat pictures.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll get up and demonstrate how he walked, with that weird gait. Okay. No, Sarah.
yeah. And one last thing, I'm upset that this wasn't impeached. I'm guessing it was a strategy thing on the side of the defense. But Sarah Carbaugh said she found out that the girls were missing from an Amber Alert, and there was never an Amber Alert for Abby or Libby.
What?
Yeah,
No, there was no Amber Alert.
there's no Amber Alert for them because they didn't
They
believe them
didn't
to be
meet
in
the
danger, and they didn't. Yeah,
They
it
didn't
didn't
meet
meet the
the
requirements.
criteria. You have to
Right,
meet the criteria for an Amber Alert, and they fell short,
right,
far from the
right,
criteria.
right.
But we can't believe nothing Miss Carbo says. I think she just wanted her moment in the movies, but guess what? There was no cameras around her.
Yeah, yeah. She was a
You didn't get your
pro-
15 minutes after all.
prospective badge bunny.
Hmm. Liggett did not just represent what Carbaugh said, he represented when she said it, swearing she gave her description in 2017. The temporal representation added a veneer of reliability because of description given close in time to the murders carries obvious weight. The state concedes that in 2017, Carbaugh never described the man as bloody or as wearing a blue jacket. She described him as muddy and wearing a tan jacket. Well, blue and tan, there's like a big color difference there.
I believe, if I remember correctly, she said that she was confused because mud can be tan.
The whole jacket, was he roll in the mud like the pigs? He rolled in the mud, and I would look like blood, maybe mud, tan, blue, yellow.
Hmm.
I'm confused. That's what
Hmm.
Sarah's like. Can you help me cheat? I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, that's yeah. It's
There
like,
was, and I could. There might have been a man and a lady that seemed upset somewhere too. I don't know.
yeah.
I was driving fast.
Liggett was like, "Oh shit, she's confused." Well, here's a picture, Sarah. Check this out.
Problematic witness. We'll
Yeah.
help her out.
Oh, by the way, let's shut the camera to our interview off for
Yeah,
an hour? Yeah.
yeah. Another lost episode of Delphi interviews.
Just add it to the list.
The Carbo's account that Carbo, okay, the evolution of Carbo's statements made the affidavit more misleading, not less. The Carbo's account changed over 3 years from muddy to muddy and bloody, and from tan to blue jacket, is precisely the kind of information the issuing judge needed to assess her reliability. And they cite a case where police officers seeking a warrant should provide the magistrate or trial judge with all information at their disposal concerning a source's reliability. Yeah, because I mean, your sources can lie. I'm not saying Sarah lied, but people have reasons for lying. Instead, Liggett only included the version of Carbo's account that fit his conclusion and falsified when she gave it. Didn't some time go by before Sarah even realized possible muddy guy she might have seen existed in her mind? But she's like, oh yeah, I saw this guy one day. I
Yeah,
don't think it wasn't right away. I don't think chat.
no,
Well,
it
I'm sure
wasn't. It
all
was
I
weeks.
know, somebody in chat knows.
Yeah, it was like weeks later. She said she didn't want to come forward initially because she was scared,
Yeah,
but then she
yeah.
decided she'd be brave and
What's
all
she
this.
scared of? What?
Yeah, she turned into a Lifetime movie. Like
Oh my
that,
God,
you
she
know.
did, didn't she?
Yeah, it was, and I don't know if there was some confusion about. I know that they actually used cell tower data to reach out to people to contact them. Because
Wait. You talk about a geofence, some cell phone tower dump. Oh, they just had a big rulings on tower dumps as well. Stay
yeah,
tuned for that show coming up soon.
yeah, that'll be great.
Oh, I got a bunch of information. We gonna do it.
Nice.
But yeah, so what? They reached out on all the phones in the area and gonna go question everybody. What do you mean?
I think so. I think they, if I remember correctly, they like called people up to. There was a station set up or like a little mini kiosk by the trails, and they had called people to talk to them. I can't remember if Sarah had like gone up voluntarily or if they had contacted her.
I can't remember how it went down either with Sarah.
I know. I get
She
such
did
brain fog with
forward
it. Sorry.
found her in the tower data and hunted her down.
Yeah.
Okay, now fuck the see the tower data. Where do y'all all think that came from? It came out of a geofence warrant. Everybody's number. You are now a suspect. And
There's
now
a tower right there too.
and we're gonna hunt you down
Yeah.
and
Okay.
question you.
That's
And
right. She didn't come forward. They found her in the tower data.
yeah, and she had been mentioned that she did, because I knew she didn't come forward on her own. I knew that had happened. And then she comes in hot with a cute little story.
Hmm.
Oh, y'all want to talk to me? What do you need to know? About a guy wearing what? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Wait,
Hmm.
the guy I saw wore tan. No, wait, you said blue. Yeah, he had on blue.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
no, I would have had a
Yep.
field day with this girl on the witness stand. I promise you that. Rick Allen, I apologize because I probably would have gotten thrown out of court, but whatever. I'd have tried.
I think a lot of us. Yeah.
I
You're
would
not
have
alone in
had some
that.
things to say to her. That would have been a
Me
defense
too.
attorney's dream right here.
Me too.
And you know what, though? The prosecution knows, just like the Idaho prosecutors absolutely knew, that their star witness was a very problematic witness, and the defense was going to have a field day.
Hmm.
Ann Taylor was going to try to handle it with kid gloves, but it was coming.
Yeah.
And the prosecutors knew it.
I mean,
Don't
you
tell me
have to go for broke in that situation,
you
right?
had to. Yeah, I'm coming in at that girl fireman with a fucking vacuum cleaner. What?
Yeah.
You're out. Ooh, that's you're done right there
Yep.
as a witness in my eyes. You're done. Lucid a minute ago. Now you're not. Nope. We're out. Peace out. I can't.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. I don't.
Yeah.
You saw nothing in my eyes now.
Yeah. Sarah drove by a bunch of times. I believe Fiend just said that, and Ellie's
Yes,
confirmed
that's
that.
right. Okay, let me see.
Yeah. I think she said she was like looking for some kind of, she was looking to see if there were a lot of
She
people
was
there.
the
She didn't want to
lookout.
walk the trails if there were people
Wait,
there.
wait a minute, Sarah. Was you the lookout?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, her dad was deposed.
She's got a lot of information all of a sudden. Now, don't make me put you in it, girl. We can fit you in. That's how conspiracies work. Haven't you heard?
Right.
Give me the idea. All right. Little one in the making. The youngins got out of hand that day in the woods. I said that early on. Like when I learned about the alternate perps, and the
Hmm.
things that they would do and the things they and don't and I could be a witchy woman, you don't never know. But
Hmm.
I wonder if the youngins got out of hand and the grown-ups were like, "Oh shit." The youngins
Yeah.
got out of hand.
I mean, my ultimate theory, without going too far into it, I posted a video on Twitter about, there's a YouTube video about Hell's Angels and how they would hire people who were really down on their luck to do these hits.
Mhm.
They weren't professional; they were just nobodies, kind of like Elvis Fields, who's living in a trailer park behind his like unofficial under the table boss, and he's using a propane tank attached to an oven to heat his trailer. Um, I don't know. I just think, when you have a gang of people, um, they're not necessarily part of the official organization, but they view themselves as that, and then they hire someone completely unattached to that on the outside and promise them perks and say, if you do this, if you take care of this, whether the theory, like in the Franks, was that one of the moms was race trading. There's theories about Libby's
Mm.
dad and how he got one of the most sweetheart plea deals ever in history for drugs and possession. I think that's ultimately what ended up happening, but that's just me.
Okay, well, I look at it from a different point of view.
Mhm.
I'm standing there looking at this crime scene, and I've seen the photos and the stuff,
Yeah.
and I have one of the victims, her hand is touching a tree.
Yep.
My very first thought, return to source. If the kids are used to going out in the woods and watching certain rituals take place, not saying there's human sacrifices or even animals, nothing like that.
Right.
Just a ritual in the woods, returning to source, giving back to the gods, whatever they're doing. And they're seeing all of this. But there's also a dark side that's obviously there and practiced by a lot of them. The kids got out of hand in the woods because of what they already believed in and were being taught. I don't even know if there were adults involved in what went down in the woods that day. And I mean that. I meant like because of the
Mhm.
fact that these girls, their age, the boyfriend,
Mhm.
other youngsters,
Who
I'll
I
say
believe was
that.
invited out there that day.
We have the description of one out on the bridge that Betsy saw. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know where the alt suspects fit in there, how close they were to the scene. Do you know what I mean? If that makes
Yeah.
sense. Because I don't know. I see these geofence warrants? Where's these phones at? Whose phones were in this area?
Yeah.
If
Within
these
100 feet or something from the crime
right,
scene.
close.
Yeah.
How close were the other two suspects' phones, the main two alternate suspects. This phone could have been in their name, but not their phone.
Right.
My child's phone is in my name. It would look like my phone, but it's
Hmm.
not my phone. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. I'm with you.
I don't know. It could be a lot of things, right, that happen, but I just felt like these kids, were they trying something that ah, just went completely wrong? I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I mean,
The
it's
thing
just
that
the funny thing about it is that like a lot of people have different theories, right? They have different like conclusions as to how this happened, and it could be kids in the woods, it could be people cooking
well,
meth, it could be a conglomerate of a white supremacist gang that's fueled by meth and were betrayed by a family member, and all you could have all these theories. It could be Keegan Kline in the Dropbox, and it's some huge underground pedophile network that eventually is having a RICO case brought against them. For all you'd have all these that most of them are way more plausible than a man who said he was there an hour earlier and has no ties to these girls and has no criminal history of violence whatsoever. Um, did this? You know what I mean? Like that's the. I think Andy Baldwin said that best. He's like, yeah, they're saying, well, if Richard Allen didn't do this, then who else did? And he's like, yeah, that's the question we're asking. We'd love for the state to tell us
well,
because it
here's like a
clearly is
whole
not
list of
Rick.
people. Yeah,
Right.
because you can't overlook the Keegan Kline factor, but with even with the kids in the woods, even if you take account that something could have happened somewhere else, they would have had to have help eventually, so maybe what if they were used
Yeah.
to, because I the race is a factor. I can't help but consider that. I can't help but not get that off the table. I've nothing I've seen can take it off the table yet. You know what I mean? That would have
Yeah.
been a very high contributing factor, considering what this brand of Odinist Van Linders type stuff was all about. The Eyes of
Right.
Truth, all that, absolutely. Race played a very big part in it because this is not straight up pagans in the woods. You know what I mean? This is far from the
Right.
pagans. This is something very, very different. Um, and so they incorporated a lot into what their brand was of
Hmm.
Odinism, I guess, because you're like, oh, you need to clarify what's what. No, I don't, because I can tell you this is not pagans. This is taking a whole bunch of stuff and
Right.
making our own shit.
And that was salty. That was in the very first appellate brief. Stacey and Mark say this is a bastardized interpretation. Like we're not talking. They're not talking about like, and I think they were kind of covering for how over dramatized the original Franks was. That like this was a ritual. It's like, well, a ritual is an arbitrary thing. I think it's a mistake for a layman person to see the word ritual because they immediately think like pentagrams, candles, robes, all
Immediately.
this crazy, Illuminati level shit. And it's like, no, it could just be two hillbillies that like they're like, all right, instead of gutting a pig, let's do it to, someone whose mom decided to have relations with a black man. That's a very plausible
Exactly.
thing. And a ritual, it doesn't have to be this huge drawn out process. It could be I'm using the same knife, I'm posing a body in the same way that I find important to me. And this is what Perlmutter, this is why Don Perlmutter is so important.
You're right, because a lot of their rituals don't have to mean a satanic worshiping session just occurred. I have rituals that I do. If
Yes.
I deviate from my ritual, then mine like, oh, my mom, like I got to do it a certain way. There's a certain way to. There's a method to my madness. Um,
Hopefully everyone brushes their teeth in the morning. That by
yeah,
definition
that's
is
a
a ritual,
ritual.
right?
Um,
Yeah.
but this, even when you go to the professor's take, right, in the very beginning when they consulted the professor, and then when the investigation was being conducted, my biggest question was, what made them even look at the alternate suspects? Was it
Right.
just the fact that one of the girls kind of dated one of the boys? They're young. How long had they dated? What are we doing here? what is that? What made them an alternate suspect? Is just they knew the girl. Um,
So it was, I believe Brad Holder was initially tipped in by Becky Patty on the like 15th.
well, yeah, some people were like, I
Right.
had heard, his Facebook posts were making people, there was a tip about his Facebook posts. But I'm
Hmm.
like, well, if they had to have known what the crime scene looked like. If people were out there saying he's got photos on his Facebook that mimic the crime scene, nobody was supposed to know what it looked like at that point. There was just a
Hmm.
lot of, there's a, like, I couldn't figure out, and what's Becky doing? How does she know, to give him that name? Like, come on,
Yeah.
something came up. I don't know if it was when they were talking to his son. They went and got, what's his name's son out of school or whatever, and talked,
Logan. Yeah.
Logan and everything, if just something was said, that made them
Hmm.
really look at these guys, and knowing maybe a little bit about their backgrounds, and then what about this crime scene that,
Hmm.
the experts then come in and say, well, this is kind of weird. This is not your ordinary crime scene.
Yeah, and I think like, have you seen the picture, Salty, that of what Brad Holder posted on his Facebook that
Mm-hmm.
mimicked the crime scene? Have you seen that picture?
Yeah.
The fact that Libby's in the same pose
Yeah.
with nearly the same branch on her in nearly the
Well,
same way, how do you see that and not automatically go, the you are more likely to get struck by lightning 10 times.
yeah, and not everybody is into runes and does all these
Yeah.
things. I'm
Yeah.
not. I have my rose quartz wand over there has a rune engraved on her, but we don't work the black magic. Okay.
Right.
Um, if it looking at that, and then going and looking at what, like, the Holder's post, right?
Hmm.
It was too coincidental to be too much like the crime scene, and there's meaning behind the way the bodies were laying,
Right.
meaning behind the way the sticks were placed, meaning behind the way the hand touched the tree.
Yep.
And for an expert to come in and see that, I can see that maybe the local cops don't see that when they first walk up on this crime scene. Oh, hell, this is not what they're, unless they already knew.
Yeah, and then so to the people who say that the mimicked crime scene of Brad Holder's picture is a coincidence, then I would also ask you, Brad
That's
Holder's got the shape of runes, a bind rune on his hand in the form of an asterisk, and that's the exact sticks that were found on top of Abby and also found on top of Libby's pile of blood that were very strategically placed there. And also, I'm going to read All Eyes' comment here because she
go ahead.
continues to just blow our mind. The guy in the backseat of the Rod Abrams video that she just released is the trooper Becky told about Brad. He was reassigned a couple weeks later after recommending more follow-up on the Frank suspects.
Mm-mm.
Yep.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, when I was in high school, Salty, there was these kids in the robotics club, and they were super annoying, and they had this little like emblem. It was like a 2 and a K, and then like a 4, and then like a S, and then a D or whatever. Me and my buddies, we went and TP'd this teacher's house that we absolutely despise. He was an awful man, and we spelled out their name in the lawn with toilet paper, and they got into a lot of trouble. It's past the statute of limitations, so I'm not going to get any trouble for this. But I just, when you leave a symbol behind like that, it's because you want people to know that you were there and that you're responsible for it. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, yeah, it was like one of the, and what was really became really intriguing to me was when excuse me, I watched a special one night about Bill and Peggy Stevenson. Same
Yeah.
thing. And
Mm-hmm.
so, and the investigator was talking, and this was, he's talking about the case and the investigation and how it was, a staged crime scene. It was a ritual took place in the crime scene, and how very specific items were moved around the scene, and there was things taken, things left. He said, and And I wasn't expecting this. I didn't watch it for any other reason. I was just, that case, is very curious to me. And he says, we reached out to the investigators in the Delphi case. And I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And that
Yeah.
sparked my curiosity right then, obviously. And there was something specific he said about Bill and Peggy's scene that they really needed and wanted to find out more about at the Delphi scene.
Mm-hmm.
But it apparently turned out to be nothing, panned out to be nothing. Like, I don't know that though for sure. What was it? What did you hear about that Delphi scene that made you be so curious that you need to reach out now and compare? It was like, but Delphi didn't want to hear from them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the impression he gave. It was like Delphi's like, no, 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 we got this. Kind of like they told the FBI, no, 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 we got this. Y'all can go back now. Go away.
That's my I think about that a lot. Is did they dismiss the FBI because they were very afraid that the FBI was getting close to the truth, which they were definitely afraid of being made aware, exposed to the public? Or was it kind of what we see with Nanos and that pissing contest and that ego getting to them? It could be both, obviously. I just, yeah, I don't know what it is about these like county sheriffs. Like if I'm Nanos or if I'm Tony Liggett, I'm coming out and doing a press conference. I'm going, yes, we're asking for as much help from the FBI as we can, because guess what? We pride ourselves on this not happening very often in our community. So yeah, we're not equipped to handle this. We're sending everything to the FBI lab. Thank you.
Look.
And,
Idaho didn't make it no secret. They relied heavily on the FBI. So like, whatever the FBI just said, whatever the FBI,
yeah,
you know what I mean? But when you tell them we're good, your theory is weird, and we're good, bye. You don't want your secret exposed. What are we exposing, right?
I think Carroll County and I think ISP were definitely afraid that, especially county level, right? Because you have elections, but I think they were definitely afraid that their community would find out that a meth-fueled white supremacist gang were hiring hitmen for hire to go after the families of people who ratted on their drug operation, and they didn't want that to get out. And it looks a lot better to go, oh, we had one of these infamous, lone wolf serial killers that lost his mind magically in his 40s, and had never done it before and never done it after.
So
sorry, go ahead.
The theory of, so if we're going to do that theory, that the girls would have been killed as a signal to someone.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have to do with meth.
I think I'm very hung up on the fact that Libby's father got a very sweetheart deal, and also that
I understand where you're.
Yeah.
So we're not going to imply that anybody did anything wrong.
No. Yeah, we're not.
So it goes back to what her father could have been involved with.
Yep. Well, and also, again, I think in the Frank's memo they mentioned that there was a lot. People specifically took issue with Abby's mom, I believe, dating out of her race.
Out of her race, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but see, it's like with the Idaho theories.
Mm-hmm.
They came out of the woodwork, right? We had 50 on the table. This is long before, we're talking years before Koberger ever said, I raised my hand and said I did it.
Mm-hmm.
There were 50 theories coming at us, hard and heavy. I'm like, hold the fuck up. I got to pick one and steady the course.
Yeah.
So if either it's to send a signal to somebody over some dealings gone bad, or it's because race, or both. Hey, we can get both of these things at the same time because these girls are friends. That's a lot. Then I start when it starts to become a lot. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know why it would have occurred. Like a logical, like if there was like somebody hated them, somebody's out to get them, somebody's out to get one of the parents, they did something wrong. I don't know that versus something got out of hand that day
Mm-hmm.
that wasn't supposed to happen.
Right.
But because I don't know. I
Yeah,
just don't know what to make of it.
we don't know, and the common denominator is certainly not a random man who there's zero trace of him ever having contact with these girls, let alone knowing them at all. Magically found them on the south end of the bridge and got away with literally everything in the span of a couple hours in the middle of the day. Just come on.
Yeah, it feels more like they would have known the person other than had a gun and scared them down the hill, right? I
Right.
mean,
Right.
because yeah, I can see that happening, but I feel like that just feels like there was more. But as to what the reason would have been for that to happen, if you take Rick Allen out of the equation, and that this was way more than any of us could even imagine, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
why. I still don't know why they would do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, is there a why? I don't know, especially if I'm considering ritualistic stuff.
Yeah.
And, you
You know
know,
what broke my brain, Salty? Why
what?
why was Abby treated so much better than Libby?
But because they're
It broke my brain. Like they're both children.
one
I'm
was
sorry.
seen, one, well, if you're taking the race into consideration, and then
Mm-hmm.
you take Greek mythology into consideration, and the
Mm-hmm.
true Odinism stuff from the creation of time,
Mm-hmm.
and you take a little of the pagan and a little of the Wiccan and a little of all the things. One of those girls was seen as pure and one was not seen as pure.
Yeah.
One was taken very delicate time with.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm having a hard time getting to that was to send a signal to somebody, because no time would have been taken to care for either one of them. But there was time
Mm-hmm.
taken with these bodies. One was made to get redressed for a reason. There was a
Mm-hmm.
reason to touch the tree, to send a signal they wouldn't care, even if they were staging the event. They
Mm-hmm.
went through a lot of they knew a lot to go through a staging event, let me just put it that way.
Right, right. And
You knew
they
what
didn't
you
find
were doing.
they didn't find a single book like that in Rick's house, and they didn't find anything in his search history that would have led to that either.
No, could you imagine? Okay, so Rick Allen's out there just, oh yeah, today's the day. My beer I had today has got me in a fucking tizzy. So I'm gonna go out here and murder girls in the woods. And well, fuck, what did I just do? Hang on, hang on. Let
Mm-hmm.
me stage it. There's Odinus here somewhere. How do Odinus? Let me Google it real quick on my phone. He Googled it like the
Right.
expert at trial did.
Right.
Let me Google
And
that. Hold on.
yeah. Sorry, I know we got off on a tangent. The last thing I'll say before we move forward,
It's 11:11. Y'all make a wish.
we yeah, he meticulously placed sticks on them when there's a bunch of brush, a bunch of leaves, a bunch of dirt that he could have easily kicked up, and the excuse was that he had already seen the van and he got scared. And so my question to that is, at what point exactly was he not scared enough to completely reclothe Abby, but too scared to cover them up with leaves and dirt, and
That don't make any sense.
just
And you
doesn't.
know what makes no sense about that whole thing? When you are on the damn private drive, you already been on top of the bridge and you went down the hill
Yep.
to the private drive.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go down another hill basically to get to the creek down there. So where exactly were the girls and RA when he came zooming by in the white van for it to startle them, and to that where it scared Rick Allen? Because if they were not standing on the road,
Mm-hmm.
you didn't see them and they didn't see you. They could only hear.
Right.
That was enough to scare them. Apparently, all the way across the creek, y'all run real quick,
Mm-hmm.
run. Phew, that was no, that none of that
Mm-hmm.
made logical sense.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I tested the theory of how Koberger could have done that in that house at the time, guess what? Yeah, here I test the theory, and it's like, no, that don't make no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, Koberger just did a glorified Bundy.
Exactly. It
you
was just
know?
full of rage and quickness. It was just quickness. This boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 attack, attack, attack. That's all that was.
Late at
Did
night where you're in an environment where you're
everybody's
almost
drunk?
positive everyone's blitzed.
Mhm.
Yeah,
They were out of it. And had no fight, no fight in them at all.
right.
All right. No, it's not plausible that he made an honest mistake. It's not. It's just that's
Did someone say that?
well, let's see. It is also implausible that Liggett made an honest
Oh, okay.
mistake.
I thought you were talking about Koberger for a second. I'm like, man, that's a heard of a magic bullet theory. I've never heard of a magic knife and sheath theory. Holy shit. Sorry.
There's one guy's video that time he's like driving. He's this video made me. I don't know why to this day it makes me laugh so hard, but he's got Koberger's car driving. It's a bad joke. He's driving past the King Road house, and all of a sudden the knife sheath gets up and floats out of the car toward the house. And he's like, "Don't leave me," or "Don't go in there." Yeah, it's like no, like the sheath just went in there all by itself.
Yeah. Jeez.
Some claim it did. Some claim it was never there.
Hey, God bless him. I mean,
Hey, one guy claims it was found on the floor. Come to find out, we're like, what, sir?
yeah, I know.
We demand receipts.
Yeah, if there was non-transparent as Carroll County was initially, I might be
It'd be
more inclined to
different.
believe that. But
Oh
yeah,
my
just
God, to be different.
Yeah.
No one. I've read every damn document in Idaho. Watched every single hearing. I know my facts about that case too, and I ain't seen one thing yet. Yet they don't hurry up and start unsealing me some documents. I'm gonna start. I'm already pushing. Now I need to know why. Don't make me a conspiracy theorist. Ask Carroll County.
That's what breeds it. That's what breeds it. When you
Exactly.
information starve your community, they're gonna start trying to connect dots.
Don't make me start asking questions.
Yeah, right.
I give y'all the benefit of the doubt. Damn it. All right. WSU didn't find no damn car and do shit. Y'all lied. I got a problem now. Okay.
It's not an Elantra, it's a Ford Escort.
I can't scream it from the rooftops loud enough. Okay. Nah, it's his car. Uh-oh. Oh, my thing just went crazy. Come back here.
I'll be right back again. I'll be able to hear you, but I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So the Carball falsehood is not the only one in the affidavit. The state does not dispute that Liggett falsely stated in the affidavit, written the same day Allen was interviewed, that Allen admitted wearing a black or blue Carhartt jacket. In fact, Allen told investigators he did not know what he was wearing that day. Now, could you imagine remembering all the years later exactly everything in little detail? Even if Allen did not argue this specific falsehood is in his briefing below, this court may consider it in response to the state's appellate argument that Liggett simply forgot. But the state's got like forgot, mistake. You can't do that. Are you allow the kid to come in and say, I forgot, it was a mistake, and you just don't punish them? The common thread is plain. Liggett's affidavit forgot every fact that did not fit his theory that Bridge Guy was Allen. A cop with tunnel vision. Kind of like those jailhouse doctors with weird theories. Blair's omitted descriptions were made with reckless disregard for the truth because they directly negated the warrant's core finding that Allen was Bridge Guy. While the state conceded omitted parts of Blair's identification, excluding Allen or his vehicle, the state argues that Allen failed to show these omissions were made with the requisite intent to mislead or with reckless disregard for the truth. The state is wrong on both law and the facts. The state misreads State versus Allen. That's a case they cite here as holding that intent to mislead cannot be inferred from omissions themselves. But that case rejected the proposition that any omission shows such intent, not that a material omission cannot support that inference. Settled Indiana law provides that omissions are made with reckless disregard for the truth when an officer withholds a fact in his ken that any reasonable person would have known that this was the kind of thing the judge would wish to know. There's that word reasonable again. Your
Mm-hmm.
reasonable and my reasonable could be very different things, beyond reasonable doubt. That's why we have as many jurors as we have. My reasonable doubt and your reasonable doubt might be real different. Like, reasonable, like they don't care. Like, it's just accident. Like,
Yeah,
Lord,
I think the argument is like Liggett knew, and he knew that it should have been in there,
yeah,
and so that makes it reckless disregard.
yep.
And it's the same, like the the guilters are saying, well, like Rick told Kathy that he went to the trails that day, but he never told her that he went out onto the bridge, and that's a problem. It's like, well, the same argument can be made for Liggett when he's trying to get a search warrant
Well,
signed off by a judge.
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
As a human being,
Mhm.
I may not get every single detail about what my man did today. You went fishing? Okay. Did he gonna tell me he went out to the river bank and he went and stepped 3 steps to the left? Do you know what I'm saying? I might not get every single detail. I went out to the bridge today. Okay, well, if she's busy cooking, cleaning, doing something, fixing to grab her shower, I went out to the bridge today. Okay, and never got to. I went out to the first platform. What'd you do out there? I watched the fish and looked. Maybe that's. I don't find it odd that he didn't tell her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if I get
I
that many
never find that
questions,
odd.
Salty, I'm telling my girlfriend, what's with the third degree here? Like
Right.
what like what?
Every single detail. Well, some people are very detail oriented and don't mind telling you every single detail. You know what I mean? But you're not going to get every detail every single time your significant other is off doing something that day. You're going to leave something out.
Yeah,
It,
I made this thought a long time ago. If I had $1 for every time I was told you never told me that, I'd be able to
yeah,
afford a wedding.
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like it's just the way life is.
You're
And
like,
people,
yes, I did tell you. No, you didn't. You
yeah,
know,
I swear to God, I told you that very small, minor, minute detail that for some reason you care about and I don't.
no, you meant to tell me. You just forgot to tell me.
Right. Or I didn't tell you
We'll
because
be
I
here
didn't want
all
that.
night about that now.
Yeah, or I didn't tell you because I didn't want that to unfold into some other side conversation where there's a whole plot. I want to enjoy some silence. That's exactly like that whole interview was so funny because like Rick's been with Kathy for decades, and I feel that after like 3 years of being with a woman I'm not even married to, I'm like we'll get into an argument. I'm like, I love you. I just want to have a good weekend. I don't want to. I love you.
Right.
That's it. That's what I'm leaving it at.
You learn to pick your battles, man. You
Yeah.
may not even care about every little detail. I just
Right.
don't find that to be a big detail. He told she knew he went,
Yeah.
right?
That's
I
the
was in
bar.
I was in somebody well, never mind. How do I say this? I was in a Discord one time and there was these two people in there talking about theories in this case. And
Mhm.
they didn't know I was watching or whatever. I don't know.
Look at you, you little
I'm just
lurker.
in there. I'm in there. And so they're talking about theories on this case, and their theory was that Rick Allen was out on the bridge that day having an affair, and Betsy Blair is the woman he's having the affair with.
Oh my God.
Oh, it
God.
was like a whole. I think they went on about that for hours. I just kind of sat there and watched that whole conversation, going, "Damn!"
Well,
And none of it made sense. I let them get to their whole theory, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, yeah." I'm like, "Nah, what the hell?
hey,
Wow."
Hey, if what we know
Wow.
about Betsy Blair is true, where she had to make multiple trips to
And
the
one of
Delphi
them I might
library for
just
the
say,
restroom,
just one
then Rick's
just
a super freak.
never mind. I ain't gonna say that out loud. My cat is trying to attack my cord again. Stop it, cat.
Oh,
Never
sorry.
mind. No, it wasn't your fault. I was about to say something I don't want to say out loud. Anyway,
Oh,
um, eh, yeah, yeah, like that. I
the theories. How about
quit it,
this? Here's
cat.
here's
Damn it.
here's a work appropriate theory. Here's a safer work theory. Had those girls not been unalived that day, I don't think Kathy would have ever knew that Rick was even at the trail. I just don't. I think they saw
Maybe,
it on the
maybe not.
news. I think they saw it on the news and he was like, "Oh my god, I was out there. Like, I
Yeah,
can't believe that. That's
it
crazy."
may
She's
not
like,
even have come up that day.
"Yeah,
That day, like maybe when they got home, they didn't talk about what each other did that day. Not everybody does.
mm-hmm.
Not to that kind of extent. You may have a different conversation.
Yeah,
You know, because didn't he go to his mom's that morning, right? He went over to
yeah."
his mom's and did his thing and came back. So she knew all that, but I still don't find it odd. I find it odd he stuck around for 5 years if he did it, thinking, man, it's just a matter of time before they come get me. I've been
Yeah.
a nervous wreck, living a weird, like, s- withdrawn lifestyle. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, staying at home, not leaving my DNA, wearing gloves around town like Brian Koberger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone thinks it's so suspicious that he left
right.
his mom's to go like
Right.
grab a
Would he
like what if
not
he
be doing look, we see now that Brian Koberger was actually running around doing weird shit after those crimes, like wearing gloves. We heard that he was wearing gloves, but everybody's like, "No, that's a lie," until they tell you, "Well, we saw the proof in that last video." He was
he's like
wearing
going through his parents' trash,
Yeah,
right?
he was doing things not to get caught. Rex Heuermann, he had a whole plan written down in his kill book not to get caught in the future. Be careful of this, and that.
Yeah.
Rick Allen's like, I'm going to keep my Carhartt in the closet. I'm going to save my bullets in the keepsake box. I'm going to plaster the picture of myself right behind me in the CVS.
I'm not going to sell my car.
Nope, I'm going to keep it. And
Yeah.
save all my phones. Or
Hey,
except this one, except for that one.
I got a Heuermann question for you that I've actually been meaning to ask. I'm glad you reminded me.
What's that?
What do you make of his wife going down in that room and sleeping there?
What's she enjoys it.
I got that vibe too. I'm like, oh, she's not doing that as an apology.
Oh, fuck no, that ain't the way you
Heck
apologize. No,
no.
sir. No, that is not the way you apologize.
Yeah.
That is a slap in the face to the victims and their families.
Yeah. I think we need to get her on some hell doll.
I wanted you.
Start talking.
Where's Dr. Walla? Where's Dr. Walla when you need her? Rex Heuermann's wife needs you ASAP. Like, my cat. Like, what is wrong with you, dude?
I'm just like, I got a weird vibe from her from the first documentary. I'm like, I don't know. My girlfriend was like, "What are you talking about?" They were on vacation. I go, "Yeah."
They were gone every time he did something.
Yeah, and then this one came around. I'm like, "You are."
But were they? Okay.
No, that's yeah.
Dr. G,
Mm-hmm.
who's got that really cool theory, and Nancy Guthrie come out and said that Rex Sherman's daughter's a really weird chick.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't trust what the doctor tells me. Turns out, anyway, no, there's something up with her, man. There's something up with Asa. I don't know what's up with Asa, but I know. Okay, so there was a girl who gave an affidavit, right? The
Yeah.
guy, one of the attorneys for the victim's family, John Ray. So the girl gives an affidavit, and she says that with one of the victims, okay, so she was dating a cop, right? And back before the current police are all there was a big scandal and all of this corruption going on in Suffolk County in the police department. So this lady is dating a police officer. They go to a bar. This bar is like a swingers bar. Okay. There's a list, like a like you go to the bathrooms and there's one of those boards in the back, hey, call for a good time. Well, there was an ad and it said for swingers, and it said come to this location. They took the address. Okay, they go to the address and she says it was Rex Heuermann's house.
Oh
And
my
when they
God.
go inside, on the way over, they pick up a girl, and this girl had just recently gotten out of jail, and she was an
Hmm.
addict. So then
Okay.
and she was a black girl. They go to the house. The wife was aware of what they were all there for, but did not want to participate because she didn't want to be with a black girl, and got up and left and went. Yeah. And then the girl and her cop boyfriend go to leave, and they get outside, and when she looks back, the girl they took with them is banging on the window like she was scared. And the cop friend says, "Oh, she's going to be fine." I think the girl said she even tried to run out or something. I don't know, but they left. They left. So if that's true, and it's in an affidavit, Asa knew they're swingers, that their numbers in a fucking bar in New York.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. What else did you know, honey? If you was
I, I
aware of all that, you know?
that's that's my thing. It's just I didn't know that element of it was there, but I think that
Yeah.
even I don't know, that throws a little gas in the flame for me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah. Woman, he did. He called families with his burner phone.
Yeah.
Called
Sicko. You know what
phone.
sucks? Like every single person in my life I've met who like even comes closely to resembling him, like those gentle giant kind of dudes, they're always the nicest, safest seemingly
Mhm.
people ever. And it's
And
just it ruins my image of those people.
I know. And you see those videos of Rex Heuermann when he talks. He's like, "Oh, like the Jolly Green Giant, big,
Yeah.
like the guy you're describing." And you're like, "No, man, y'all, that's weird. You're like this. You're giant." And he liked the petite girls, like me. And
Hmm.
I wouldn't know. I would not feel safe going anywhere near a big guy like that.
Who's the guy from Coach that does he does the voice of Patrick from SpongeBob?
Mm. Oh,
Uh
he was the blonde guy,
yeah,
the big doofus kind of guy.
Bill Fagerbaki.
Oh, he had a weird last name. Yeah.
Um
Not, I don't recall. Okay.
that's who Huerman reminds me of. And this guy was like always really nice. Yeah, he played Dauber in Coach.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
That's right. Same guy.
Yeah, that's kind of who I get. It's like, oh man, don't make him a killer.
I know.
All right, sorry, I
Well,
didn't mean to digress.
you never know.
Yeah,
Hey, this cat, I'm sorry, y'all. She's really going at my cord.
I want a cat so
It's
bad.
gonna, dude, this is not even, she's my grand cat. She's my son's cat. He don't even
Hmm.
live here anymore. Left
I
his
know.
cat. She's
I'm
like, he
waiting
needs
for a
to come and
family
get
member
his.
to be like, I need to get rid of this cat. I'm like, I'll take it.
I got a house full of pets, and they're not mine. They're all grand pets. This is not
Uh,
cool. But she's never done, she rarely ever messes with this. And if she gets it just right, she's going to unplug me.
hmm.
My headset. All right.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Um, Not that a material omission cannot support that inference. Okay, we are down, Indiana, we are down here now. Blair's descriptions directly undermine the affidavit's central conclusion that Allen is the individual on the bridge. Liggett swore under oath that he was able, or that he was able corroborate information that Allen was at the trails at the same time Libby and Abby were. The individual in the picture on Libby's phone matches the description of Richard Allen. The individual in that picture on the phone,
Hmm.
I thought they just had a video of him. But
Yeah.
like, yeah, does he mean video or does he mean picture?
Yeah, that's probably a semantical thing.
Words matter.
They do. You're right. You're right. I'm not defending him. I
Yeah.
hate the guy. I don't like the guy.
The hell. But
Sorry.
Liggett knew that Blair, the only witness who was on the bridge at the same time as the man described, someone who did not match Allen and a car that did not match his. He withheld the car description that Blair saw versus whatever, the one that reminded her, the because Blair was the one who saw the car that reminded her of her dad's car, the vintage car, right?
The Comet, yes, which is
Yeah,
it's
the
a
Comet.
very boxy.
Oh, I know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
My dad is a car guy. My dad was a race
Yeah.
car driver too, as well as a hunter and fish and all the things. So I knew exactly what she was talking about, what they were talking
Hmm.
about, right? And there,
Hmm.
if you go into the 70s, 80s Comet, you got a whole different kind of car, a
Hmm.
whole different body style than
Yeah.
those old ones.
Right.
Um, that's still a very different description than what Allen's cars were like.
1,000,000%. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like completely different. Like not even close. Like not even Koberger car kind of close, right? Is it or isn't it? You know what I mean?
Or not even like
You
the idea that like Gray Hughes is out there saying that was Alan's car and he picked up like a AutoCAD
Let me
design
go
of
ahead and tell you something about Mr. Gray Hughes. And I don't mind saying it because I'll tell y'all all day long and twice on Sunday. I do believe Brian Koberger's guilty, and I always have and I always will. Now, with that said, Gray Hughes released a body cam footage in the Brian Koberger case and totally altered it for no fucking reason. And when it came up to that altered part, so nobody would notice, he tells his audience, now watch up here at the left-hand screen at Koberger's car, because at that same point in time, there was a guy running out of Jack's house who's going to jog down the street toward Taylor. He didn't want nobody to notice what he did because he tried to redact the person out, and he almost got it all the way. But for people like me who knows what the official footage looks like, I got a problem with that. And you didn't tell anybody you altered it, so I don't want to fucking see anything else you ever do ever again. And I don't care what you think you saw, heard, or did in this Delphi case, sir. You leaker, you got used.
Do you want to hear the most sickening thing I've ever heard
Yeah.
in the crime tube community, like bar none?
Go ahead.
There's a Reddit page, I believe it's called Gray Hughes Discussions, and it's kind of like a everyone hates Gray Hughes page. That's where
I
you go.
know it.
You're familiar with it?
Mm-hmm.
A while back, someone made a post and said he already deleted this from his live stream and wasn't able to get a screen or a video capture of it. So it's gone forever. But apparently Gray had said that Brian killed Zaina last because she was the least attractive out of all of them. Like that was his theory.
What?
And his chat exploded. And he immediately, you could see him apparently you could see him kind of clicking away, and he was going back. The video's gone.
Jesus, dude.
And
really?
I was like, I saw that post, and this person's like, hand to God, Gray's already bad enough. I don't need to make shit up about him. This actually happened. I'm so mad at myself that I wasn't able to get the video of it.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was.
It does surprise me. We've all seen him do some wild shit, and I mean, we've seen it with our own eyes. I mean, it's bad enough he sits over there and tortures his people, like, "Oh, don't give me enough money today," or whatever. That's weird. That's weird shit. But he's willing to do a lot of weird shit. Is what I'm saying. And a case that didn't need alterations, there was no reason to redact that boy running out of the thing. He didn't do anything wrong. He was clearly just running down the street. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But the fact that he did it and was distracting everybody, and I was like, nah, dude, I see exactly what you just did, and I don't understand why you did it. That's not ethical, in my opinion.
Yeah. So he gets an AutoCAD render of a Ford Focus hatchback, right? And he very, very easily just minimizes the image to lay over.
I saw it.
Rick's vehicle, which is
Mhm.
hilarious because it's a black render. It's a pitch black render, which it's going to cover over gray easily. You're not going to see any of like the actual pixelated Hoosier Harbor Store screenshot. But the other thing, you could literally just pull off of Google Gray Hughes 2014 Subaru Outback, and you can retrofit it to match that car in the Hoosier Harbor Store camera. So it's like, great.
Yeah,
Where were you February 13th, 2017? That's what I want to know.
you can't trust that dude's anything he's puts out. I'm telling you, he will
No.
alter it in a heartbeat. Redacted. She says, I got blocked for telling his chat to stop donating to their Social Security. Look, I was in his chat one night and I asked him a question and he got mad. He's like screaming at his mods, block Salty, and they never would block me. They didn't do it. Like,
I made an alt account. I made it like an alt Google account, and it was. Did you hear this story already? I was on Schbugs Live. I made an alt account. It was Dr. Monica Walla, and I even put her like little picture up in the YouTube thing. I went to his chat and I said, all caps, I said, Gray, they have the texts between us. Delete them all right now. They know about us.
oh my God, that would have been epic. Shit.
What a loser.
Well, he needs to stop it. There's enough bad stuff going on out here. There's enough. There is enough, man.
Okay, sorry.
Blair's descriptions directly undermine the affidavit's central conclusions that Allen is the individual on the bridge. Liggett swore under oath that he was able to corroborate the information that he was at the trails. Okay, I got that far. The only witness who was on the bridge at the same time as the man, which was Blair, described someone who did not match Allen in a car that did not match. He withheld that contradictory evidence while including the portions of other witnesses' accounts that supported his conclusion. So he didn't give everybody's account of the bridge that day, of what they all saw. Who they saw. Even going to the three girls that were walking and what everybody saw. Nobody ever really described seeing the guy on the bridge.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Not to mention, none of them were asked to point at Richard Allen at trial and say that it was him definitively.
Or ever pick him out of a lineup before and ever like when he got arrested, bring these, and we're going to go to trial, bring our witnesses in. Do you recognize this guy? None of that was ever done. Who can recognize him off this weird sketch, the drawing? You know what I mean? Because that video is not clear enough to show me who that is.
No.
There's never, ever a way. Because my thought when I saw that video is, if this guy's local, somebody's going to recognize him because he's local, right? And they all kind of carry themselves in the same way, but you're going to know your person, the face, shape, the way they carry themselves and the clothes they wear. It couldn't have described a bunch of people, but it could have been your guy. It could have been 1,000 guys in that town, right? With that description. But it was just, I don't know, it's wild. And then she sees somebody totally different out there, and the fact that it takes them 2 years to even come out and acknowledge Betsy's description of the guy she saw that day on the bridge, you know what I mean? And for them to put that out there, and then to see their weird behavior about the two sketches becoming the same person one day. I was like,
right. Well, and the fact that she got so upset, she went to them and said, "That is not who I saw. Who you guys are putting out there."
Well,
I don't know where the hell you got that.
Well, they were taking that off of I think they took the bridge guy drawing off of what they saw on the video, what they think they saw on the video, right? And other witness accounts as to what they think they saw. But none of it matched what she saw, which was the one guy, the young guy. Because it's totally different. Well, where was he? And nobody else totally described Bridge Guy. I think that Bridge Guy drawing that we saw, and honestly, enough of us know following this case, that guy could have been 10 guys, including alternate suspects in this case. two of them to be exact, not just one. There were two alternate suspects in this case, and one had nothing to do with the other. That could have been that guy. It was
Mhm.
crazy. But then her sketch is totally different, and then they didn't even bring that second sketch into court. But yeah, you're right. She had to go back to them and say, "You're not getting anywhere with that sketch you're releasing, and that's not the guy that I saw. Where's my guy?"
Mhm.
And then they released him, and then tried to tell us it's the same person later on. That was weird. How does a jury believe that? But they
I,
didn't. They weren't allowed to even see the sketches.
the jury was led to, and this is why like I wrestle with like if this juror number 5 is real salty. Part of me is like, you colossal fucking moron, and then on the other hand, I go, well, you weren't really given an opportunity to think differently than what they
Well,
wanted you
true.
to.
I can't blame the jurors, right, for any decision they made, because they got to
Mhm.
work with what they were given. If they truly didn't know anything about the case and all they know is what they heard at trial, I I don't know, right? I can't like say, "Oh my God, you got it terribly wrong,"
Right.
because they shouldn't have known anything into it. But I don't know. I haven't listened to those interviews with juror number 5. I have not listened to a single one of them.
They're just I'm not going to get into it. There's multiple different reasons why it's entirely ridiculous, but I mean, the thing I wrestle with is like they pretty much were us when the PCA was released. That's all they
Yeah.
were really given, if you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
So, yeah,
didn't the murder shit, didn't they interview or allegedly interview a juror like not long after the trial was
they
over?
did,
I
they
didn't listen to
did,
that shit either.
yeah, and it was more of the same. It was more of like, I don't know. The common theme was they pretty much just convicted Rick because they felt bad for the families, and it's just I am so over this whole.
You cannot do that. You cannot convict
No,
on feelings. By God damn it, don't. Look, I got 4 babies. I've got one in heaven. I don't know how I would feel if she had been murdered. Thank God she wasn't. But you cannot go on feels,
no, you
because
can't.
we have innocent people sitting in prison right now on feels. Turns out those feelings were not valid. You will feel all kinds of things when you lose a child.
Mhm.
You just will. You
Yeah,
will
absolutely.
feel you when you get the kid. I call them the kids cases. I don't purposely seek them out to cover, right?
Mhm.
I the second I hear about them, like I want to run the other way, because these are babies, man. I can't. But
Right.
the feelings, you know what I'm saying? But I can't go to a trial on my feelings. I cannot do that.
Yeah, it's just like that's one of the things where like I could never be a Tanner Horner juror. I just couldn't.
Oh God, I can't even watch that trial, dude. I
No,
cannot.
no, I can't even read an article about it.
Mm-mm. I'm
I
so
I get
pissed
sick to my stomach.
because I remember when that happened.
Yeah.
Remember when they were like the FedEx driver ran the little girl over and la 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 la.
Ugh.
This bastard. Oh no, don't even. Yeah, I can't. See, I can't. Then this one is like that's why I'm so like these 2 little girls, man. They fucking unseasonably warm day, a day
Yeah.
off from school, doing what teenage girls fucking do.
Yeah, had their whole life ahead of them.
Exactly. Out and
Yeah.
trying to enjoy nature, get out of the house. We can breathe. It's not too cold. We can get away from grandma. Da 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 da. Let's go across this bridge. I'm scared, chicken shit. Let's do it anyway. I got you. Let's go.
Mhm.
And here they go.
Mhm.
And even if they did go out there with the intention to meet someone, they had no idea what was in store.
Mhm.
Just no idea.
Yeah, I
And the right
it's
person needs to pay, right? Valid
absolutely.
or not, I don't give a shit who it was. They need to pay, and we can't get
Absolutely.
there on secret trials and all that weird shit. So
I
Wilson's description of the car at the CPS lot as a purple PT Cruiser or small SUV type is more consistent with Allen's black hatchback than Blair's description of the the car that is not black with sharp angles. I didn't even think that the other descriptions really fit Rick Allen's car.
I would argue a
Eyewitnesses are
purple PT
notoriously
Cruiser is a
wrong.
stretch. What's that?
Purple PT Cruiser. Where'd that even come from? I mean, I know it came from the witnesses' statements, but I'm saying
Yeah.
it was car was black.
Mm-hmm.
Witness statements are notoriously wrong.
Terribly. Yeah.
Notoriously, is that even a word?
Yeah, it's notoriously terrible. That's
Notoriously
notorably.
terrible.
I'm gonna start saying
Right.
notorably, by the
And
way.
I'll never forget too, me and my sisters and my cousins, like, gosh, I was like preteen. We were messing around at the football field next door, and we like were the guy thought we were trying to get into the ballpark or whatever, and he rides by and he just like yells at us or whatever, and he keeps going. Well, we
Mhm.
ran home and we told our mom, but one of my sisters starts telling this story about the guy was weird and scary and looked like this and that and this, and I'm thinking, and I don't really get a good look. I'm like, no,
Mhm.
even the dude, by the time it was all said and done, and my mom and my aunt called the police, the description that they ended up getting on this guy in this truck was not this guy in this truck because he came back. He ended up coming back as he worked at the ball field. He went to go do something. He comes back. He's like, "Oh my God, is there a problem?" And the cop's like, "Yeah, we need to talk to you." And I remember standing there looking at that man and thinking, "Oh my God." And I remember looking at that truck going, "Oh my God, that is not what we said we saw." We were so wrong about so many details. Do you know what I'm saying? We were
Yeah.
we were kids, but that really stuck with me for the rest of my entire life, and I began to pay attention. Every
Mhm.
time I thought something nefarious was happening around me, I had to pay attention. To
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, you ask me, what color shoes someone I walked past at the grocery store were wearing, I'm not gonna be able to tell you.
right,
Like, actually, you should be scared if I give you an answer, right? Because 'Cause I'm
right.
pulling a Sarah Carbaugh.
From detail, do you want head to toe? I mean,
Yeah.
their underwear too. Hold on, and then you're like, "Whoa, so damn,
Yeah,
fuck."
you asked Sarah Carbaugh to describe Santa Claus. She's like, "Well, what do you want me to say? You want me to tell you it looks like Buddha? I'll tell you it looks like Buddha, you know?"
Yeah,
Uh,
what do you need today?
yeah, right, right. I don't know.
Wow. The selectivity was not neutral. Liggett included every description pointing towards Allen while suppressing those excluding him. Um, Had Blair described someone who looked like Allen or his car, there is no doubt her description would be front and center to the affidavit. Well, that's true. The state contends Blair's descriptions are immaterial because the timeline is so tight that Allen had to be the bridge guy, regardless of Blair's account. States BR 40 42. But that argument assumes its own conclusion. The tight timeline holds together only if Blair's account is set aside. Because Betsy didn't see anybody else on the bridge at that point in time.
Correct.
And she didn't see the girls on the bridge at that time.
Correct. She saw them
She
walking.
walked past them, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. That's what I thought. Because I'm like, well, nobody saw Bridge Guy or Rick Allen, rather, like definitively. And nobody out there, none of these people saw the girls. I guess Betsy would have been the only one.
Yeah, and then also,
They were coming out as she was coming in, or no,
yeah, and then the 3 girls that she saw, or
the
4,
girls were going in.
right?
Wait,
Is Anthony Greeno really in this chat?
Greeno, did you do it?
Goodness
Hang on,
gracious me.
hang on, let me see. No,
Hey, Tony, you remember when you
it
made
won't be
like a
long if he is.
Tony, you remember when you made a really shitty AI rendition of Elvis Fields in a gas station and it was literally disproved in like 10 minutes by people Googling the gas station to find out that the pumps were off and not aligned with the door and the camera? Do you remember that? That's all. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. Hang on a
That's
second.
it. I know we talked about like get him out of here and not addressing it. My bad.
No, you're good. Oh, it's all taken care of already. I just needed to do something super quick.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, no, the only other thing I'll say with Blair is that she mentioned seeing 3 or 4 girls who didn't see her, according to her.
What?
Like, I think that was the only thing I was meant to say. But yeah, she did. Apparently, the girls, Abby and Libby, were walking past her as she was walking away.
Yeah, and there nobody else really saw them out there. So it's like they got out of the car with Kelsey, dropped them off, right, and just made their way straight to the bridge and just went across.
Yep.
You know what I mean? At
Yep.
that point, so the timeline absolutely matters, especially like if you're looking at the even the geofencing data of the phones that were still there in the area, and the time of when Rick actually left left that place.
Well, I love when people say, "Well, how come Rick Allen didn't see Bridge Guy?" And it's like, because he wasn't there. He left earlier.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to either consider that Rick is Bridge Guy, but he didn't do this, or he wasn't Bridge Guy at all. And I'm gonna have to tell you, I can't sit here and say he couldn't be Bridge Guy. Now, if we go by the timeline, yes. But if I go by appearance, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
By appearance, yeah, he could be the Bridge Guy, but so could the alternate suspect.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say, Luke gives me a really hard time for this because, like, I've always been hell bent on Rod Abrams being Bridge Guy, and I think Rod Abrams is like 5'6", Rick's 5'4", right?
Yeah.
Depending on, again, his fishing license and which doctor's office he goes to, but
for real.
Yeah, I think I Bridge Guy's got to be 5'11". I think that the FBI report said between I'm hoping All Eyes might be able to tell me. It's like between 5'11" or 5. Jesus, hold on, I have it right here.
All Eyes has got a comment. How come Dave McCain didn't see Cheyenne and Shelby? How come Dave McCain didn't see the girls or Bridge Guy? Wasn't he out there taking pictures? People can't believe that Rick's out there looking at stock ticker, but Dave's out there taking pictures of what? The fish? Okay, that's what you got on the bridge for, right? Yes.
Right.
So he never saw the girls. So I guess they're all thinking, oh, since none of these people saw them, he's already got them and gone down the hill now. You know, once they figured out what happened, they're like, oh, this is why our witnesses don't see them. But that's so convenient, I feel like.
Right. Yeah, the original wanted FBI wanted poster has Bridge Guy 5'6" to 5'10", 180 to 220 pounds. So I don't know. I think Rod Abrams.
And you know, the only way they can really get a description on what they think Bridge Guy was is by guesstimating off of the video that was recovered from the phone.
Correct, and they didn't.
And we had
put the money into height analysis.
No. People on the internet did a much better job. We had guys out here, you know, measuring the railroad ties and every single detail about this bridge and coming up with statistical scientific methods to calculate that guy's height. I've seen it done, you know, and like, come on, man, if people on the internet can do this and we can do it during a live stream, y'all can do this shit. Just like we saw the FBI trotting along over there to Miss Nancy's with this little fancy board with some measurements on it, throw up a tent, and all of a sudden we got a height description of the guy at the door. You know, we see your scientific method.
Yeah.
You got a measuring stick.
It's like, you know, ladies and gents, can we start by maybe sending the DNA in the house out first? I can't see you right now, but I felt your reaction to that.
The sheriff is hoping that they do not figure out that mixture of DNAs. They're going to figure out it's his, he accidentally deposited it that day. Right before he released the crime scene, he's like, oh fuck, that's my DNA.
He's like, oh, this is gonna be great for the reality TV show.
This is gonna fucking be shit, man.
I'm sorry, Savannah, if you're watching by chance.
Oh, I, well,
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not sorry.
okay, because I had made a comment to my. I had a chat with my mods earlier
Mm-hmm.
about tonight's show, about what not to put up with in chat, and I made a comment about Savannah. I was like, oh, that was not probably wouldn't have been seen as nice, but I called her selfish Savannah. I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm having a hard time at this point with you
Me too.
going back to work and pretending nothing is wrong and making some recipes versus where's my mama?
Salty, I got slaughtered on Twitter for this.
I'm about ready to take this thing right here down and read it, finish it tomorrow, and let's go
I'm
the fuck
sorry.
off for a moment. No, you're good.
I'm sorry. This is you and me. This is how it happens.
No, I mean, I this show is sitting right there, dude, because I'm like, something is not sitting right, and I don't like it.
I said I think we should all explore the possibility that someone no longer wants to deal with their elderly mother and it's holding them back from advancing their career. And I had to delete that tweet because the replies I got were horrible. Horrible.
Well, you and I talked about it
We
when
did.
we were live,
We did.
but that was coming at maybe the angle that maybe Annie was the one tired of the care, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I don't think it's got anything to do with Annie. I got a
Yeah.
hard time. But the other one.
You know what? They're going after me for that, but then they think that Tommaso could magically grow the beard that he has within the span of like 3 days.
Oh yeah, you're crazy for doing that, but you just
What
Tommaso.
are we talking about?
Tommaso,
Yeah.
Tommaso and Savannah are probably having an affair.
No.
I don't know. I just feel like, maybe she wasn't hampering Savannah's career because she's got Annie to fall back on. Annie's got this. Annie's got it. Maybe Annie was tired of having it, but I think Annie would have took that up with her sister versus the mother. I would hope. But yeah, something's not sitting right, man. Not when I get at some point you have to go on with life after you lose a loved one, but you don't know what you've quite lost yet. And I know families who are still sitting with that question 10, 15, 20 years later, and you have to go on at some point. But man, that was pretty quick turnaround. And we're just going to go smile and make recipes. Okay.
I'm going to be brutal and heartless for a second, and I'm just going to say this. This is just me, and you and I know we're revisiting what we've talked about before because you and you're a very good person, and you take care of your whole family, Salty. I know that about you, so I'm comfortable saying this in front of you and your chat who supports you. If this was my mother, whom I loved dearly enough to do a whole, sideshow with, a documentary, whatever, and she goes missing, I'm sorry, if I'm sitting on $8 million a year, I'm hanging up the boots until I find my mother. I'm going miles. I'm going miles till I find her. I'm not going back. And I'm sorry, like the Today Show is not a real job. This isn't like I've got to work at. I've got to work on the oil rig to make sure my family of 6 can eat, and I don't have the means to do it. I'm sorry, but like I'm quitting. I'm hanging up the boots, hanging up the gloves, and I'm gonna go find my mother until I die or until I find her.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Totally agree because I don't see any other way of going on so quickly like that.
Yes.
maybe eventually one day, but but to go on not even to speak of it, talk about it, act like it's bothering me. I'm just smiling and we're not gonna say a word. That's weird to me because I wouldn't have not be able to do it every day. I don't know how she does it, and it's not like oh it's good for her because if she's just doing it because she thinks that's what she needs to do, she's gonna fall flat on her face real soon because she's in flat out denial, and that's wrong. Also, if you got a stalker on your hands, are you triggering that person right now by saying, look, even taking my mama didn't hurt me like you thought it would? What the hell?
Are you risking putting Annie and Tommaso in significantly more danger, or your
Thank you.
husband or your children? You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah, that stalker could be like, "Oh yeah, I'll show you, Savannah.
I that would
Watch
be
me, watch me this time."
Yeah, and again, I know we've talked about this. If the FBI had her go back to the Today Show to like bait this person into like showing their hand, that is the most riskiest. Like that's the shit you see in the movies. You don't see that in real
Don't you
life.
think the best way to do that though would be to try to get at the empathy of that person and to show that hurt if this does hurt, like that's what your goal was, this hurts. Are you happy now?
Like we're
But
done.
we're just right.
Yeah.
But no, we're showing the opposite of that. That's not what the FBI would have recommended, I don't think.
Yeah. I'm
You
not
know what
going to
I
let you
mean?
get to me. Take my sister for all I care. Like
Go out
what?
there and provoke this person. Why don't you?
Right.
Instead of trying to gain their empathy and hoping we can find your mother's remains, let's be real,
Yeah.
go do the opposite. Like, whoa, what kind of, what the fuck is happening?
I
Talk
was
about
just I from the beginning I'm like, listen, I'm not saying she's the one who did it or whatever. I just don't think Savannah's in the clear or should be in the clear. Like the way that Nanos came
I
out,
get you.
and I'm so sick of this culture of like, but the families. It's like, okay, yes, statistically, the families.
You
What are we talking about here?
sound like the doctor.
Yeah. Jeez.
The
I just
families.
it's like the old like detective noir films that you watch, right? Like the one of the greatest detective noir film stories to ever exist is that they get it wrong because when a woman's killed, they go and try to lock up her husband because they just
Yeah,
automatically assume that
it's
it's
like the
him.
easy thing. It's like anymore we just embrace what's we feels the easiest, right?
Yeah,
And man, it's not always like that.
right. It's not,
It's not. And
it's
I mean, I get where people came from with the Annie and Tommaso shit, but nah, come
mhm,
on, man. Yeah,
yeah. But
that-
let's use the smart part of our brain and realize that Tommaso cannot magically regrow a beard like that within a weekend. You
well,
know.
Tom hired somebody, or that's Tom's friend, or
Yeah.
whatever, you know.
Oh yeah, his bandmate. Yeah.
Well, Savannah didn't go to the door and do it herself. She would have had to hire somebody too. So he was. I always coined him the hired gun, but the good doc. He's the cook and the server, the waiter, or some shit like that. And
Yeah.
they
Oh,
got
yeah.
that waiter as being this dumb guy. I got that waiter. Look at them eyes. There's something up with that waiter, dude. I'm telling you.
That poor
Um,
guy.
I know. Wow. He don't even know. I think he knows now. He knows now what he's dealing with. Because
Mhm.
if the doctor is right about one aspect, the cook, the guy at the door already knew, man, if I don't pull this off just right, that bitch is going to get me good. Not Miss
Yeah.
Nancy, but the cook
Yeah.
and the lady telling me what to do. And I said lady on purpose. I know what I said.
Hey, you know who the worst eyewitness is ever in history?
Who?
Susan Smith.
Oh my God, ain't she? Freaking heifer. Had everybody in America looking for that black man who stole her babies.
Mm. Mm.
Black man stole my babies.
Yeah.
Bitch, I had babies. Okay, don't even come at me. I cannot with
I
that
know.
lady.
Jeez.
She cried and cried and cried and cried and cried on my
Oh,
TV.
she sold ice to Eskimos, man. They were eating it up.
Turns out this heifer was having an affair with a man who didn't want her babies. So she decided they can just stay in the car and I'll jump out while it goes into the lake and they drown. And I'll tell all of America at the end of the carjacking epidemic that a black man stole my babies in a rural area where we ain't got no black man.
Yeah. I also think I think it's a
Bitch.
huge red flag to not want to be with someone because they have kids.
Oh my God. Some women don't care.
Some women don't. Men care way too much. It's like, dude, like no one's asking you to be, Jerry Maguire day one. Let's take it easy. you know, some will, but yeah. Okay, I'm done digressing.
Her husband, the children's dad, his parents lived here when that happened.
Oh God.
Yeah, he was here for a while. They've moved since then, but they were living here at the time.
She's
Right.
just I don't know.
I can't
Her and like Jodi Arias, it's like study their brain, please.
Oh my God, that Jodi Arias chick, that bitch was just a typical fucking heifer, okay? Just a typical fucking heifer.
I know how to get on your skin, Salty.
So, all right. When it turns out that a female stalker who became obsessed with Savannah many years ago is behind all of this, and that guy at the door was either her brother or her lover, you can come back over here and we'll have a talk. If it's opposite, come back and say you was wrong, Salty, and I'll be like, damn.
But no, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. I think it's JLR. I think JLR is Porsche.
I think you will. Yeah, I've got. Lord, there's a lot unfolding in that realm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Y'all all here with your popcorn for all that, like I am. Damn. Okay. Damn. Jail. I'm in Florida, and it's easy to get records. I mean, I can pull them up right now. It's a matter of public record. Jonathan Lee Rich is in the state of Florida, right? We got the Sunshine State, right, buddy? And I'm not a transplant, sir. I'm a native.
You know, I love they're cool about it too. Like the police, when you ask them for reports and stuff in Florida, they're like, shit.
We have the number one sunshine law in the country. That's why.
Yeah.
No everybody knows it, and all the other states adopted Florida's sunshine law, but not to the extent Florida takes it, right?
Yeah,
that's one damn good thing about my state. Y'all want it all. We get you. What do you want? Phone calls from the jail, emails, let's pre-trial. We'll get it all.
So my high school band director moved to Winter Park, and he was arrested for doing things with students that he shouldn't have done. We're going to keep it family channel on here. And so a few of my friends were like, what happened? And I called and I requested documents. They sent them electronically, which was like my original request. But about like 2 weeks later, Salty, I got a envelope in the mail. Every document, every report, the probable cause affidavit, everything was notarized and sent to me. I was like, this is incredible. I didn't ask for this.
Yeah. Stefan Stearns, his parents found out the hard way. Florida just gives it all out.
Yeah.
Look, Casey Anthony, before her trial ever took place, we had it all. All the jailhouse calls between her and her mom and daddy. Nancy Grace, for 2 solid years, we unpacked everything about that case pre-trial without a venue change and without a gag order.
Yep.
And Casey Anthony walked because the state of Florida could not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I watched the trial, so don't come at me. It is what it is, unfortunately. That's what it was. It was bad. Florida lost that case. Anyway. All right. So the fact the only eyewitness was who definitely saw the man on the bridge described him in the nearby car was in ways inconsistent with Allen, and his vehicle is precisely the type of information a natural or neutral magistrate would want to know before issuing a search warrant for someone's home. Yeah, I mean, because you got to have a lot of probable cause, man, and they're just going by eyewitness accounts to get this probable cause of who
Yeah.
was there. That hey, thank you, Hawkeyes. Look, Salty, you have me rolling over here, JLR. Trust me, I got the Florida. I can look up Florida court documents. Like nothing. But they're all out there. It's crazy. Thank you for your support, Hawkeyes. I appreciate you always coming in. Um, Stearns gives you chills and nausea. Don't every time I say his name, something bad happens like a voodoo doll. So I have to stop and say it so he feels it when I say it. That's why I do it sometimes.
I remember watching that first video of him doing an interview, and I'm like, you are not even
You
trying to
sick
convince me,
weirdo.
dude. Yeah,
Right.
mm-mm.
I remember watching the very first interview in this chat, like Jen Soto, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, she's wild, she's weird." So I'm like, "Wait a minute, what's her child's missing? She could be in shock. She did look weird, and like she's like look like a deer in the headlights thing, whatever."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, maybe she's just in shock.
People
But
are in front of a news camera every day, Yeah.
after seeing him, man, and then you see her after those first couple of interviews, it was like, holy shit, he was weird from the get go.
It was like that scene in Willy Wonka where he's like, "No, don't," and it was like Stefan was like trying to express remorse, but it was like he was having a conversation over
He's all
Microsoft Teams.
sad.
Yeah, I'm like, dude,
I just
what
took
is
her to
this?
school, and then we didn't go to school. We went to McDonald's. I thought she was hungry, and then she decided she didn't want McDonald's, so I gave her a Pop-Tart or something from the car. Yeah. Oh, wait, show me the map. Wait, what? That way? Like, dude, stop it.
This little girl you're supposed to care about is missing, and all you can do is
know the way
bitch
to
about.
school.
Yeah.
You don't know the way to school. You don't know how to read the fucking map. You don't know where you just went. You got all turned around between here and the McDonald's. And thank God he was as dumb as dirt. And they literally look. We talk about FOIA requests. When we were getting the FOIA dumps on him, one of the first ones we got was nearly 900 pages long.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We have maps and images of where they literally tracked his car all the way across Kissimmee, all the way headed out of town, out to where he took Madeline's body. Where it was just seen here, and it all lines up. They had the little car on the fucking maps. It's beautiful. And then where he's seen coming back in, and it's crazy. And then we actually have gotten some of those videos of him as he was driving by. There was videos of him leaving the apartment complex with Madeline slumped over, already dead in the passenger seat.
That's terrible.
I know. He's a sick bastard, man. And a lot of cases have so much overwhelming evidence when it does come out, and then you got this case, and you're going in with probable cause on people's description. Well, the guy said, "I'm there," and people saying, "Yeah, that's not shown a picture of the guy they just arrested. That's the guy I saw there," but descriptions they've had sitting in a drawer next to his name maybe for 5 years. I don't know where they found these reports. They're like, "Hey, go back in those files 5 years. What can y'all find?" Like, "Well, I found this and I found that." Then they had to go back and re-interview all these people, and they remembered again beautifully 3-4 years later, 5 years later. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
over time, nothing changed or faded. Okay.
I mean, we see this in Delphi too. We see a couple people, especially close family members, stories change, and it's not good. And that's why a lot of us have pushed for post-conviction work to start right now, because statistically that Richard Allen's going to get a second trial is very slim. Despite this whole brief was a wonderful laying out of a great argument.
Well, statistically, Letitia Stocks shouldn't be getting one either, but guess who just got granted a new trial?
Yeah.
And if she could man, based on what hers is based on, man, what's this can too. This one,
Yeah.
this has so much. I
Hmm.
feel we all, I think, those who support this appeal feel the same way. There's so much that would warrant a new trial. Is how could you not grant the new trial? Is I think where we sit.
Yeah. I have so much respect for people who are like, you know what? I feel in my heart of hearts that Richard Allen's guilty, but I do believe that this was a complete railroading of his rights and his ability to have a fair trial, and I think he should have a second one. I have so much respect, but the people who come on, they're like, no, he was given every opportunity. It's like, you have no idea. This could happen to you. You don't
Right,
think this could happen to you?
right. We have to, and I say that here. We have, if you're going to support the Constitution, you got to support it every day, all day,
Yeah,
and you can't change it today and tomorrow. Like
objectively.
you cannot do that because just because you accept it in this case,
Hmm.
you're going to accept it in all the cases. Kind of like with the Idaho for Discovery, the family wanting certain photos not released, and they want this and that. And people are like, well, I can understand why they don't want these photos out there. And okay, yes, we do understand based
Hmm.
on our feelings, but under the law, they're part of discovery, and we can't pick and choose what we want hidden today because it suits our feelings. Because tomorrow it's going to matter. And what if it is you? Right? And don't.
Yeah,
My mama always said, "Don't ever, never say never." She always said that,
right.
never say never, because the minute you do, guess what's fixing to happen, sister? You're, you're,
100%.
you're going to
100%.
be calling me saying, "Mama, help!" You
Yeah.
can never say never. Like I've said with people who say you got a neighbor, an elderly neighbor, and you help this elderly neighbor from time to time. You go into her home, right? You help her out. Your DNA is going to be in her home, right? So that night you go over there, or you were there 2 days ago, whatever. That night
Hmm.
you go to bed. The next morning you wake up to the cops at your front door. Your neighbor was murdered during the night.
Hmm.
The cameras, well, you're the last person that was seen coming out that front door.
Hmm.
According to her ring camera, we also now we've learned your DNA's in that house.
Yep.
But I was fixing the bathroom in her master bedroom, sir. It had a leak.
Hmm.
That you whatever. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
don't know how easily you could be caught up in that. Well,
Also,
you
by the
were
way,
go
don't
ahead.
ever say that to police because that puts you in the house. Just say,
Exactly.
I would like to exercise my Fifth Amendment right to
Right.
an
I
attorney.
need a lawyer and all that stuff. I'm not saying another word. You got something on me? No.
Yeah, because you
I
don't know if they're lying to you or not.
No, they can lie to you, and
They can
that's the
lie.
thing. That
Hmm.
like the police can lie and tell you they have evidence they do not have.
Hmm.
So if you know in your heart of heart that's bullshit, say no way and shut up.
Hmm.
Don't continue the conversation because they're just trying to trip you up at that point. That's what
Yep.
it all comes down to. Um, but that's just wild that they can base it off of a. It's kind of like, why did they go searching Carlos and Luke in the Nancy Guthrie case? Was that based on a tip? Hey, I know a guy who looks like the porch guy. Oh yeah, well let's go raid his shit and see if it's him. You know that we need more than that. We need
That's the
more than
exact
I know a
reason
guy
why
that
we
looks
left
like.
England, by the way.
Right.
With shit
We
like that.
need we need a little more than a guy that looks like the guy,
Yeah.
right? To go busting down their door. Come on.
I mean, if
Uh,
I could tip in everyone I hated to a crime,
I know.
oh, I'm kidding. I wouldn't because I just don't believe in that kind of
In the
evil. You know what I
Newberger
mean?
discovery that has come down, we were reading the tips that came into the FBI, and there was
Hmm.
a document in there. There's a lady who they documented. This particular woman had called the FBI in over 30 something cases claiming she had information. But it was the
Hmm.
same woman in all these random cases. She popped up in the Coder case too. It's like that those people are out there, man.
Yeah.
helping us decide what's reasonable doubt and what's not.
I mean, we like there's just I don't know, there's a crazy amount of crazy people out there to do crazy things, and it takes away from the legitimacy of like what is trying to be achieved. This was in
Exactly.
Delphi too. I mean, they had tips that people were calling in, and whether you believe Nick McClellan or not, he's saying that people were calling in and saying the girls were abducted by actual aliens, not illegal aliens, because he talks
Yeah.
about how excited that they got that it could have been illegal aliens. And yeah, people are just, some people are crazy and they love wasting law enforcement's time.
Oh,
I
they
don't,
will. They
you know.
will. It happens in a lot of cases that
Right,
you hear
right.
about where you get the weird, even you get the copycat people, or
Hmm.
the I did it people that didn't do shit, but
Well,
sit at their house and dream of something.
right, right.
So I don't know. So we'll go a little bit longer here with this one. Without the falsehoods and and with the omissions restored, probable cause evaporates. The state's probable cause theory rested on three pillars: right place, right time, right clothes. And that's all they had. That's insane. You got to have more than that, or you would hope they do. The clothing pillar falls first. Liggett tied Allen to Bridge Guy through clothing 11 times in the 4-page affidavit. Twice, falsely representing Allen admitted wearing matching attire. In reality, Allen said he did not know what he was wearing that day. He allowed he could have worn a blue or black jacket, but also a hoodie or sweatshirt. And
It's
uh,
very true.
yeah, that is very true. Um, the blue or black jacket was the glue holding the state's timeline together. Strip away the false claim that Allen admitted wearing it, and the clothing connection dissolves. The timeline. Blair's omitted descriptions, both the man on the bridge and the vehicle in the CPS lot, directly contradict the state's timeline theory. Because if Rick's got the girls down the hill already crossing the creek, and Betsy sees nobody on the bridge except for young bridge guy, but then she sees this car, but the car she sees is not Rick Allen. So what is that? That is, they have to make it be his car, but it's not that she sees.
Right. And I think that's why they included, I believe it's Mr. Martin's claim that he saw a PT Cruiser, because they wanted to stretch that to make it seem like it was Rick's Focus hatchback.
Right.
You know,
I mean, there's nobody out there, like, it's not like a very high occupancy place, not a ton of cars parked. Even if you're glancing, everybody has a different description here. Even the
right.
other guy who saw a car parked, he described a totally different car. What was that guy? Shit. Da-da-da-da. Somebody in chat probably knows. Like,
The
um, there was the guy. His car was a different damn car, like a '70s cop car. The more square.
well, that was Blair with the Comet.
Not Betsy Blair's description. It was the
Okay.
guy. It was a guy's description who had been working in the area or something. Like,
Hmm.
I can't remember exactly how I remember it. Streets.
Hold on, I'm pulling the PCA right now.
Okay. Okay.
God, it's been so long since I've read this.
I know, right? Even the state acknowledges that the discrepancies between Blair's description and Allen's appearance might be significant to the existence of probable cause. Yet the state offers no reasonable basis for setting Blair aside. Blair is not peripheral or unreliable. She's the only person who unquestionably saw the man on the bridge, and the ISP itself validated her account. So, account and sketch in a 2019 press release. So, 2019, this occurred in 2017, and she is the only person to give a description of a person on the bridge, because the other descriptions came from someone they didn't see a guy on the bridge, right? The three girl, all the other people, the three girls that saw
Mm-hmm.
someone and they gave a description of that someone. They didn't see that person on the bridge. They saw him on
Yeah.
the trail, right?
Yeah, and sorry, I don't know why I look anything up because your chat is incredible and all the cranks are wonderful. It was Brad Heath. Brad Heath.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Brad and Betsy saw the same car, according to All Eyes. It had been there since
That's Brad.
8:45 that morning.
Okay. So Brad is basically describing what Betsy saw as well. I always kind of thought they were maybe a little different, but that makes sense.
Like a
No,
boxy car with angles.
yeah, because he described damn near the same type of car that Betsy
Yeah.
was describing, right? So that's perfect. Yeah, that's
I
perfect.
can't believe I forgot about Heath.
Yeah, I knew it was a guy. There was another guy like I'm saying, nobody's out there really describing his car.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? They're all describing a different vehicles out here. So
Yeah.
that's crazy to me. So that would lead you to believe he's not there.
Well, and you combine that with his interview with Mullen and Liggett. They give him a map and they keep trying to lead him to pointing at the
Wasn't that crazy?
Yeah, and he points off the map at this it's now the Miller Trailhead parking lot. They like renovated it out there, which by the way is also a very suspicious thing to me, how much work they're doing on that whole trail and park area.
Mhm.
They're renovating a lot out there, but yeah, I mean it was a very Rick's interview. He's like, yeah, I mean, people park there, you know, and he was pretty much saying like the Mears lot, they were starting to say was off limits, so you had to find other places to park. But he pointed off the map.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, sorry, and it's across the Hoosier Heartland Highway, so you had to walk across Freedom Bridge.
It was like the more he tried to explain to them where he parked, they were trying to lead to say, "No, you sure?" It was like over here. It was weird.
Oh, that without saying it, they were like, "We need you to point here because if you don't, it's devastating to our case."
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. It's exactly how what that came off as.
And Salty, a good law enforcement investigator would have been like, you know what, Rick, what do you think about like hopping in the car real quick and just taking us, you know, it's a 10-minute drive. We're just going to go out. Can you just show us exactly where you parked? That's it.
I got to hang on. I got to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. You're mine again, chat. What are you guys talking about here? What's Rachel saying? I didn't know. Gray interviewed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gray did a big old delete on a lot of stuff after. I think after the search warrant PCA where everything was unredacted, and then after the Franks for sure. Let's see here. You guys, if you haven't, check out All Eyes page. Go, please watch, obviously, the Sarah Carbaugh video. Please watch the Rod Abrams video. And if you haven't seen Sergio do analysis of people talking, watch a few of those first. But then watch the Rod Abrams video because he is a liar. He's a liar. And he has a history of taking a knife to people's throats in a wooded area. I think Rod Abrams is a part of this way more than what people think. Watch all of All Eyes videos. Yes. By the way, he also tells the police that Elvis Fields was soliciting adult favors from girls on Facebook that were the same age as Abby and Libby, which right then and there, it's like, you know what, just get a Warren First phone. Why didn't we get a Warren First phone? The Rod Abrams video is the most insane interview of all time. Because he volunteers a lot, and then you can tell he like pulls a lot away. Hawkeyes love nature. High five. Are you actually from like Iowa? Are you like an Iowa Hawkeye? I love Iowa.
Okay. Man, it got cold here in Florida.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I know. It
Oh,
was
man,
like
winter's drunk.
Cincinnati was like 55 degrees. My girlfriend's like, "Are you ever going to mow the lawn?" I'm like, "It's been raining for like 2 weeks straight, but yes, I will."
2 weeks straight. Oh, Lordy.
Pretty much. I mean, there was a window in between where I put some weed and feed down, some seed, but yeah.
Yeah. We haven't had much rain in these parts.
No.
And I say that lightly because I got hurricane season's approaching, so monsoons are coming.
Yeah, you don't want to anger the gods.
No.
You want rain? Here it comes.
Here, you went, what? You ain't got no rain and not enough wind? Hold on a minute. It's like, no. All right. So this is interesting. Allen also never placed himself on the bridge at the same approximate time that Blair saw Bridge Guy. That's what the state says. States BR 41. 2 days after the murders, Allen told investigators he was at the trails from approximately 1:30 to 3:30. So November Supplemental Report 1227. 5 years later, he said it was around noon to 1:30. Similarly, the Harvester video shows a car whose license plate and driver are both unidentifiable. Oh, the great mystery video from the Harvester. Because that lady on Twitter, Barbara McDonald, told me that, yes, you heard that correct. The FBI collected that video 5 years later. I was like, are you sure? They had it. They had it 5 years later, a year later, 2 years later, 30 days later. How long they retained that damn footage?
I really appreciate you reinforcing that, because that was a huge, like, I got some people, I don't know what their intent are. They got really close to Kathy Allen, and they're the type of people that shouldn't have, were arguing with me that it didn't matter that Carroll County had to go back and get the video because the FBI already had it. And I'm like, yeah, but you're negating the fact that the FBI had the video and were asked politely to go themselves by Doug Carter. So why are we returning to the Hoosier Harvester? And also, there's a lawsuit, it's publicly available, where the new owners of the Hoosier Harvester in like 2019 were like not allowed to enter the Hoosier Harvester by the original owners, and there was like a huge dispute. I refuse to believe that there's, nothing related to Delphi in that, but like, I digress. Hoosier Harvester shady is the theme to that.
I don't know what's going on with all that, but I don't know how the hell they expect me to believe that you go back years later and obtain that video. Not when we hear how, especially when you have a lot older equipment, you're going to be lucky if you get the videos. Like, was it VHS? Did they save them? They have a whole box of videos in the back room, of all the old footage. You still had it? We hear 30 days later, oh, well, our video has been recorded over because of this and that and this and that. All these businesses. I'm not buying you had it anytime later. That's ridiculous.
And I do stuff like this for a living. It's an old Honeywell DVR, and DVRs like that are you're lucky if you have 90 days retention on that. My guess is that they exported it to like a thumb drive and just kept it there in case. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I don't know. You would think that they had video from the place that was right there by where the crimes were committed. That would have been taken immediately and preserved, because you don't even know what you're going to see at that point in time. You don't know who did it yet. You don't know anything yet. Except this is all we have is this one business on this very rural road. I'm taking everything you got right now and preserving it.
Right.
And if that's not handled with care, I'm going to tear it apart come trial as your defense attorney if they don't do it just right.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, not only are we going to get camera footage multiple years later, but nearly months after the girls were found, we're going back to collect the sticks that were found on their bodies. Are we noticing a trend here?
Yeah.
You know?
A trial back in time, or
right.
into the future. I'm confused. They work magic in the woods, so I don't know. You don't ever know what's going on out there. So 5 years later, he said it was around noon to 1:30. Similarly, the harvester video shows a car whose license plate and driver are unidentifiable. Even if the car were Allen's, Blair's testimony that the car was in the CPS lot was not black and had sharp angles suggests Allen was more likely departing via Farmer's Entrance, which would be the Mears farm, right?
Sorry, go up a little bit.
The Farmer's Entrance would be is Mears farm.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So consistent with his 2017 statement to Doolin that he parked at the old Farm Bureau building. And there's always going to be that back and forth about what he meant, CPS, Old Farm Bureau, all of these things. All, the people who all saw a car, nobody saw Rick Allen's car, definitively.
Not to mention that I believe it was Mullen who was asked at trial if they had ran Ford Focuses of the same make and model and year in Carroll County.
Carroll County, yeah.
And they had not at all.
No, they had queried those, right?
Right.
Didn't have a query of cars. No, they're like, no. Well, we didn't get any video of any cars until years later.
Yeah, my theory is this is why they showed screenshots too, is because the video likely shows, some kind of like leaving. And also keep in mind the Hoosier Harvest Store has a camera and has had a camera since at least 2017 on the front of the Hoosier Harvest Store. So no one knows where that footage is, and it's actually in the documentation that there's 4 cameras on that building. And we only see one. Lord.
Right. Lord help us all with these cameras. Cameras
live and die by the CCTV. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You can live and die. You can. Sometimes these cameras help us, and sometimes they don't. Man, like, your camera sucks. It's not seeing my color of my jacket correctly. That's not me on the porch.
Yeah. Also, that
backpack was not silver. You dumbasses.
Yeah, that DVR was also a IP DVR, which is internet protocol. So it's not your regular, like, back in the old days, you have the analog cameras, which is it's similarly to like what you would plug into your TV, that old like RG59 cable for like cable TV, or you'd plug it into like one of those satellites that you bought or antennas you bought from the store. It's not that. It's actual IP, which they listed was IP, which means it's an Ethernet cable, which means the signal goes to the camera, or goes from the camera that's powered by the Ethernet to the DVR, back to the camera to confirm the image, and then back to the DVR, which enhances the quality of the camera. Then The DVR was an HDMI, so it was plugged HDMI into the monitor itself. Whoever took the screenshots took that with like a Motorola Razr from 2005. That's how shitty the quality is. There was multiple opportunities for them to get much better quality screenshots, let alone video footage, and we've yet to see anything like that.
Right.
So I'm sorry, it's just there's more to it.
Yeah. No. Well, it's like that damn. There was a picture leaked early in the Idaho 4 case, and it was a shitty picture, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't have walked into court with that thing. I don't care. Hang on. Oh, I think that's my cat making noise. You couldn't have went into court with this thing. It showed a white car, but it was blurry, right? It just didn't even look normal. But it
Right.
was a screenshot that the girl who worked at the damn gas station took a screenshot of what she saw on the video monitor, right, of their camera feed,
Mm-hmm.
um, and that's what got leaked out there. I'm like, if people think
Mm.
they better have better than what that picture was, because there was no what you couldn't even tell what kind of car it was. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So the screenshots are not. No, you need to come in there with the actual video, and if it shows anything, it does. If it doesn't, oh well. If it's grainy, we can't help that either. It is
Right.
what it is. It's just don't alter nothing. Don't do shit to nothing. We can't be tolerating that. It because that gets into this icky AI world. When we
Yeah.
start tolerating these things, we are opening the door to tolerate a lot of things we didn't put a lot of thought behind that, did we? We
Right.
should,
I've got a
you
lot
know.
of feeling that metadata is going to be very important in the future.
Oh yeah,
You
it's gonna
know.
have to be. It will have to be,
Yeah.
right? It will have to be. So let's see. They go down here now to talk about the appropriate remedy for improper denial of a Frank's hearing is reversal and remand. The state erroneously argues that there is no remedy for or harm caused by trial court's failure to hold a Frank's hearing. Um, and they go on to say the courts have consistently reversed and remanded for a Frank's hearing. And they cite two different cases there. Um, and the state's own argument demonstrates harm. Um, I'm just checking on chat for a minute. Or are you good to go for a little bit longer? Are you ready to go for the night?
Yeah. No, I'm good to go longer. It's up to you.
We're good. Y'all
I
good?
can.
Chat, y'all good? Okay. And the state's own argument demonstrates harm. The state contends Allen failed to prove by preponderance that Liggett's omissions and falsehoods were intentional or reckless, but that is precisely the showing a Frank's hearing is designed to allow a defendant to make in person through confrontation with full evidentiary development. Um, the state cannot simultaneously argue that Allen fell short of this evidentiary burden and that he was not entitled to the very proceeding where that burden is tested, sorry. A defendant is not required to make two proffers. One to secure a Frank's hearing and another to demonstrate what he would have proven at the hearing. That, yeah, I mean, trying to get the hearing and then, well, you got to have some meat behind it, but they had that in this case, I felt like. Frank's is, because in Koberger's case, she just had like a, well, it could have been, well, they were looked into, but here, and they had records to back that up as far as the recorded interviews and the transcripts, right, and all that. Over here, they didn't have that.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the interviews anymore with the alt suspects and things of that nature to back up or prove anything, to dispute anything the defense was saying, right? Because they didn't have it, they lost it all or whatever.
Yeah, and I think like the denial of a Franks in this specific situation is interesting. Like Brett Talley, the prosecutor's podcast, makes this argument like, "Oh, is this some other guy did it excuse?" And it's like, okay, sure, I can understand that in the sense of like my defendant went and found someone else to pin this on. Like, sure, I'm sure that happens. But the problem
That's the
with
snotty
this,
defense.
the problem with the Franks being denied for this is that the material that was in the Franks was the result of an investigation by the state themselves.
Exactly.
That alone, that's your perfect third party to me, right?
Well, you always say they always in any case you start with the closest to the victims and you work your way out, when you do victimology and all the
Right,
things.
right.
They did absolutely investigate the people. Uh, did it just so happen those people were into strange things in the woods? And then the prison that you sent the guy to that you finally arrested eventually one day also happened to like to do strange things in the woods. It's weird. They can't. So they investigated it, yes, but I don't
Mhm.
know. But again, what led them to that investigation of these people, and then the fact that you have the the professor and you have the FBI team
Mhm.
looking at this through that lens that this could very well be something here, and looking at those people legitimately, but the state quickly saying no, nothing to see here.
After
And
Salty,
like
after
they didn't thoroughly investigate them themselves.
right, and this is after you have a man in Elvis Fields who, it's documented that on his after he was dropped off from his interview, he runs back to a police cruiser and says to the investigator, "If my
Mhm.
spit's found on the girls, will I be in trouble?" His sister passed a lie detector test stating that not only did he admit to being on the bridge with those girls, but also putting antlers on the top of Abby's head, which was, I mean, corroborated with the crime scene photos. And then he also is on record trying to get rid of a blue jacket immediately after what had happened. He
Didn't he
tells
have
his sister,
his
"I killed two girls, and now I'm a part of a gang, and I'm going away for a long time."
and his sister? Okay, I don't know those people or their
Hmm.
family
Hmm.
dynamics, as the doctor would say, but would she come out and say all that? Like, no, I don't see why she would, right?
Yes.
I have no reason to believe it. She didn't. She's not the one who said, "What if I'd spit on, the crime scene?"
Right.
That he said that himself to the police officer. But yes, he told his sister, I asked her if she wanted the jacket, and what everything you had just said just now. But it's like, why would she listen to or taken seriously? Um,
Right.
why wasn't she taken more seriously back when they were investigating? Like in the Idaho 4 case, there's like going to be all these alternate suspects people want to talk about, like the girls' boyfriends or this, that, and the other.
Right.
If you go through all those documents that they do have been releasing, you can literally see they were literally investigating everybody in the fucking town. The kids whispered a name, they were looking at them and following them and trying to grab a DNA sample and
Right.
doing whatever, and coming up short because none of them were Brian Koberger.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
In this case, we don't see they investigated them other than saying, "Hey, did you do it?" "No, we didn't do it. We have an alibi." "Okay, cool. That's good enough. Bye."
It's like it's almost like they just looked as much as they could to document that they looked, but they stopped at any length that they would be at to actually find more to follow up on. You know what I mean? And like
Yeah.
all I said is in chat telling us about like Brad Holder and investigators visiting his work and the the time cards were out there where anyone can punch anyone in and out, and they were offered by the HR manager at Brad Holder's work to look at video and just declined. And it's like, why?
There's a lot of whys in this
Why? and
And don't
it
you know that that they had pushed, say Elvis, for instance, as weak minded as we feel like he can be, if they felt like if the investigators were on the up and up, right, and wanted to really get
mhm.
and investigate this case, that would have been your guy that would have cracked eventually and
Yeah.
told on everybody. He'd have pissed his pants eventually, right, and probably would have
Mhm.
told or sang like a bird or at least said something. He would have slipped in
Yeah.
interrogation. They could have read techniqued his ass if they'd have tried, but they didn't. He can say, "Oh, what if I spit, blah, blah, blah," and they're like, "Oh, okay, nothing happens." But they're gonna
Mhm.
re-technique Rick Allen because he said I was there 5 years ago?
Oh, if they had interviewed Elvis like they interviewed Rick, Elvis would have confessed everything.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Put
absolutely.
him in that room and do the read technique
Yeah,
that they're so proud of, their read
yeah.
technique behavior, Holman thinks he's got that technique down. He's the poster boy for the read technique, sir. Where were you when we needed that for this Elvis Fields guy?
Which by the way, I know Reed, and he did Reed on steroids.
Oh, Lord.
Anyone who says he did Reed bad, like he did Reed in his own way, which was
In his
very,
own
very
right.
intense.
He's the Holman way,
Yeah,
man.
right, right.
It's the Holman
Yeah.
way. He just plays it off as the Reed technique I learned. He's like, I learned that, and then I added my own
Mhm,
shit.
mhm.
'Cause that's what we do in the woods. We just make. I mean, I make up my own stuff. That's what he said.
Yeah,
He's not going to admit to doing shit in the woods. Come on.
yeah.
But yeah,
T
he made
telling a
that shit
man
up in the woods that time. He's like, you know what? I'm going to make this up right now and call it law of the land.
Yeah. Telling a woman to tell her husband to do the right thing in front of him, I don't advise that, by the way. Rick was very graceful with how he handled that. That would have pissed me right off. I'd be like, "You do not bring my wife into this." And Rick was I think he handled it very gracefully with, like, how he
That told me that he wasn't an
No.
easily triggered guy.
Mhm.
Rick
Mhm.
Allen just did not appear to be an easily triggered guy. People are like, well, he's getting upset. Well, come on, if you're getting re-techniqued, if you're getting some guy in your face telling you did it, I know you did it, I'm going to prove you did it, I got experts saying that's your voice, and you're like, man, no, I did not. You're going to get a little heated in the moment too.
Yeah.
Don't sit there and don't pretend you're not human and say no, I wouldn't. Yes, you would.
Yeah.
I would. If you're coming at me and I'm like, no, even if I didn't trying to get my way out of it, maybe I would be just as defiant. But if I didn't do shit, I'm also going to be defiant. I'm not. But he was not easily triggered by the push
No.
until it got to be a lot,
Yeah.
and then he would assert himself, but that was expected to me. I
Yeah.
expect all defendants to do that at some point when I see an interrogation.
Ange from R&M, back when this video first dropped, she said something that stuck with me, and it was, Rick de-escalated an interaction he had with a police officer who is responsible for de-escalating those conversations, right? Like he literally, Rick, through his own mannerisms, de-escalated Jerry Holman from screaming at him. And a lot of people don't understand how, like, when someone who's comfortable in their own skin about like what they did, especially when the state's making the argument that Rick saw the discovery and went completely bonkers because of it, after everything that Rick was confronted with, he still chose to be calm in that situation with Jerry. It says a lot more about Jerry than it does about Rick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
Holman was pissed he couldn't get Rick to crack. That's all that was.
He was so mad that he
He was so
couldn't
mad.
get Rick Allen to crack in that interrogation. He wanted a confession, right? And he wasn't getting it. He wasn't getting it,
Yeah,
and he
absolutely.
absolutely wanted it. But and Rick could have cracked in a bunch of different ways, right? It could have went in a bunch of different ways, but he never seemed to get triggered by the things that they were like. He's, man, you're accusing me if you're, and remember when he said, "Oh, if I'm such a bad guy or if I'm such a good guy, why are you accusing me of killing these girls?" Remember when
Mm-hmm.
Holman's like, "I know you're a good guy, Rick. I know you're a good guy." He's like, "Wait a minute, man, what?" He kept on, but it's not, you didn't see him get, like, if a guilty guy you would expect um, might become more flustered quicker. Like, how dare you
Absolutely.
accuse, you know what I mean? You like,
You,
how dare,
you,
like, be defensive?
you know when he got the most flustered and the most offensive and the most aggressive was when he said, "You
Well,
can do whatever you want to me, but you leave my fucking wife out of
you leave
this."
my wife out of this. Exactly.
Which
Because yeah,
a man who does that is not a man who can bring himself to harm two little girls. I'm sorry.
it takes, no, because the personality, if you go looking at the personalities of types of offenders, right, as I say, like to say,
Hmm.
we're going to look at the personality of offenders. This guy just wakes up that day and decides today's the day, got lucky and found two little girls in the woods, and got away with it for 5 years. And now you still can't crack him until you bring up his wife. No, he was
Yeah.
still, that was just him in general. I think man loves his wife, doing what he should do. Don't you come at me, but leave her alone. Leave her out of this, because they were coming at him pretty heavy. And I think he knew at that point they're about ready to pin this on me, because their
Yeah.
questions, it was more not about it, just going, like, they were going back over questioning people to try to get new information. Does anybody remember anything new?
Hmm.
They were coming at him like, hey, you could be the guy, and he's realizing that is
A
happening.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
don't, I don't know.
Yeah. Dennis Rader wouldn't have defended his wife like that. He would have been like, "Yeah, my wife's an idiot. Like, do you know
Yeah.
how many days out of the week she burns dinner?" That would have been Dennis Rader.
Yeah. He's such a different character and so matter of
Absolutely.
fact.
But like when we're talking about like people who can actually bring themselves to do what happened, I
Or
just,
Rex Heuermann, my wife was out of town each and every time I committed my atrocious murders in the basement she now sleeps in.
he was like, "Listen, take me in, but she had nothing to do with this, okay?"
Nothing at all. Them hairs. No, no. Uh, fuck that. New York.
Was it like Kurt Nermy when he was like, "Listen,
New York said they're going to let them hair follicles into the courtroom, baby, when one belongs to you. Oh,
those
snap.
others look awfully red."
Oh, doesn't matter. It's hers. DNA said it was her hair. And the
Yeah,
daughters as well.
yeah.
Uh,
The attorneys would be like, "They live in the same
Transfer?
house."
No, it wasn't transfer. It was deliberate. I mean, yeah, it could have been transferred.
It was the laundry. It was the laundry. We're just
Yes.
going off the Delphi playbook.
Well, I was about to say, I heard that you doing laundry, everybody's together means that DNA gets spread amongst everybody. That's her simple little mind believed that bullshit story.
Hmm.
And it was, oh, Lord, I felt, oh, never mind.
I'm glad. I'm happy that we're like. I don't feel feeling weird about her. You know what I mean?
Okay, okay. So we're picking. You're picking. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Oh, I'm getting such bad vibes off her. I don't understand how.
I don't know what it is either.
What did I posted on Twitter when she was like, I sleep down in there to like, it's almost like an apology, like I'm connecting with them. Like I feel like there's quite a few different ways you could apologize.
Yeah, like say I'm sorry that my husband did all this bullshit and I turned a
Yeah,
blind eye. I mean, I was out of town each time.
give the
Um,
family your time, your money, your
I'll
attention,
donate some
your
of this peacock money that I'm earning. Instead,
what the
instead,
hell?
I'm gonna say I sleep in the basement now where he killed all those women.
I just
Ew.
mm, mm, it's like Ed Gein.
How does she sleep at night without a nightmare?
Dude, there's no way. I would literally burn that entire thing to the ground.
You couldn't burn enough sage down there to
Oh,
clear the evil out.
no,
We couldn't even
no,
hold a seance or a seance in the
no.
woods type of
The
thing.
Pope couldn't do a good enough
Oh,
exorcism in
hell
that.
no.
That's
He's
so.
running. He's running. He's like, no, that is not my jams right there. But bullshit.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Y'all better call that Doug Carter guy. This is a job for him.
Yeah, yeah. He's the one that'll turn into a seance.
Ooh, a reverse seance. Don't call him. Things will get worse.
Yeah, true. An innocent man will be incarcerated and Rex Heuermann will walk
Yeah,
free.
that's like letting Lori Daybell out of her hole.
Ay.
Don't. We
What's
can't.
going on in Utah, man? Oh my God.
What?
It's like the dude who stabbed 3 people, Lori Vallow, Tyler Robinson. It's a beautiful place. I've been to Salt Lake 3 times now. But
Well,
my God,
a
it's
bunch
just
of
weird.
Mormons live there.
I know. I know.
And
The
they
Mormons
all,
are good people.
yeah, well,
Well, at face value.
everybody's good people at face value.
Even Catholics, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it can happen. So, I don't want to ask folks what their religious belief or their
Oh,
political
sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah.
affiliations are. No, I'm joking.
We're not
No,
diving
I
into
just,
it.
because I'm not politically correct, and I know that
Same.
it's like that topic. Like I don't give a fuck about people's religion or their politics. I just soon not know.
No, and I'm like it's funny with me because like the political thing, it's like, listen, I believe no matter what side you're on, you should. The whole idea of this country existing is you need to hold your politicians accountable,
Exactly.
no matter who they are. So it's
Amen.
like I'm gonna crack some jokes when the Dems are taking over. I'm gonna crack some jokes now. I'm gonna crack some jokes in the future when God knows what happens.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, you should just be good people and be down the middle and do what's fair and come to the table and have a conversation and meet in the middle, not spend 10 years fighting about who's right and wrong. Like we're
Mm-hmm.
back to square one, are we? Okay, that was brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Critical thinkers. I cannot. I bailed out a long time ago. I don't care. It
Mm-hmm.
took up too much of my give a damn got busted, let's just say. So much. I don't trust nothing. Like those poor alien scientists. You know what I think happened to all of them?
What's up?
The aliens took them for safekeeping.
That might be valid.
Dangerous secrets could be had, and the enemy always wants to do better than their enemy. So the aliens are not the enemy, but their technology is. Aliens took them for safekeeping, and I'll die on that hill.
I got a quick story.
Go ahead.
We were at a wedding, and my girlfriend loves to do this thing where she, like, when people are at a table or like having drinks together, she loves to do this. All right, we're gonna go around and everyone say like what their main conspiracy theory is, right? And people say like, oh, JFK wasn't killed by Lee Harvey, blah blah blah, whatever. We were at a wedding, and this one guy who I don't know, he goes, I believe that Isaac Newton was given to us by aliens. And I was like, okay. And at first I thought that's crazy, right? Like that's what okay, that's not 9/11 is an inside job, but it's also not like we're living in a simulation. But then he explains about how like Isaac Newton discovered all of these things like the law of gravity, light, everything that he discovered at a very young, early age. And it kind of broke my brain.
Mm-hmm.
And I like looked into it and I was like, oh, and he goes, if you think about it, he goes, over the course of history, the advancement of society did not start until he existed. And no one to this day has discovered the equivalent of things that have benefited society like Isaac Newton has. And I was like, that's wild.
Yeah. There's a lot of things out there. I
Yeah.
could, yeah. Um, I don't know. Now I don't butterflies. Like, did they get him to? Did they take them to use against us? Shit, no. The aliens already know what these scientists knew.
Oh, yeah.
They knew it tenfold. It's what the bad guys who may have taken them would like to do to us. They do. If they were taken, they weren't taken because somebody's being nice. They want to use them for nefarious reasons. Why take them? Why steal them? Why not just hire them? Because you got to force them to do what you're about to do. So you got to take them. Now they've all got a group. Yeah, so either a bad guy took them all, and they're all being forced to build something weird, or the aliens said fuck it and they come and got them and took them for safekeeping. I don't know. Y'all want to have a thing one night and debate it?
Okay, I'll join on in.
Hell yeah. Let's do our research and regroup.
Hey.
So I don't know. I haven't really followed a lot of that other than the headlines. You know what I'm saying, that I'm seeing?
Yeah.
But I have been sent some information, and I've yet to jump in because I'm always in true crime. I ain't got time to figure out what's going on with the aliens and the scientists. But
yeah, I'm like, I'm like, when they're here, they're here.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Aliens don't bother me. They're not. I don't find them to be. I don't imagine them to be harmful. I'm not scared of the aliens. It's mankind that scares me.
Yeah, a lot of the terrible things we're capable of doing is unimaginable.
Fuck yeah, have you seen the shit humans are willing to do to other humans? I ain't see no aliens do it to them.
When I was a kid, I thought the moon was full of dogs because.
Did you?
Yeah, my mom was like, "What makes you think it's full of dogs?" I'm like, because dogs are so cool, and you never see any explosions on the moon.
Oh.
You know, like you see like bombs here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it was always, and also like, what a cool idea! We finally make it to the moon, and there's just a bunch of like golden retriever wagging its tail, waiting for you. How cool would that be?
Running around. That might be what's on the dark side of the moon.
Maybe, yeah.
It's where the damn dogs live.
Yeah.
My little alien friends live over there. They're like, "Don't come back here. Get the fuck back around there."
Yeah, they're like, "We're fucking hiding from you people.
You're not supposed to see us. Shh." Okay.
Wild.
They give us knowledge. All right. It's
They
just
do.
man decided to live in the flesh and use that knowledge for bad, evil, and not good. So, anyway, I don't know. The trial court erred by admitting Allen's confessions. Boy, those confessions were a whole thing. Based on what we just saw in trial and knowing what we know, a lot of people who followed it would know they should have never been allowed in because of the circumstances leading up to the confessions, right? The jury was never told any of that, got to hear any of that, or even the truth about how all that really unfolded. It didn't appear that that was the correct story told in court. Do you know what I mean? Even compared to what I've read in court documents and even what was said about what happened in court, I just don't feel like an accurate depiction of what happened was presented in court at trial. Maybe because I didn't get to see it visually.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? It was like, how do you describe to this jury? I know they got to see video and things, and there was did they show the video where he allegedly was like eating his feces and all of that, because they were like everybody wouldn't want to see it, and they didn't play it for it was humiliating, they said, or did they even play that one in court?
I can't remember exactly which, like, what the video depicts, and I'm gonna lean on the you know what's great about you know what's great about the fact that it's 2:12 Eastern time is that the people who I have known to know so much about this case, like Classic, All Eyes, Redacted, they're still here.
I know, and
So
like
I feel in very good company. And God knows who else, you know, is still with us. But from what I remember, I believe they showed him doing that, and I think the banging his head on the wall was definitely in the video.
and I think they showed like a movement from the
Freeze too, yep.
cell over to the shower at one point, or from one spot to another, like when he came out of confinement and was led to the shower, showing the conditions and this. I just don't feel like an accurate it just wasn't accurately portrayed. I just don't feel like it was
Yeah.
for what it really was on paper. When I read, the treatment plan and the drugs he was given, I had to take into consideration the fact that he was on a lot of medications, and just that alone, what it would do to your thought process and thinking clearly and things of that nature.
Oh, Miku's still here
I
too.
would have
Cool.
to take all that into consideration. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
go ahead.
sorry, I just I did it. I think I did it is not that they advertise it like it's the most
Damning it was like I did it and here's how, blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
Like word for word, didn't skip a beat. No, this, I did it, I think I did it, well, they say I did it. If I just, hun, are you okay if they'll leave you alone if I say I did it? Now I'm parrot. But like you said in the very beginning, I think I did it. They say, but when he says they say I did it,
Yeah.
And how many wrongful conviction type documentaries have we seen, and they show the old interrogations of them convincing someone they did it. It's hard to wrap your head around them being able to do that, but they do it. And I just watched one recently, and it was an older footage, but I was thinking, man, my God, they literally just talked that kid into saying, I did it.
Oh, like Dassey.
When he hadn't done anything.
Yeah.
Right? In this actual case I was watching, it was a documentary thing. So it you can't say, oh, that doesn't happen, because it does, right? But here he is on a lot of medication, high doses of a hardcore medication. And for a while there, it was different medications and whatever, adjustments and whatnot. All of that combined, plus you've had him in solitary, already immediately thrown into prison upon arrest. So a lot was already happening before you got to that point where the confessions started. At that point, it's like, I'm ready to give up and say whatever you fucking need me to say if all this will stop. The torture of me that's happening, leave my wife alone, all of that.
Which is pretty much what he said to Kathy, which is like, if you want all this to go away, I'll confess, Kathy,
Exactly.
And the
exactly.
The fact that he's, evidently I did it, I think I did it.
And he's past the point of, I can get up and walk out of this interrogation room. He was in prison at this point, right? When all of that started. So if I continue to say I didn't, this is getting me nowhere.
One of his confessions was shooting the girls in the back of the head, which again, a few pages down, it's funny. I love kind of how, I don't know if it's intentional or not.
So when you're trying, so the judge allowed certain confessions in and kept a majority of them out. Isn't that correct? They weren't all allowed in, because if you'd allowed all 60, they would have all said something different. Too
But
confusing for your
I think
jury.
they considered certain things that like weren't even really confessions as confessions, like such as him writing Warden Gallipo saying I'm ready to confess. I think they considered that as one of the 61 confessions.
Right, and they didn't allow him to bring in the one that said that that he shot them, because they weren't shot.
Yeah, or the one where he was talking to his stepfather and he said I'm not even sure I'm lucid right now. And he didn't remember talking to Kathy the day before or something like that.
Right, and when he
Right.
talked to Kathy, you could tell in the phone calls with his wife, by the sound of his voice, by the way he's talking. I never felt, and I'm a pretty good judge, I can pick up on things, and sometimes I gotta listen to it several times to make sure I'm feeling what I'm feeling.
Mm-hmm.
But I never felt like he was faking something when he talked to his wife, like being confused and being afraid. Excuse me, I got the hiccups again. Being
You good?
confused, being afraid, feeling the way he was feeling when in the phone calls that were released, that we do
Mm-hmm.
have. Um, it just never felt like he was faking anything. And why would you confess to something? First of all, you don't fake confessions, right? I mean, you do in his case if you want it to all stop, but
Mm-hmm.
you don't purposely do it if you are thinking correctly. I got the
Yeah.
damn hiccups, y'all. I'm sorry.
And you know what would have sold me a little bit more to like, okay, this guy's guilty? If he had described like the wounds he inflicted on the girls, or
Yeah,
there's a pair of underwear and a sock missing. If he had said, all right, this is exactly where it is, and they went and found it, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's the guy. But he didn't do any of that.
or here's why I made the one get dressed.
Uh, or why I dressed them myself, or
Right.
whatever.
Or why I felt that, here's why I did this and that. Yeah, I put those sticks over them to um, try to hide their body from y'all as long as I could. Just a lot of things that weren't in the confessions that should have been in the confessions, right?
There was, I mean,
Um,
the van feels like such a cheap shot. It feels
I
like
woke
such a
up that
coordinated.
day and my depression was so overwhelming that I got out on the bridge thinking about everything, and there would have been a little more, right? It
Or
was
like I hacked in the Anthony Shots account and I knew that they would be on the south end of the bridge. So I waited on the south. I walked past them as they were crossing the bridge, and then I turned around and followed them, and I told them to go down the hill.
Was Anthony Shots a damn Odinist?
There's no if I remember correctly,
No.
there's no evidence that other than the talk with Keegan, there's no actual digital evidence that they were talking to Anthony Shots that day.
Anthony Shots that day?
I could be wrong on that.
Because I thought that they. I thought there was communication on Libby's phone. Was it the night before with the Shots account? Because if we're going to put Anthony Shots' account
Right.
into the theory, what's he got to do with Odinism?
Nothing.
You know what I mean? I'm saying, I'm just
Yeah.
like legit. If I come up with a theory, I debunk my own theories by accident sometimes.
No, yeah.
By talking them out loud. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I can't have 15 theories. I got to have one. I mean, I can, but you know what I mean? They got to make sense. It's got to make sense. They can't all be true at the same time. I guess they could, but are they all Odinist? Either my guy's Odinist in the woods or he's not. What the fuck am I doing here? You know what I'm saying?
I don't think we officially confirmed like digitally who the original owner of the Anthony Shots accounts were. I think Keegan told Dave Vito that he used those accounts to catfish girls. So like we're going off the word of a
So one of
well-known
the
liar.
perps was an Odinist using the account.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hang
No,
on.
well, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure.
Oh, I know you're not. Neither am I. We don't
Yeah,
know.
sorry. I was like, wait,
See,
hold on.
that's just me trying to get. Either this has got nothing to do with Odinism at all. If it doesn't, then my alt perps in this Frank's motion are useless. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, unless it's all sending a signal to a parent over a meth deal, then that's not Odinist either. It's like that's
Yeah.
all different things. Kind of like them tunnels over there in Idaho. The house is the target. Drug
Mm-hmm.
deal gone wrong. Love triangle bullshit. Like what the fuck?
I mean,
Come at me with one plausible theory and let's stick with it. Is that what causes the great divide? We fight over whose theory is right. Oh, don't fuck. I don't have a theory that I don't know what happened.
mm-hmm. Well, and Skip said they had to have some kind of evidence to precipitate the execution of a search warrant. I'm guessing this is for Keegan for the Anthony Shots account. And while I would agree with that, I mean, look at how
Yeah.
much they lied to get a search warrant for Rick, you know.
Well, they lied with Bricks. I mean, that was 5 years later with no arrest, and we look like blooming ass idiots.
Yeah,
With
which they
mine,
were.
with the Shots account, it literally was on her phone communicating with this account. They quickly learned it was a catfish account or whatever. However they learned it, all that. You had to look into that. If you didn't, you really are some kind of nanos investigator there. You have to look into it.
You have to.
The minute you find out. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And you would, in your mind, you would probably think this is it. This has got to be it.
Yeah.
Whoever this
Yeah.
sicko is on the other end of this account, it's got to be the culprit. And quick, and then I don't know how quick, but eventually you realize it's not. And for him to be even weird and come out and pretty much confess himself almost, and oh, and we got the weapons in the damn Wabash River, and me and my daddy this and that. Like what, dude?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you, copycat? Like, see,
Yeah.
apparently did nothing wrong to these girls, but here he is all up in the mix of these girls and what happened.
Yeah.
And go search this river now. Like, dude, let me slap your. Let me. Never mind. Let me.
And Skip, by the way, I'm not trying to be contrarian to you. I'm just saying, like, this whole thing is so fucking crazy. I just don't put it past someone to fabricate a search warrant. That's all.
Oh God, no. Yeah, you can't say they wouldn't. You can't say that they wouldn't. Not even like in just this case here, but in any case.
Yeah.
Have to be careful with stuff like that because they will. The minute we are convinced ourselves they won't, that's when they will.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. And I love this message this comment from Classic. Cops have said Keegan Klein was in contact with Libby the day before in the morning, but no proof. And that's where like there could just be this symbiosis of like cops lying to a liar, trying to get him to confess, and he lies to try to like gain some kind of concession, I don't know.
Well,
yeah, Skip, that's a good point.
I mean, the cops can tell you a lie, I guess, and to try to what good is their lies? Well, I guess if it gets them the answers they want to hear, but then you better hope that the answer you want to hear is that the person telling you's not telling you a lie, right? If they're willing to lie to get information, you better be able to verify that information is accurate and true.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I that happens in a lot of the ends justify the means for them. Like you can sit there and talk to a true Richard Allen Gilter, and he can be like, the conditions he was in were terrible. And they will literally, if they don't tell you some kind of bullshit like, well, he had an iPad, they'll tell you like, yeah, they were awful, but guess what? He ended up confessing and he's guilty. And it's like, but you don't understand, like, it's unethical even to reach that way, assuming it was true.
Yeah. I'm just checking on the comments here too. Doolin was all eyes. Doolin was tossed out of court for lying about Jesse.
Yeah, that's
I've
crazy.
always recommend to everybody to go over and check out on RNM's channel, with the reckoning of Carroll County.
Yep.
Learn more about little Dan, Doolin Dan.
Powerful.
Yeah, it really was. I remember the first time I ever watched it. I didn't know much about the Delphi case. I knew about the Delphi case, but as far as the all the documents, because we didn't get a lot of documents for so long, everything was just kind of quiet and hush hush. But when it was all starting to come out, I remember when I watched that documentary, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Especially where Doolin's concerned, his part. I'm like, this guy, I don't. We didn't trust you already, sir. Now we're really side eyeing you and don't trust you. I don't trust a man who's going to stand on a stage for 5 straight years at multiple press conferences with a video and a sketch of the bridge guy, and he never one time dawned on him, oh yeah, that guy I interviewed that day in the parking lot, he's that guy that they're talking about right now. Holy shit. Never one time came to his mind. That's not a good cop. Like that guy over there in Tucson just said about Sheriff Nanos. He's a bad cop. He's a bad cop. That's bad. That's pretty fucking bad, dude. All right, guys. I'm going to have to stop for the night. I'm getting hungry. It's getting late. We just started talking and talking and talking, but I don't care. I enjoyed the conversation. We haven't even put well, we're on page 20 of 58. But it is what it is.
Yeah, if I'm lucky enough to be invited back, I will. We'll lock in on this whole thing.
You are invited back. When are not you, during the week? You're not real. You got a lot going on.
So the problem this whole week, I'm out. I'm heading out west for some stuff.
Go west, young man.
Manifest destiny. But oh my god, when will I even be back? The 11th or 12th? And I understand if you can't wait that long. I honestly, I think it'd be great if, well, we'll talk offline, but if you can't wait that long, totally get it. Don't wait, please. But that's kind of my time frame to be back. I'm not even gonna be on X or Twitter next week, really. And I'm sure a lot of people are praising the Lord because I love to do some stupid stuff on there that annoys people. So,
no, don't go. Say it ain't so.
I mean, I'll be on with Spokes tomorrow, but I if you're free tomorrow and you feel like getting on and hopping on,
we can do this tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, right?
Yeah, just
well,
Spokes has co-host privilege, so
what?
I'm just I think I don't know what time Spokes is going tomorrow, but I'm going to join her.
Well, let me know. We might.
Yeah.
I don't think I have plans at the moment. My son mentioned something, but I don't think I'm going to be doing that. So, if we can do it tomorrow, we will.
Okay.
If not, there's probably enough happening throughout the week that I got, can be doing. And then when you get back, you can come back on. We'll do another show. Maybe we can get somebody else up here with us. Like maybe All Eyes will come join us. Somebody with some facts.
If All Eyes,
with
if
the
All Eyes was gonna
Hawaiian
come up
slice.
live with you, Salty, I would literally I would click this little leave button right here, and I
Oh,
would go and chat, and I would just
look,
watch. And
it's
by the
been
way, oh, sorry,
it's
go
been
ahead.
a minute since I've had her on. I've had her on before, but it's just been a very long time.
If so, All Eyes thanked us, and I just want to say huge thank you to All Eyes and Veronica and Classic and of Skip Streets, Redacted, all of you guys. Salty, they find me when I go to these different live streams and
Mhm.
co-host, and they make me sound way more well versed in this case than I am.
Look,
um
I know that they all are, and they know what they're talking about.
yeah,
They know this case. They know this case inside and out, and there's a lot of us that do. And I don't know everything. I just know a lot of things, and I know what I don't remember, somebody else does. And
yeah,
that's
right,
the great thing about it, and the community
same,
coming together and trying to show up for the conversation and for the and what we're having the conversation about, appeal for Rick Allen, and it helps get the programs out there, talked about it, so maybe more people will see it,
yeah,
and then you can hear about it in the way it should be heard about, with facts being talked about and the document being read, going over the
right.
document and having a conversation around it, even discussing the theories. We're still putting all the facts out there as well, and you people can make up their minds. But yeah,
Yeah,
the community is great, and All Eyes is like, nobody can do it like she does, right? Like,
no, I
there's, if you need something, she's got it. You go to it, and she puts a lot of time into this. I Her brain works way different than mine does.
I pray to God if trial number 2 comes along that she's like front and center, like bring the girls up to Cincinnati, drop them off here. My girl and I will watch them. We'll take care of them. We got plenty of food.
Right?
I got a whole room. They can stay here.
We got
We'll
you,
take care of them.
girl.
Yeah, we got you. Whatever you need, you let me know. I'll bring you a packed lunch every day. It's just like it's a wonderful thing to
Somebody to
see.
line sit. You like what's her name, Lauren, HTC over there in Delphi. She needed line sitters. That's how
It's
she
just
found
like
Gracie.
her classic sleuthy. It's like I've never seen a conglomerate of Aaron Brockoviches on steroids in my life.
Look, I know.
It's such a
Sleepy's great.
wonderful thing to see. It really is.
Before I was talking to Sleuthy before, like, diving into Delphi at all, right?
Hmm.
So I already knew what the girl was about. And then Delphi is like, oh hell, it was like a hold my beer moment. Because Sleuthy was like nobody's business, right?
Yeah,
Um, she was really good. And then of course I find All Eyes and I find everybody else after that, so it's great to have those go-to places, because it was not easy to find those places, because I come from watching all the Idaho coverage and the
yeah,
Delphi coverage
yeah,
and learning real quick, like, wow, there's lines in the sand. And it's either, when you go into some of these chats, it was you sit on one side or the other, and boy, that's it. That's it.
yeah,
One way or the other. And it became a hot, contentious mess. And behind the scenes, it got bad. I backed off Delphi for a while.
yeah.
I
It's
really
probably
did.
wise to do.
People wonder why I don't show myself on the internet,
Yeah,
because of Idaho 4 and Delphi.
yeah,
That's why. Because I have a family and I have children, and then they don't do what I do. They do not give a shit about Richard Allen or Brian Koberger.
hmm,
Right? You feel me? They don't care. Um,
yeah,
it, and it's like, what was happening behind the scenes was ridiculous, and it shouldn't be that way when someone just wants to talk about a criminal case. Right?
I,
You should be able to come out and have that discussion and not turn
hmm,
into this icky thing. I had somebody trying to lure me into a Discord during the Delphi stuff, and they really wanted me in there because they were trying to snatch IP addresses.
hmm.
And I was like, fuck, no, dude. And a lot of people know who I'm talking about, and some won't. But It's like, and I just I didn't even cover the case for a while. I didn't cover Idaho for a while. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I tried to cover a lot of other cases as well. So I appreciate people who come in and do stand up for these cases, and like you said, the constitutional rights and the fairness of a fair trial.
Yeah.
If Richard Allen had received a fair trial that we could have all witnessed, since there was a lot of questions about, this would be maybe a different ball game in a different place we could be sitting in right now.
Mhm.
But it's not. That's not the case. And if we accept it in one case, then we have decided to accept it in all cases.
Yeah. I
We can't do that either.
100%. And I love that, like, there's there's people out there, and they're actively like, oh, we're gonna, share your information because we think you're a state actor. And my favorite thing about that
Yeah,
is like,
that's so
it
ridiculous.
my favorite thing about that is like, great, because the more you focus on me, the less it's focused on these very smart, brilliant people in this community who can actually do work without having to worry about people like you. So yeah, come at me.
Well,
Put my address on the internet. First of all, my girlfriend should be in the WNBA, right? You don't want to catch an elbow from her. Second of all, I pull hammers with the best of them, so I dare you. I dare you to show up and say hi. But third of all, like, what a great opportunity for me. Like, I'm a nobody. I know about this case, but like, not to the capacity to these literal beautiful minds out there that, like, I all eyes was putting stuff together for Nancy Guthrie while she was focusing on, I God, what was that other case? There was another case, and then she was also like, as things were rolling out from the appellee reply, putting things on the GitHub. And it's like, even if you have nothing else going on in your life, that's a miracle to achieve. That's really good stuff. That's really good stuff.
yeah,
I don't
I
care who you
think
are.
a lot. I saw it with even Idaho. A lot of these creators, quote whatever. I don't get into this stupid creator war shit.
Mhm.
But it's like, to get your audience captivated and to only listen to you, your theory has to be right and everybody else's is full. And then it's like this weird thing starts and they want to bait you into an argument with them. And then once you buy into it, boy, it's on. The race is on now. And that's game over. Now we're just arguing and doxing people. And that's ridiculous to me and very childish and immature. I can't discuss a criminal case and express my feelings without
Right.
being concerned that someone's gonna come at me, bro.
The only reason
What?
you see my face right now and hear my voice salty is because for the longest time, for 5 years, I was a chatter in everyone's live streams. And I got sick of the way things were starting to turn out for good people who actually care about a lot of things, in not just this case, but multiple cases. And I'm like, you know what? I'll be a punching bag. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll get out there and put my voice out there, and mess with people. And here we are, me and Spugs, we're doing this thing where we're like, what is it that the defense investigators did? We
Yeah.
want to know what the defense investigators did on this case for Richard Allen. And the fact that we haven't gotten an answer yet to this day is
Mhm.
problematic. It's
Yeah,
problematic.
it is problematic, and we don't like problematic people. We
Yeah.
don't like problematic trials, problematic witnesses.
No.
We don't
Yeah.
like any of that. Um, no, it is problematic, and I think people that really want answers and transparency
Yep.
don't come out here and just say transparency. It is everything. And if you, by God, if you're going to be transparent, then be it. Don't say you are and then don't do it. Talking about as far as like the state goes. And if someone comes out and they're like, "Oh, you're state actors, or you must be working for the defense. You're working for," I don't work for anybody. I'm just a lady on the internet
Mm-hmm.
talking to my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I hold no special degree. I am not in law enforcement. I'm no crime scene technician, no
Mm-hmm.
analyst. I do not write books. I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn last night either. But by God, I am well schooled in forensic files. Come at me.
That's an old one. The stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
That's right.
Um,
And
no,
forensic files. Don't
I'm
forget
with you. Like
forensic files.
I've openly stated on live streams and on Twitter, I have people in my family who are law enforcement, and those same
Me
people
too.
have seen Jerry Holman talk and gone, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, I
You
got.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I think that's worth stating, and I don't
Well,
know. Yeah.
I have one that's Southern law enforcement. Okay, and we were at a gathering, and
Hmm.
I was talking to his wife, and she knew I streamed or whatever, and so he walks over, and I was like, "Well, look at this," and I showed him that clip, right? And he's
Hmm.
watching a little bit of it, and he really don't know anything about this case. And he looked at me, he started laughing. He said, "Oh, he's got that good old boy complex." I was like,
Hmm.
"What?" And he's like, "I know it all. He's in control in that room. You know what I mean? He's going to say whatever he wants at that point." It's just
Hmm.
Holman's in there with that. That Holman's well schooled in the Holman way of doing things. You could tell
Hmm.
is the way that he presents himself in there. And yeah, he had his own way of doing it, I guess. But
I mean, even in Murder Sheet's book, there's an excerpt about how Jerry Holman is getting a message from his superior about how his direct reports are terrified of him, to the point where they're not getting communication because of him. They're flexing that in a book that's supposed to make him look good.
yeah, making him look now like nanos, so people have to cower and bow, or Holman's going to make life miserable for the rest of it. You know what I mean? Kind of
Yeah.
thing. And that's the kind of he kind of gives off that fuck boy type of persona almost. Like
Million percent.
he's the guy willing to do the bidding if we just, you know what I mean? That
Hmm.
type of thing. Um, I've seen other cops act just like Jerry Holman and other interrogations that I've seen in the past. You know what I mean? That very
Hmm.
arrogant cop, that good cop, bad cop kind of thing they always try to do. There's just something about Holman that never sat right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was just because I didn't because of the way I felt about the case, or if it was just like really this guy was giving me this really bad vibe. And he really was. He is like that. He comes across like that, even after the trial had ended, and you see him in the interviews that he did. And God forbid you play his interview with what's her name, she strike you. You know what I mean? Uh,
Lauren.
yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
reviewed it with Joe, but we did it on Joe's channel, and she struck
Oh, so
Joe.
it made it through?
She struck no, she struck Joe. Yeah, she struck Joe and Sleuthy at the same time.
I
Right? They
figured Joe
always
would have been rewarded for asking the Susan Hendricks approved question at CrimeCon.
no, because see, that's what happened. Joe got struck by her for playing that damn video. Started a war. He had an enemy, and then when he met her in Delphi at the trial, they made up.
Mhm.
They became friends. She apologized for striking him and blamed her people. Wasn't her, it was her people, meaning Grayson. Um,
Mm.
yeah, so the friendship formed. And then I heard how everybody needed a Grayson, Salty. She's fabulous. Everybody needs a Grayson.
You know who needs a Grayson more than Lauren?
Apparently, me, I suck at this. So,
Joe needs a Grayson real bad.
if you like
Sorry, I'm
drinking
done.
tequila in the middle of a bar,
You
I'm the
know,
guy that'll buy them.
take a
It's like,
picture for keeps.
oh my God, me and more video.
Oh man, I laughed. I laughed so hard at that. Oh man, he was talking to Crusher like she was a girlfriend from middle school. Man, he was. Oh,
Oh God.
oh.
Don't. Do you?
I'm not going
Lord,
there. I'm
make
not
me.
going there. I'm not going
Oh,
there. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not pulling a Ella. We'll
Let
be
me
all right.
roll tape. Let's pull it up and look.
I think I have a video of him going, Crusher.
uh-uh. I got one.
Uh,
It ain't it. Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
I
no.
got
Well,
look. I got one, but it's not him. I think I saved this. Hold on. Let me find out. What did
I'm
I?
not in love with Grayson. You guys are crazy.
Oh God, not Gray. Gray
You guys
Bay.
are crazy.
Gray Bay. You got a
No,
crush on the Gray Bay?
no, ma'am. I just
Oh
thought it was
Lord.
funny that Joe was that.
Well,
That's
I
it.
would be that girl. You need to have concerns. Anybody got a crush on that one? Her eyes bat around 90 to nothing, and the doctors, the way they describe certain people is Grayson.
You guys don't understand. Like my girlfriend is Princess Diana, but like an Olympian.
Heck
I haven't
yeah.
thought about Grayson a day in
Oh,
my
baby,
life.
where'd it go? You just said I haven't thought about Grayson a day in my life.
except for except for Joe's intentions. All right. Sorry, I'm done with that.
Oh, I don't have the video right here handy like I thought I did. Wait a minute.
That's all right.
No, it was one. Do you remember the video where what? See, I can't go looking at stuff. I start getting sidetracked. Okay, back to where I was. It was a video. I did a short one time about it. That's what I thought I had. I thought I had it handy because I don't know where I have it. It was here on TikTok. I can't remember. Anyway, it was the video where Brad Holder goes on and he's like, "What about this hat? You mad about this hat? What
Oh
are you?
yeah, does this
What are you
hand
mad
trigger
about?
you?
Does that trigger you? You think
Yeah.
I'm the murderer, right?" I'm like, "Bitch, I think yeah, maybe I think you are." Like that annoys me to no end. Why would you?
Mhm.
Why would you do something like that and think it's not going to trigger people? That you are like, does this trigger you?
I would have been. I wish I could have replied to him. I would have been like, "Funny how you mentioned that, but you don't mention about, the fucked up picture you have in your Facebook, dude."
No, the way they acted, even when you go and look at the way Holder reacted with videos that he was doing and shit like that, and then the
Mhm.
statements that Westfall would make in the interviews with Sleuth, what's his name,
Oh, intuition.
Patrick over there, yeah.
Mhm.
Because I listened to all those interviews as well, but I was listening to every single thing Westfall said, right?
Mhm.
So not interested in what the guy doing the interview had to say, so much as I was the guy being interviewed, what he had to say. And I'm picking up
Mhm.
on everything you had to say. And I'm taking notes between the next times of what you had to say. Because without telling me stuff, you're telling me stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I
I
just
find it
saw too
really.
much. Yeah.
I
Go
find
ahead.
it really funny that Sleuth Intuition had a obsession with this being like a satanic cult that did this. And then the second the Frank's memo dropped, he immediately switched gears and was like, "No, the Odinism angle's bullshit." It's like, well, hold on
Yeah.
a second.
There, and I, well,
What's up?
Betsy Blair and Rick Allen were having an affair. So,
Oh my God. Betsy Blair was losing control of her bowels at the Delphi library.
oh my God.
I don't think Rick, maybe that's what he's into. I don't know. It's
Well,
not his search history.
there's a couple people out there who apparently know all the facts to
Oh
individuals who
my God.
believe that theory.
No, you know why this bullshit, especially coming from him, because he's a part of that crew that was part of the Ruckus Rocks plea guarantee
Ruckus rocks.
that they guaranteed that Rick was going to plead and then he was going to proffer to offer up more people who were involved. And we never, ever,
No,
ever
that
heard that.
never happened. So
No.
And you know what? You know what? One thing and before I even knew who anybody was, I wasn't streaming back then. I was like a community member, just chilling in true crime, right? I was doing a lot of Idaho 4 stuff. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, it really feels like some of these YouTubers that I'm watching are might be getting
Mhm.
paid by prosecutors or defense attorneys. And now I got to figure out which ones are which. That is that was the feeling I got with the Delphi case.
Yeah, I definitely got that with Murder Sheet, and maybe not paid, but like
Maybe not paid, but
they were given inside information.
some to
It.
get well, you
Mhm.
want if you want to leak stuff out to get it to make yourself look better or to get your side out there to bolster your fight or whatever, but
Mhm.
it seemed like they were using social media a lot.
Well, and again, they did this, huge 3-part hit piece on Tony Klein right before the Wabash River search, which just was the most expensive thing ever. And after that, they completely went dark on Tony, and then I'll never forget, Rick was arrested, and Murder Sheet releases this edition of their podcast, and they were like, yeah, we had known about it for a couple days prior, which just that if you want to trigger me ever for any crime tuber out there, get on a live stream and go, yeah, I knew this for a while, I just couldn't talk about it. That means fucking nothing to me.
No, I don't.
I don't care.
I'm
You're better
out.
off not saying that.
Yep. There's a few things that well, there's a few things a couple of these people can say, and I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
It's no matter what. At that point, I'm out, and I don't even need to hear anything else or your
What
excuse.
else?
And they don't even know they've done at that point. But I'm just like, nope. And over arrogance will get you there real quick.
You know what else gets me off of someone's live stream where I click the X button in the top right corner and I go mow the lawn is when they go, I know a lot more, I just can't tell you right now. I can't share it right
How
now.
do you know?
I don't
Right?
give a
Exactly.
shit if you know more.
Yeah, if you shouldn't have said anything if you know more.
I'm like, okay, cool. I'm out of here. That was like, oh my
Yeah.
God. When Erica Morse did her first like post Delphi interview,
Oh, good Lord. Yeah.
I caught hell for it in the comments. I'm like, I think she's full of shit. I'm out of here. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you don't come out with this, I know more, can't say it now, wait, all this,
Mm-hmm.
wait and see, or I told you so,
Yeah.
1,000 times. It's weird. It's cringy. I
Mm-hmm.
don't like it. I'd rather get factual, good conversations and conversations about theories that may or may not fucking pan out. We don't know. We're just talking, But
You're like
at
the
least the
honey pot
conversations
of
are
like,
intelligent.
you do such a good job of like could it be this? And that is such good conversation, right? The low forms of conversation are, I know, I just can't say anything, or something drops. They go, yeah,
Yeah.
guys, I knew about this for a few days. I just, I was sworn to secrecy. I don't care.
No, it's not a good look. I mean, my opinion. I don't like it. To me, that I don't like arrogance in my real life.
No.
I am not turned on by an arrogant person. That will turn me off quicker than anything. I promise you. And don't come with your shiny toys to show off, because that will really turn me off. There's just a lot that, and so
Yep.
I'm the same way when I'm looking for like listening to someone to stream about. But even I don't listen to a lot because I'm always streaming myself, so it's hard to find unless I'm reviewing something for a reason or trolling a certain doctor, but for fun when I'm bored. But yeah, I don't want to hear that either. Like
Mhm.
I don't because I don't. It tells me you're full of shit.
You just had this really good thing going, I think, where you're like, let's just talk about what we think might be going on here. Hey, full disclosure, like we're not sure, we don't know, that, and you're not going to that like coffin daffer. Well, the back door was clearly left open because someone had something to gain. Like, who cares? Like, we know that.
We know that. Duh,
Right.
exactly. Like, duh, can we get on to the, like, dang. Like, sometimes, y'all, the easiest um, conversation, I'm like, I can't with the easy conversations. I want to have real conversations. And I can
Mm-hmm.
come out here and preach, yeah, they did it, did it, he did it, he did it, he did it. This is all a bunch of bullshit. Let's move on. And we're
Mm-hmm.
on the next, but I can't do that. I might have questions along the way. Even if I think somebody did it, I still may have questions and concerns that may come up later, like at trial, right? I don't want concerns to come up at trial. And here's that case. This case was the poster child for true crime. If
Mm-hmm.
you want to look at fair trials, and was this or wasn't this a fair trial? And
Yeah.
it clearly wasn't.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? You know what I value more than the Delphi investigators for the defense who think that Delphi might be tied to Nancy Guthrie because her pacemaker stopped working at, what was it, 213 or 212, 1 minute off from 213.
No, 228, 212 was the camera detection
Okay.
camera detected motion. 228 was the
The
was
212 camera was
yeah.
1 minute off from the bridge guy video, except for AM PM difference there. And the Delphi investigators for the defense were speculating that there could be a connection because of the timing of 212 versus 213, the video. You know what I find more valuable than that, Salty? You and I having a conversation about Porch Guy having his backpack full of potentially a disguise for Nancy, or whether it was a tarp, or whether it was
Right.
you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, there's a vast difference between those two theories.
A big difference between those kinds of conversations. And it's like drama. I don't do drama in my real life. If I want drama, I know where to find it. And it's called the one, me and Shabugs have this one thing in common. We'll watch the reality shows. Why? Because I don't do drama. And I don't want to do it here at True Crime. Like, you know what I mean? On the streets, drama,
Yeah.
like the show turned into drama. Like, that takes away. You want me to be distracted. Good luck. You want me to be distracted with this fight
Yeah.
or we're not having these good conversations, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not being distracted by that bullshit because I'm not the girl.
Yeah.
I'm not your girl for that. I'm not your girl.
Which is funny because, like, the flip side of that, like, my reality TV is watching the Delphi investigators for the defense throw out their dumbass theories, and within the same breath tell everyone watching their live streams that they're not interested in hearing anyone else's theories.
Do people
because
watch those live streams?
it's my reality TV. Like Prof is my Jersey Shore. I love watching him and going, "You fucking idiot."
I don't watch him. Don't. Oh
Leave
no,
that
I
to me.
don't.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah.
And I remember when I first realized some of these streamers, like early in this case, you know what I mean? Like years ago, early in this case, and weeding through the people. And honestly, I stuck with R&M and Bob Mata, because Bob would read the documents, you know what I mean? And I loved that. Like, I didn't have to read them alone or whatever.
Right.
Bob would read them, and I could sit with a community and listen to all the things. And that was really all I ever really watched before the trial.
Yeah.
I didn't venture to a lot of and like the ones I did go to decided I didn't know, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
And there's a handful of those. Y'all all know who they probably are. You know.
Yeah, I really loved I still do Criminality. Teresa, she's just
Oh
and
yeah, the Teresa.
yeah,
I you know what though, I was never I guess on when she was on a lot like live or
uh
whatever.
huh,
I
uh huh,
always seem to catch more of R&M's lives.
yeah,
But
yep,
I have watched Criminality's coverage too. Like if I missed something or didn't or wanted to catch up on something, I would always go
hmm
check out her channel to see if there was because she was doing a lot of good stuff with Sleuthy.
yeah. Sleuthy go
Sleuthy
up
was
there. I
coming
mean,
over.
they just
Yeah,
have great
Sleuthy was
insight.
going over and doing a lot of great stuff there. And even after the
Yeah,
trial was over, they continued that by trying to get the transcripts and everything and all the hard work and they were doing to get all of that brought out before it was finally done, you know. So
hmm
there's just some really good people in the community that do care that
yeah,
weren't here because they just wanted to crank the internet and start bullshit. It's not
hmm
that. It's not that. You know what I mean? And
yeah, and
I know they embrace it and everything, and that's awesome. But there's so much more than that, and I wish people could see that about this group of people. You know what I mean?
oh, 1,000,000%. And like again, that's why like when I simply put out the question to Christine and Erica, like you and again, this wasn't me like I wasn't looking them up on the yellow pages and phoning them and do you have a second to talk to me? They put themselves out there in their
Yeah.
YouTube channels. And so when we ask them, hey, we get it. We feel for you. You face a lot of threats, you face a lot of like lashbacks, some lawfare came your way after everything you did on this case for Rick. Would you mind telling us just a day in the life while you were on the investigative team for the defense? And the response is, I don't know why you're attacking me. That to me is a red flag. And that, like, congratulations, you just bought yourself
Well,
100
because
more questions, lady, right?
yeah, because that's the easy way, and it's provoking, and all that. I
Right.
think it's childish, and I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm like, if
Like,
that's all you got, if I'm gonna say something and then that's all you got to come back at me, you're attacking me. Oh, bitch, we ain't got nothing to talk about. You a crybaby. We cannot even have a conversation now because every word out of my mouth is going to cause you to cry and say I'm attacking you. We're done with this conversation. I just don't. I don't even know how many people watch them and if it even matters. You know
like
what I
I
mean?
just, yeah.
I don't. I don't know what's going on in that world. I don't. I watched I don't even know the name of the channel for a couple of times for review to see what's
hmm
happening here, what's this about. And I was like, oh, good Lord, I'm gonna have to wait 5 years to find out any information because it's coming one day.
Yeah.
It's
I think
coming one
you're probably
day.
referring to case by
Wait.
case.
Just wait. Oh,
Yeah.
no,
I
yeah,
coming
case
soon
by case.
is the theme. And it's like, hold on.
Yeah,
You're saying,
you
and
just
again,
wait.
this
Yeah.
Delphi is the worst community to say I know things but I can't tell you. It's the worst community because guess what? You're telling that to an community who has been information starved for nearly a decade now.
Anybody who says that's lying.
Anybody, right? I like. Can you
It
imagine the
doesn't
John
make
Bonet
any
Ramsey folks? So, oh, I know a whole lot more about who the real killer is of John Bonet. I just can't say
You
anything
know
yet.
what, you damn weenies? Who the hell are you to sit on that kind of information all this time?
Right?
Really? Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? You know who the real killer is, you fucking coward?
While poor Patsy passed away thinking the whole world thinks she's guilty
I
of
ain't got
doing.
no time for anybody who got the answers. I know
Yep.
the real. You don't got shit. And I'll
hmm
call you out all day long for it. And if you're sitting on information that only you know it, well, why are you out here telling all the internet about it? That you know it. You fucking weenie. Let me find you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Because I'm coming. There's
And
dead.
we have the Delphi
No.
we have the Delphi defense investigators telling us they now have enough information to have a racketeering influence corrupts organizations case on multiple people, including Nick McClellan, who are involved in embezzling money during the trial. Yet I've never in my can you imagine Rudy Giuliani coming out and going, yeah, I've got RICO charges against the Lucchese crime family. We'll in about a few weeks. That
Mm,
doesn't work that way.
yeah.
That doesn't work that way.
No. It, well, people need.
They would have killed off so many witnesses and eliminated so much evidence between now and then. That's not the way it works.
No, you have to. I mean, eh, it's like I said. You have people want to say, you stand one way or this way. It's like stand one way all the way. Hang on, something just. Let me get my.
Ain't no such thing as halfway crook.
No, and Classic says basically we are all state operatives on a PR campaign for the state. It's embarrassing. Well, maybe I don't. I hope not. I think there's still enough of us asked out here that can see an actual legit question and be okay with questioning it without being accused of being something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I was if I was like a conspiracy theorist where I always defended the guy, I'd be sitting here being a pro burger channel. Like if that was my end game, but I kind of like to go by the case by case by case, right? This case is so different from all the rest that I've covered in a very long time. Such a different feel to it. It's so different.
Yeah, and oh my god, I lost my thought. I'm so caught up in like the dynamic of CrimeTube right now. It's either like someone hyper focused on a JLR type, right? People who find their niche case where
Mm-hmm.
they obsess over it over and over and over and over and over again, where you're like kind of beating a dead horse. I'm not gonna name names. I was on a live stream where someone was looking at the shoelaces on Abby's foot, and they opined that the shoelace while she was on the bridge was not the same shoelace when she got off the bridge.
Oh, good Lord.
And I'm like, you know what? She had a rat's nest of a shoelace tied at the top of her Chuck Taylors. I think the shoelaces just shifted a little. I just sorry. I don't think that's gonna free Rick. So I think we're kind of milking a dead cow at this rate. But
Well, some do, and you never
yeah.
know. And you also, I because I came into streaming at a time when the Idaho and Delphi was happening. I did not want to be the channel where I saw it happen with Delphi and Idaho. Like there was it seemed to be like Delphi channels and then Idaho channels.
Mm-hmm.
And those creators, I guess, quote unquote creators, that's what they fell into and never got away. It couldn't even cover other cases.
Yeah.
A lot of times the chat wouldn't let them. That was the wild part. I was in another community where they tried to get away from just being Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
It still hasn't worked for them. Let's put it that way. There's
Yeah.
still today an Idaho 4 channel, and this is May 3rd, 2026.
Mm-hmm.
I'm passionate about cases. Nancy Guthrie. We've
Yeah.
sat in this case a long time. I've sat in Delphi a long time, Idaho a long time, but I feel for the victims in all these cases. The Idaho 4 victims were drug up and down these YouTube streets and still are to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Abby and Libby's killer may or may not be walking free. We'll fucking never know because they do it in the dark out there.
Yeah.
And I think that people who standing up when you see a case that needs it is a good thing, and I wish more channels could and would do that, and be stronger in their conviction about things like that. And I don't know, it's just hard to explain. You know what I mean?
And yeah, and like with Delphi, it's like even if you think Richard Allen's a guy, in your heart of hearts, you should still be pissed off at how colossally fucked up this investigation was on all fronts. And
Well,
even if you like reach your end result, like that shouldn't be good enough for you, in my opinion. I don't know.
You're right. And with that said, though, that's like people who like, okay, well, IGG got the killer, and how they got there, you should be concerned about, right?
Right.
Um, oh, they got to that killer because they were in that geofence warrant. Well, you should be concerned about how they got there.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
it can't be okay in this case, but not tomorrow's case. No, what you said makes total sense.
Do you think in Idaho 4 there were like content farmers who were really, really pissed off that Koberger pled because they knew they could get more lives out of a trial?
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them that wholeheartedly believe in his innocence, and that's fine.
Right.
Yeah. There are a couple that are there are a couple that are intelligent, a few that aren't. And boy, those ones that are intelligent are putting that guy through the ringer who wrote that fucking book, and his inconsistency and his shallow lies. It's so funny now. But
I mean, he would have been better off doing that 10 years later.
Yeah,
where like the people who were going to buy that book anyways still would have bought it, but anyone else outside of it wouldn't have cared.
I think a lot of people are apparently buying it just to read it. Like, I don't know why people get stuck in that rut of it. Some creators they realize they are making a lot of money doing that, whatever the coverage is, and then as they go away from that, it's not as fruitful, I guess. They go right back to it, kind of like with JLR. I can't leave Nancy's because, oh my God, I was making so much money. But look, JLR's been wreaking havoc for years. He was yelling at Rick Allen, "Why'd you do it, Rick Allen?"
Yeah.
He's the one that went on to Twitter and was the very first person to throw shade at the roommate, Dylan Mortensen. And when I posed a question to his scrawny ass, he blocked me on Twitter. And I've been blocked ever since. That was years ago. But yet he would highlight my text or my comments in his stupid videos. I got proof. Not once, but twice. After blocking me. Still highlighted my beautiful comment because it was intelligent. You stupid ass, dumbass. Blocked me over a question, right? But he came in, threw his shade, and dipped out. Right? As to what he is good at doing. But some of them come in and wreak the havoc on purpose because you know what I mean? And they'll start making up the headlines and doing the crazy thumbnails and doing the clickbait because they want the money is the thing. Some are just super passionate and that's what they do, right? And that's fine too. But you can tell the ones who are in it for money.
Oh, from a mile away immediately. And the thing with JLR is like, the whole the psychos out there that think Magnolia is faking something like that, which is just crazy to me because it's like if you've read the police report, and you have a brain, you wouldn't you wouldn't think that, but the people who do, it's like, okay, so then he's getting a taste of his own medicine, He's been going around for years hype farming about, this person being guilty before they even saw a single day in court. You kind of reap what you sow in that regard. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there in the, I don't know if Richard Allen's innocent or guilty, but I know he deserves a second trial. Content farmers that they're praying there's a second trial for the simple fact that they get to cover it and they get to, and I'm not the first person to like rush and accuse someone of being a grifter, but I do get the vibe from certain people that they're out there and they want to see a second trial because it's going to benefit their YouTube channel specifically, as opposed to a lot of, I think that's where I benefit the freedom of not having a YouTube myself is I think this guy should be able to walk a trail at.
I think anybody who's out here on YouTube and their intent is to only be here to earn money needs to get off the platform.
Oh,
I
that
don't want to watch
and
them. And I think the only ones that would feel that way, that like, oh, I want this second trial because it will benefit, are the ones who made themselves Delphi channels, who cannot get away from that.
yeah.
What else are you going to report about? The man's in prison. Are you going to cover his appeal since you think he did it?
Hmm.
What else? They got nothing. So of
Hmm.
course they're gonna want, yeah, go ahead and give him his damn appeal. I'll just be able. What are you gonna cover? YouTube attorneys talk at the end of the day, right? I mean,
Well,
so I don't know. You
you know,
know, I could care. Honestly, I don't I don't even think about that whole part of it a lot, because I there's a lot of people on this platform that are here for money in
hmm
one fashion or another, and they
yeah,
all have different methods and different reasons. So
right, right. And if your intent is to force a trial number two, or not force, but like hope for to farm
you're
content,
super.
you're not going to survive very long, in my opinion.
No, you're not going to survive long if you're only here to do that. You can't be, you're
Right.
stupid. AI generate your shit next.
Yeah.
Don't work like that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. Yep.
It just doesn't work like that, people. All right.
All
Well,
right.
I am
Yes,
getting
ma'am.
hungry. Now he's storm chasing, she says, with bike helmets. Yeah, JLR. Saw
Oh
that.
God.
Yeah, he's out. Maybe he'll follow Reed and the Dom 3 into the depths of the storm. He'll get swept away like in Twister.
Hey, you can cover this hurricane coming up. How about that?
Uh-uh. Stay the hell away from my end of Florida. We don't need it. We don't need your hurricane coverage.
You're
JLR. You're not even a real Floridian, sir. You're from fucking Pennsylvania.
Oh, what part? Is he Philly or Pittsburgh side? I bet
I
she's
don't
Pittsburgh
know.
side. Oh,
Is there a difference?
yeah, there is. There is.
I get you, because I'm in Northwest Florida, and there's a difference between me and them Central and South Florida people. We're
Ugh.
different. We are so different.
Hey, I'm from Michigan. There's a huge difference between Detroiters and people from Grand Rapids.
Oh, right,
Say that
right?
much. Say that much.
Yeah, buddy.
So,
All right, guys. Well, Keith, thank you so much for coming on tonight. You were, as always, a fantastic. We get caught up in our conversations, but I love having my conversations with you. So thank you for coming back on. I appreciate it.
it's a pleasure. Whenever I'm available, I will be here. And, obviously, I have a couple OGs that, or at least one that has priority, but
Oh yeah.
when I'm
Oh yeah.
available, I'll be here. And I love it. I love talking with you. It's
No,
just
that's
great.
good. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, let's get up. We'll hook up and we'll figure out what our next move will be. If it's tomorrow, or maybe just wait until next weekend when things slow down and you can get back
Hmm.
at it. Because
Yeah.
I do have a couple of shows I got to get to this week. To get that stuff done with, so we can stay caught up. But I appreciate you coming in chat. I appreciate all y'all coming in strong, being here to support this show for the cause, right? I
Beautiful,
get it.
Chad.
I totally, yeah. And coming in with your knowledge and your facts, and so anybody who watches can see all that. And I appreciate that, because people need to know the facts of what we're even doing here and why we talk about it. So and the more they are armed with the knowledge of what we're talking about, the better it is.
Yeah.
To inform them is better, then they can make their own decisions, right? I don't want to go out there and tell anybody anything. um, I want to give them facts and have them also figure it out themselves while we're talking about it. So
Yeah. It's a really great feeling to be able to like put your voice and your face on a live stream, and there's people in your chat who can support you with the arsenal of knowledge they have. It's a really beautiful thing. So very
streets
appreciative
going
of that.
live now. Streets of Bakerfield going live now. Is that what that means? Is that
Yeah.
what that
Yep.
means?
Yep. I'm gonna have to catch a
Okay.
replay on that because I'm about to fall asleep. But
Are you okay? I've kept him up all night, guys.
no, you're
Well,
good. It's 3:30
I'm
where I'm
not
at.
about
But
to fall asleep. It's just me and the dogs here, and well, the cat, she's somewhere. She finally left me alone, but I'm not. Oh, I see her. Never mind. I see her. All right. I'm going to eat and I'm going to go over there and check out the stream. So,
sweet.
um, Streets of Bakerfield. I don't have the link. If one of my mod, there we go. My mod is on it. The link is in the chat, guys. So if you want to come over and
Butterfly's
hang
best.
out, yeah, butterflies on it. Thank you so much for that, ma'am. I appreciate you. We may have lost Rachel earlier in the chat. She might have
Yeah,
had to go.
she was
Okay.
great too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Forrest can't be here. He has something going on. So I appreciate y'all being here. And again, chat, thank y'all for coming in. You're wonderful. Hawkeyes, if you're still here, thank you for your support. I appreciate you so much. Oh, okay, I see you there. You had to go moderate over there at Rocks for a minute. All right, that was earlier in the chat. All right, all eyes. Thank you for coming in, Sharon, Classic, all you guys. If I've missed
Hmm.
anybody in the chat, sorry about that. But you guys, thanks for coming in and being a great chat and doing what I love. You guys joining the conversation. I appreciate it. Keith, go get some sleep. I appreciate you, and we'll talk again soon.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, have a good one. Good
Bye
night.
now.
All right, chat. All right, you guys, y'all know what I say about them YouTube streets. Be safe out there. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some food and I'm gonna go check out this live stream over here. Y'all have a good night. I'll see you when I see you.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each